Once Upon a Winter's Eve, Christmas Courtships Book 3, written by Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Chapter 1, December 1824, Hayden, Northumberland. Stoneleigh Cottage was little more than a brick placed along the road that wound through a speck of a village, 4 simple walls with windows that gazed upon the surrounding landscape and chimneys that sprouted from the roof, releasing great clouds of vapour into the air. Yet, as Julian Knight gazed at the eaves laden with snow and the shrubs below coated with ice crystals, words sprang to his mind, desperate to capture the simple beauty of the house. Amidst the moorland's bleak and barren scene, where icy winds do howl and tempests roar, the cottage sleeps beneath its snowy shroud, its windows blurred with frost, a ghastly glow, where hearth fires dance and shadows softly lie. The cottage stands, a steadfast, tranquil sight, a beacon warm in winter's fading light. The lines were hastily cobbled together with little finesse or skill, but Julian set down his portmanteau and pulled off his gloves to fetch the notebook from his pocket. With a few scribbles of his pencil, he tried to capture the words, though as they moved from his mind to his hand, the magic slipped from his grasp, leaving him with clunky phrases and mundane descriptions that fell short of the beauty he craved. His eyes fell to the page opposite, studying the snippets he had captured during the journey from Newcastle. A boundless canvas painted white and grey, where sky and earth in endless fusion blend, and winds like demons fan their furious fire. With a huff, he resisted the urge to scratch it out. Sometimes even foolish verses inspired something greater in the days to come. Best to keep it all. The only way to a good line was by working through dozens of terrible ones. How many poets have attempted to capture the rugged beauty of the moors? Such a desolate yet lovely place was impossible to describe, which was why his pencil demanded he attempt it. Fool that he was. "May I help you, sir?" Julian's head snapped up to see a woman standing in the doorway, dressed in what his mother and sisters-in-law would deem a serviceable gown, which meant it was good for nothing but protecting one's modesty, and thus was not only relegated to the vilest of work, but guaranteed that none of those ladies possessed one. It was naught but a brown column with a well-loved apron atop it, though Julian couldn't imagine why she bothered to protect the gown, as the muddy colour could hide a myriad of stains, which was the only compliment to be given to the dreadful thing. It did nothing for her figure, not that there was much to be done on that score, nor with the messy bundle of dark hair that was bound up in a bandeau. All in all, a rather unremarkable creature, except for the bright blue eyes that stared back at him as though wondering if she ought to call the authorities, though Julian supposed that in a village this size, there weren't any real authorities to call. Tucking his notebook away, he snatched up his bag and strode to the door. "My name is Mr. Julian Knight. Is your master at home?" "My master?" she asked, her brows rising. Easing past her, Julian handed his bag to the girl and divested himself of his hat, gloves, and greatcoat, only to belatedly realise just how much snow his shoes had gathered since he'd alighted from the Wallace's carriage. But there was nothing to be done at this point. "I'm a guest of Mr. Callaghan's." A looking-glass hung in the hallway, and Julian stepped into view, brushing the errant snowflakes from his hair. "Is he at home?" The maid stared at the pile of things in her arms before glancing back at him with the barest whisper of a smile gracing her lips. "Yes, he's expecting you. He's in his study." "Excellent," he replied with a sharp nod of his head. "But might you show me to my room first? I would appreciate a moment to freshen up." "Certainly, sir," she replied. "And the groom left my trunk by the gate. Please have it brought up." "Oh, yes, sir. I will have the footman fetch it for you post-haste, sir," she said with a bob. Julian paused his self-inspection and glanced at the woman. Though there was nothing overt in her tone or expression that seemed out of place, there was a hint of mockery about her. Stepping around him, she hung his coat on the peg by the door and shifted the bag, hat, and gloves in her hands. "Is something amiss?" he asked. "Not at all, sir. Follow me, sir," she said in a bright tone, with bobs punctuating each honorific she tacked on. Heaven knew he'd heard people bemoan the state of servants nowadays, and if this was the sort of behaviour they displayed, then it was little wonder. What master wished to be ridiculed by his maid? And Julian had to admit that the woman was laughing at him, though he hadn't the slightest notion why. Perhaps matters were different in such remote climes. Haydon was in the wilderness, where one might travel for hours without seeing another settlement, and Julian suspected sheep outnumbered the people 12 to 1. This far north, they were practically in Scotland, which was far more akin to what one might find in the vast reaches of America's frontier rather than England. No doubt proper help was difficult to find. Frowning to himself, Julian followed her as she led him up the stairs. Though Stoneleigh Cottage was not tiny, it certainly deserved to be called cosy, and its architect had chosen economy when it came to the less important spaces, leaving more for the living quarters and public rooms. The stairs were cramped and hardly wide enough for a single person to manage, and when they reached the landing, Julian instinctively ducked beneath a broad timber beam, though it wasn't so low to warrant the movement. Nodding in the other direction, the maid added, "The master is in his study." Then, without another word, she led him through the poky corridor to the guest bedchamber. Though the bed and wardrobe occupied much of the space, he could comfortably manoeuvre without feeling tightly packed. The stone walls were pristine, the grey painted over with white that stood in stark contrast to the dark furniture and timber overhead and underfoot, yet the little decorations kept the room from feeling anemic. A vase sat on the table beside the bed, and though it likely held wildflowers in the spring and summer, now it contained several sprigs of heather that had been dried while still blooming, the purple blossoms perfectly preserved. The pillows and bedclothes were of fine quality and expertly decorated by someone's needle in a rainbow of hues. And, leaning closer to the frames on the wall, Julian examined the watercolours and drawings that captured the now dormant countryside. All in all, the room was delightful. "Is there anything else you require, sir?" asked the maid, the hint of a smile in her tone. "Some tea, perhaps, or something to eat?" Having arrived by way of Felburn, Julian had already enjoyed a repast with his parents and their friends, so he shook his head. "That will be all." Reaching into his waistcoat pocket, he retrieved the requisite gratuity guests were expected to pay during a visit. He didn't know why or when that tradition began, but any traveller with sense knew to keep his purse filled with coins for just such moments. As he didn't have something so large as a pound or guinea on his person, he didn't bother to count out the amount before handing the coins to the maid. There was no reason not to spread a bit of goodwill and Christmas cheer. The woman's brows rose as she stared at her palm. "My thanks, sir. You are too generous, sir." Again, an honorific punctuated each sentence, accompanied by a bob, and despite the deference of her words, the woman seemed to be holding back a laugh as she swept from the bedchamber, shutting the door behind her. Sighing, Julian dropped onto the bed and toed off his shoes. Despite only having travelled some 50 miles from Newcastle, and then another few from where his parents were staying in Felburn, the 2-day journey had drained him, and he revelled in the feel of a mattress. Yet, as much as he longed to shut his eyes, his thoughts raced like a thoroughbred, refusing to leave him be. He was in Haydon, and he was going to spend his holiday with the poet, Mr. Ernest Callaghan. Since receiving the invitation to stay, his mind had churned with the possibilities of what the visit would entail, and those thoughts resurfaced, painting vivid pictures of the hours they'd spend together speaking of his craft. When he'd first written to the gentleman to express his gratitude, Julian had never thought to build enough of a friendship to warrant such beneficence. A month of studying poetry at the feet of a master, Julian could hardly believe it. Standing on the landing, Angelica Callaghan stuffed the coins in her apron pocket and stifled a laugh. Poets, bah! For all that they thought themselves such keen observers of the world, Papa's friend proved the truth. Poets were fools, capable of stringing a few words together, though only through great effort, and little else. Angelica flitted down the stairs, her thoughts returning to the task at hand, before Mr. Knight had interrupted her by lurking in front of the house. Reaching for the chatelaine hanging from her waist, she sorted through the tools she kept attached to her person and lifted the tiny notebook that dangled from a delicate silver chain. Maggie was capable of managing a trip to the shops, but the wash required the maid's attention at present, and Angelica was quite content to have an excuse to go herself. Better that than waiting on Mr. Knight. No doubt Papa would be sequestered with his newest acolyte for the rest of the afternoon, before emerging for dinner to regale the family with all the exceptionally brilliant lines they'd crafted. Arriving at the front door once more, Angelica reached for her cloak on the peg and the reticule that hung beneath it, and froze when the parlour door opened and her sister's head popped through. "Are you going to the shops?" asked Ophelia with wide eyes and a grin that said she knew the answer before she asked the question. "I am," replied Angelica, as she released her notebook to hang from the chain and transferred the coins from her pocket to her reticule before removing the apron and securing her cloak. "I need a few things, but I will return soon." "You must let me come with you," said Ophelia, scurrying to her sister's side. "You must. I'm going mad being shut up all afternoon by myself. It is monstrously unfair that Helen is allowed to accompany Mamma on calls, and I am left here to waste away in boredom and drudgery. I'm only 2 years younger, and I ought to be able to enjoy company as well. It isn't fair." "I've heard our nieces and nephews use the self-same argument." "They are children. I am a young lady." "A young lady of 14? Ophelia gaped as though the reminder were the greatest slight upon her honour, her hand rising to her chest. Angelica refused to smile as the girl gasped with all the melodrama of an actress. "You wound me, sister." Ophelia's chin trembled and she turned away. Thank heavens they were standing in the corridor, lest the girl throw herself upon the sofa as though the words had caused physical pain and leached the very strength from her limbs. Without the benefit of a place to cast herself down, Ophelia had to make do with cries of, "Ah me, such torture! Am I to be locked away in this prison forever? Forced to watch life pass before me without ever partaking? Are you to be my jailer? How can you be so cruel, dearest sister? I never thought you capable of such heartlessness. I swear I shall die of a broken heart, like Elaine of Astolat, or run mad like my namesake." Angelica's brows rose at that. "You are overdoing it, Ophelia." The girl paused, her expression clearing as she straightened. "Am I?" With another nudge of her silent eyebrows, Angelica didn't bother giving voice to the clear answer. Ophelia wrinkled her nose and let out a sigh. "You are correct, of course." But, leaning into her melodrama, the girl clasped her hands in supplication and lowered herself to her knees. "Please, Angelica, my most beloved and wisest of sisters, do not allow me to languish here alone. May I come with you?" Angelica glanced at the pocket watch attached to her chatelaine and held back a sigh. The addition was bound to slow her progress, but if she remained here much longer, Emily would return with the children and the trip would be postponed. "If you can fetch your cloak before I leave—" Ophelia leapt to her feet and flew up the stairs, with all the dignity her mighty 14 years allowed. Chapter 2. Turning to the door, Angelica snatched up the basket she'd left beside it and stepped into the wintry snowscape, ignoring Mr. Knight's trunk, which remained in front of the house. The thing was designed to withstand the weather, and a little more time out of doors wouldn't do any harm. Heaven knew she couldn't lift the luggage alone, so it was better to wait until one of the boys was on hand to help heave it about. Before Angelica made it to the front gate, Ophelia burst out of the cottage and swept up beside her sister. Barely pausing to catch her breath, the girl launched into a description of all the details of her life, giving them a polish that reflected little of reality. Just listening to the girl was exhausting. With 34 years to Angelica's name, there were 2 decades between her and the youngest 2 Callaghans, who had surprised the family with their arrival several years after they'd believed Mamma to be done with such things, and Angelica hadn't the strength for such torrents of youth. But, like the grand actress she hoped to be, Ophelia was quite adept at monologuing, preferred it in fact, leaving Angelica free to consider the list in her head. Snow lay like a white blanket, making it clear that Christmas would soon arrive. There were some weeks left until those 12 days would set her world spinning into madness, yet for her, the chaos surfaced well before December the 24th. Dates and names bounced about her head, teasing her with thoughts of how to organise the family's schedule, to say nothing of her work with her nieces and nephews. Emily's children may not require lessons during the holidays, but with Carl home after the end of the school term, the lad required some stimulation, else he would drive everyone mad. "Don't you think?" asked Ophelia. Angelica snapped from her thoughts and scoured for any context to that question, though she hadn't the slightest notion to what her sister was referring. Thankfully, Ophelia continued speaking as though she hadn't placed a question mark at the end of her sentence. "It is so terribly romantic," she added with a sigh, "to love someone so much that you cannot wait another moment to spend your life with them. I fairly swooned when Anthony spirited Cassandra from her uncle's clutches and rushed off into the night." The Crimson Masquerade is a novel, and though it makes for good reading, I doubt you would enjoy experiencing much of what happens within those pages, said Angelica with a wry smile. Being kidnapped and forced to marry a jackanapes is hardly a happy thing. "But it is when it throws you into the path of your one true love," said Ophelia with a dreamy smile that faded into a slight scowl. "It is a dreadful oversight that none of my siblings have chosen to elope. Positively shocking." "Our parents' elopement was enough excitement for this family. I, for one, am happy the rest have chosen a more traditional approach to securing a spouse." Ophelia lifted her chin. "You can be certain I shan't choose such a pedestrian beginning to the grand romance of my life. If one isn't going to begin it properly, one ought not to attempt it at all." "Your disappointment is noted, and I will discuss it with the rest of the siblings. As elopements are no longer viable for them, perhaps they might manage a kidnapping in the near future," replied Angelica with amusement threaded through her tone, though her sister seemed not to notice. "Not all of us are beyond hope. Emily may be determined to never remarry, but she's too young to spend her life as a widow. Aunt Helen and I have yet to wed, and I refuse to have the banns read, and then there's—" But Ophelia cut herself short as she attempted a nonchalant air whilst glancing at her elder sister from the corner of her eye, making it clear how she had intended to finish that sentence. Angelica Callaghan wasn't married after all, but there was no hope of such a thing happening to the eldest Callaghan daughter. Being firmly ensconced in spinsterhood placed her out of reach of such romantic notions. But Ophelia's hesitation had less to do with Angelica's age and more to do with her disposition, being neither silly nor romantic enough to think a hasty wedding was a wise course of action. They drifted down the street, and Angelica led them toward the first shop, shifting her basket in her hands. "I suppose, since your older siblings are such an abject failure, the best we can do is to hope for the next generation," said Angelica in a serious tone. "In my next lesson with the girls, I will instruct them on the proper techniques for screaming and fainting whilst in the clutches of a villain, and I can have you join us for a lesson on swooning, both when to use it and the best manner in which to achieve the desired effect. That would be especially helpful if their elopement is interrupted by their sweetheart's family." Ophelia's brows rose as she considered that, seeming to not recognize the sardonic hint in Angelica's voice. "I suppose that might be of some use. I would positively die of disappointment if I do not witness a proper elopement." "You wouldn't be there to witness anything if it were a proper one. The very definition of an elopement requires that the couple run off alone. Otherwise, it is simply an intimate ceremony." With a sigh as though the weight of the world rested on her shoulders, Ophelia nodded. "I suppose the only one I can attend is my own." Stepping into the shop, Angelica forced her expression to remain placid, though her insides roiled at the thought. With all the might of her soul, she sent a prayer heavenward that such a thing wouldn't happen. Scandal wasn't entertainment, and marriage shouldn't be treated so cavalierly. Passing to the counter, Angelica gave her order to the clerk, sending him to fetch her the quill, ink and paper she required. "I know precisely how it will be," said Ophelia. "I will make my grand debut on the London stage, and a gentleman in the audience will spy me and insist we hie ourselves to Scotland that very minute." "And interrupt your performance?" asked Angelica in a monotone as she examined the pamphlets and magazines on display. Ophelia frowned. "That wouldn't do. I suppose he will simply have to wait until the final curtain, though he will be in alt the entire time, so desperate to speak to me that he will nearly expire." "You dream of marrying a man with such a weak constitution?" With a scowl that had her expressive brows pinching together, Ophelia glared at her sister. "Don't be ridiculous, Angelica. He will be strong and powerful, but love turns us on our heads, steals the breath from our lungs, forever changing our hearts and making even the mightiest of men tremble at its touch." "Like scarlet fever," said Angelica as she snuck a peek in one of the ladies' magazines. As though sensing the intrusion, the clerk spoke without turning to face her. "That'll be £1." "My apologies, Mr. Spencer," she said, pulling her hand away from the magazines. The fellow gave a vague grunt in return as he set her order on the counter and tabulated the costs. 9d. Angelica refused to wince or comment about the amount, as neither would do any good. The clerk did not set the prices. As she cast her gaze to the greatest offender in the pile, a glance told her that Mr. Spencer had chosen wisely and selected the cheapest of paper, so there was no good in asking for a less costly variety. Reaching into her reticule, Angelica handed over the coins before lifting the portfolio from her basket. Flipping open the cover, she slid the sheets of paper inside and tucked it back into place. The pair vacated the shop as Ophelia continued to regale her with plans for the future, each more ridiculous than the last. And every time, Angelica couldn't help responding in ways guaranteed to cause her sister to bluster as they wandered through the village. In truth, they didn't require anything from the haberdashery, but Ophelia's pleadings were too great to ignore, as she desperately required some ribbons and accoutrements to bedeck her favourite frock. However, the girl complained just as loudly that since she wasn't allowed in company, no one would be allowed to see it. "Patience," said Angelica with a sigh as they stepped out once more into the wintry world. "You know Mamma will allow it the moment you turn 15. Saying that fully soured her stomach. At 16 years of age, Helen was making enough of a stir with her determination to flirt with every unattached man in the village, and Angelica shuddered to think of how that frenzy would grow once Ophelia dove in alongside her. With Vivian and Aloysius married off over the last year, Angelica had prayed for a respite, but that was too much to hope for. She supposed there was nothing to do about it. The family had survived the rest of her siblings' courtships, and they would manage the youngest pairs as well. The inn door opened as Angelica passed, and a lady burst through, bumping straight into her. The basket on her arm swung wide, and Angelica fought to keep it upright, but the handle twisted from her grasp, and she could only watch as her new purchases scattered in the snow. Chapter 3. "Oh, you poor things!" cried Ophelia, dropping alongside her sister to search for the scattered items. The other lady gasped and moved to help Angelica, but a gentleman appeared at her elbow and stopped her, handing over the small child in his arms before moving quickly to their aid. Proving just how much fate enjoyed toying with her, Angelica found the paper ruined. All the ink and quills together cost as much as a single sheet, and though the portfolio had done its job admirably and protected the bulk of the paper from damage, the corners and edges inside were damp and wrinkling, eating away at the precious item. "I'm so very sorry," said the lady, her lovely features crumpling. "I was entirely oblivious to where I was walking, and now I have ruined your purchases." "I do hope you accept our apologies," added the gentleman, straightening once the basket was set to rights. Though Angelica appreciated the sorrow, she appreciated it more when he pressed several coins into her palm, especially as it was several pence more than she required to replace it, and it wasn't as though her paper was entirely unusable. "It is of no consequence," said Angelica with a wave of her hand. "Accidents happen." "Though it would help matters if my husband hadn't distracted me," said the lady, shifting the child on her hip. "Ah, so I am to blame, Charity?" he asked with an arched brow. "You know I will always lay the blame at your feet if possible," she replied. Ophelia laughed, and though Angelica agreed with the sentiment, it was time for them to be on their way. If she got the ruined paper home quickly, she might be able to salvage more of it. But just as they turned to take their leave, the gentleman stopped them. "Pardon me, but could you direct us to Stoneleigh Cottage?" he asked. "I fear it's been so long since I visited Haydon that I cannot recall precisely where it is." Spinning around, Angelica stared at the gentleman. The question alone told her his identity, but her eyes darted about his features, attempting to see the child she had known, and though she knew she ought to speak, no words came to her lips. Ophelia was not so sanguine. With a clap of her hands, she bounced on her toes. "Thomas? Yes, it must be you. We didn't know when to expect you, other than you would be delayed for some weeks, and we feared you wouldn't come at all, else I would have known it was you on the spot. You look so very like Papa that it is a wonder we didn't know you were our brother the moment we laid eyes on you. Do you not think so, Angelica?" The girl's gaze darted between her two siblings before landing on the lady at his side and their child. "And you must be my newest sister and niece." Immediately, the babe was swept into her aunt's arms, and Ophelia bounced the child on her hip. Biddy's dark eyes widened at first, but immediately warmed as her aunt babbled at her, drawing forth a dimpled smile that matched her papa's. "I hardly recognized you," said Thomas, with a raise of his hat at Angelica. "You didn't recognize me," she corrected. With a hesitant chuckle and a shift of his feet, her elder brother nodded. "I suppose that is bound to happen when we haven't laid eyes on each other in over 2 decades. Angelica nodded, but knew not what to say to her long-lost brother. Thomas's smile broadened, his eyes sparkling with a laugh as he said, "I see that I've grown into such a handsome man that I have shocked you into silence." What did one say to that? Then again, what did one say to a sibling who had been absent the majority of one's life? His smile faltered a touch when she didn't respond, though it didn't dim completely as he added, "I halfway expected to find you in braids with your skirt smudged with dirt." Turning her eyes to her sister, Angelica nodded at the girl. "I don't believe you've met Ophelia." At that, their sister straightened, her nose wrinkling as she laughed at herself before bobbing a curtsy that jostled her niece and set the babe laughing. "Mamma read me your letters." Clearing her throat, Angelica nodded down the road. "We'd best show you home. The family will be pleased that you've arrived." "You needn't curtail your shopping excursion," said Charity, glancing between the sisters. Ophelia waved her free hand and turned down the road. "Nonsense! We can send Maggie to fetch anything we've forgotten. Everyone is eager to see you." Bouncing the child on her hip, Ophelia cooed over Biddy as she led the party down the street. Charity kept stride with her child, leaving Thomas and Angelica staring at one another for a drawn-out moment before they followed. "It has been too long," said Thomas. "It is so good to be home." Angelica's brows rose at that, though she fought to keep her expression impassive. What balderdash! And she had half a mind to tell him so, but it was best not to stir up a fuss at the beginning of their visit. With any luck, Thomas would return to the life he'd built far away from her, and it would be another 20 years until he visited again. Quickening her pace, Angelica swept up next to her sister and held out her hands for Biddy. "You cannot steal all her attention, Ophelia." Modern travel was a marvel. Even in the span of Julian's 36 years, the world had made great strides in that area. With better roads, carriages managed distances in half the time it had taken in his school days, and their springs were so well designed that the jarring jerks of the past transformed into a sway. Yet despite all the improvements, travelling across a county left one worn to the bone. Lying on the bed, Julian stared at the dark timber beams above and allowed himself a moment to revel in being stationary. Perhaps he ought to have remained in Felburn another day to recuperate, but thoughts of his final destination had pushed him to complete the journey in its entirety. And now he was here, under Ernest Callaghan's very roof. Forcing himself upright, Julian stretched his limbs and back, groaning with delight at the pull of his muscles. Rising, he brushed a hand down his front and frowned at the loose button on his waistcoat. The thing was holding on by a literal thread. Flipping open his portmanteau, Julian dug inside for his penknife. Better to remove the button now than lose it. The bedchamber door burst open, and a horde of children poured into the room. Spying Julian, the pack froze in place, gaping wide-eyed at him as he stared back. "What are you doing in Aunt Angelica's bedchamber?" asked the eldest, a lad well into his second decade, though nowhere near old enough to be sprouting whiskers. "This is the guest chamber, and I am a guest of Mr. Callaghan." Julian chose the name rather than a title, for he couldn't say whether these were the gentleman's children, grandchildren, or a feral pack. "No, it's Aunt Angelica's," said the youngest girl, who couldn't be more than 5 or 6. Another child, older than her by a year or 2, scurried over to the wardrobe in the corner and opened a drawer. "See, she always keeps sweets here." That snapped the others out of their stupor, and they descended upon the hidden treasure, snatching up several pomfret cakes. If Julian hadn't recognized the sweets from their black coin-like appearance, the heavy scent of licorice that filled the room would have confirmed their identity. His stomach turned. He didn't understand the popularity of the flavour, but if the manner in which the children gobbled them up were any indication, the Callaghans adored it. The elder girl, who looked closer in age to the eldest than the younger pair, paused, an internal battle waging in her thoughts, before she extended a hand with a tone that said she hoped he would refuse. "Would you like one?" "Thank you for your generosity, but no." That sparked another thought. "Does your aunt know you are pilfering her candy?" The 4 thieves watched Julian, each with varying states of guilt and shock, though not one of them stopped chewing. Finally, the eldest boy sighed and put the paper bag back, though not before they took a handful apiece. Turning to face the stranger, the lad tucked his hands behind him with that all-important stance that so many boys learned from their schoolmasters, surveying the world with a lordly air. "I suppose you are grandfather's friend," he said as the younger pair inched towards Julian's portmanteau to peer inside it. The youngest reached forward, but the elder lad snapped, "Don't touch!" "Yes, I am Mr. Julian Knight," he said, though the statement held more than a hint of question to it, as the little ones began scrambling about the room, climbing over and under the bed. "I'm Carl," he said. He pointed at the others, naming them in order of their ages. "And these are my siblings, Bella, Gael, and Allegria." Julian forced himself not to frown at the odd mixture of names, for the first was firmly Germanic, and the others bore a Spanish flair. "You are here for the holidays?" asked Bella. "Then you will see our pantomime?" Allegria popped up from under the bed and beamed. "I'm going to be a fairy." "No, you are not," said Gael with a scowl. "We haven't settled on a story yet." "Aunt Angelica said I can," she said, jutting her lip out. "Mamma is in charge of choosing, so it doesn't matter what Aunt Angelica says," replied Gael. The chaos in the room grew as the two bickered back and forth, and then their elder sibling stepped in to arbitrate, which only made matters worse. Soon there were feet stomping, voices raising, and tears abounding, and Julian stared at the whole thing. With a niece and nephew back in Newcastle, he was familiar with the noise that children produced, but Jonathan was still in nappies, and only just beginning to toddle about the world, hardly able to join in a proper row with baby Cece. And there were only the 2 of them. This maelstrom grew exponentially, and though Julian suspected he ought to do something, he hadn't the slightest notion of what that ought to be. These weren't his relations to corral or chastise, and even when he attempted to speak, the children paid him no heed. "What is the meaning of this?" called a voice as a gentleman swept into the room, bringing the argument to an immediate halt as all 5 pairs of eyes settled on him. The children instantly swarmed the newcomer, demanding that this mighty wrong be settled at once, and even without them calling him grandfather, Julian knew in an instant that this was his host and hero, Ernest Callaghan. Upon spying Julian, the fellow grinned and strode forward with an outstretched hand. "You must be Mr. Knight. How good to finally meet you." The pair shook hands, and Julian struggled to know what to say to the distinguished man. If ever there was a person to typify the idea of a poet, it would be Ernest Callaghan. Grey liberally coloured his dark tresses, which looked wind-tousled and were precisely what was expected of a romantic. His tailcoat had been cast aside, displaying the haphazard buttoning on his waistcoat, and his cravat was tied in only the loosest sense of the word. The black linen hung slack around his neck in a manner that allowed his collar to gape. And though he looked in a state of dishabille, it was more carefree than slovenly. Having exchanged many letters over the past months, Julian didn't need to repeat his gushing adoration of the gentleman and his skill with a quill. Yet the urge rose to the surface, demanding that he speak. Instead, he chose a more mundane greeting. "It is good to be here, and I do want to thank you again for the invitation," said Julian. "I'm glad you accepted. This time of year is always a lark. Nothing like sitting before a fire and reciting poetry." "Or telling ghost stories," cried Bella with bloodthirsty glee, as the two youngest wrapped themselves around their grandfather's legs, which he obligingly shifted as best he could with the great weight sitting on them. "Have you heathens been bothering our guest?" he asked. Then, glancing at Julian, Mr. Callaghan added, "I do apologise if they've ransacked your things. I suppose they didn't expect to find you in their aunt's bedchamber." Casting an arched brow down at the thieves on his feet, he asked, "Have you been pilfering Angelica's pomfret cakes?" Bella and Carl, both of whom still had a few candies tucked in their pockets, shook their heads while attempting, and failing, to look innocent of the indictments. "Have I put Miss Angelica out?" asked Julian, casting a glance round about to finally notice the small touches that marked his bedchamber as belonging to another. Though the wardrobe had been emptied, the drawers remained full of little tokens, though far fewer pomfret cakes than before, and there was a well-loved book resting on the mantelpiece. "Think nothing of it," replied Mr. Callaghan with a dismissive wave. "Angelica is used to guests coming to stay." Glancing down at the weights on his feet, he added with all the dramatic flair of a poet, "Begone, ye wretched shadows, ye beasts of darkness, cower and depart." With a little urging and more than a few giggles, the children fled the space with all the care and grace they demonstrated upon entering it, and tossing an arm around Julian's shoulders, Mr. Callaghan led him to the bedchamber door and down the corridor into the study. Chapter 4. Pausing just inside the threshold, Julian couldn't help revelling in the sight of this haven to the written word. Ernest Callaghan's study was everything he'd imagined it to be. Cosy, to be sure, for though it was roughly twice the size of the bedchamber they'd just come from, the space was stuffed full of the detritus of one who made his living by the pen. Stacks of papers were piled on every flat surface. Quills and inkwells were used and abandoned atop the tower of books that sprouted along the floor with the regularity of a Roman colonnade. One large armchair sat in a place of honour before the fire, though it was accompanied by several spindly-looking seats that were gathered round, and Julian could well imagine sitting there the entirety of his stay. The one thing missing from this study, beyond a bit of order and organisation, was a desk, though he supposed going without was a necessity in such a cluttered space. If one wished to host visitors in his literary sanctuary, then a lap desk would have to do. "I am so very excited to finally meet you, sir," said Julian, glancing about the room. Collapsing into his armchair, Mr. Callaghan motioned for him to take one of the others. "None of that sir business. I do not countenance such formalities. I am Ernest, you are Julian, and that is that." With only the greatest strength of will, Julian was able to hold back the eager smile that threatened to burst forth at the thought. "Then I should amend my statement and say, I am so very excited to finally meet you, Ernest." The gentleman settled into his seat, slouching in a manner that Julian's waistcoat and chair wouldn't allow. "And I am very glad to have you. Nothing invigorates the soul more than spending time with the next generation of poets." Julian shifted in his seat and cleared his throat. That is kind of you to say, but you are too generous with that title. I am a man of business who dabbles in poetry in his spare time, not a true poet. But you will be. Leaning toward one precariously perched pile of papers, Ernest shifted through them and held out a letter from within it. The work you've shared is inspiring, Julian. Ernest handed over the page, and Julian's gaze fell to the carefully transcribed copy of Ode to a Fallen Star, as the gentleman recited a few lines. Thou spark of light, once blazing bright and free, 1,000,000,000 years thy journey didst see. But now, extinguished, thou dost fade away, a cosmic ember lost in endless day. Yet who shall mourn thy passing, star so bright? Who shall lament thy fall from heaven's height? Is it arrogant to admit I am excessively proud of that one? Asked Julian with a smile. You should be, said Ernest, settling back into his chair once more. You have talent, my boy. Too much to be wasting your time being a man of business. You cannot hope to fully open the avenues of creativity when you spend your days trapped amongst such mediocrity. Leave the menial labour to the menial minds. Julian huffed a chuckle. That is well and good, but one needs to eat. None of that nonsense, said Ernest with another dismissive wave. Though we live simply, I support my family with my poems. Why not you? Then you can spend your days contemplating the words of the greats and capturing the very essence of nature and humankind with your quill. Surely that is well worth sacrificing a few creature comforts. Despite the hardness of his chair, Julian couldn't help but adore the thought of establishing a chamber very much like this one. Granted, he preferred the books to be on the bookshelves and the papers placed in portfolios, but despite Ernest's haphazard organisational style, the chamber oozed comfort. It seeped from the very plaster, gathering around him to brush away the last of the cares he'd carried from Newcastle. Cinnamon and sugar wafted from the kitchens below, and somewhere in the cottage the children rushed about, their laughs echoing off the plaster walls and through the floorboards. With frost gathering on the window and the fire blazing away, Julian couldn't help but see the appeal of spending every passing hour here. We often entertain the artistically minded during the holidays, continued Ernest. But I invited you particularly because I am determined to convince you to give up this ridiculous man of business nonsense and dedicate your life to higher pursuits. The world has enough ledgers and not enough poetry. Why must it be one or the other? Asked Julian with a wry smile. I'm quite happy to do both. Nonsense. Gather ye rosebuds while ye may. Old time is still a-flying, and this same flower that smiles today, tomorrow will be dying. Before Julian could say another word, Ernest launched into another verse. Seize the day, put very little trust in tomorrow, grasp the moment ere it slips away. With a frown, Julian considered the lines. I recognise Herrick and Horace, but I am not familiar with the third. That is one of my own, as of yet unpublished pieces. I've spent my life determined to live up to that sentiment, and I will not see another young man forced into a life of servitude and tedium when there is so much more to be had. Life ought to be lived to its fullest. Ernest spoke with a passion befitting his profession, and Julian couldn't help but admire it and the simple life the gentleman had carved out for himself. You are quite the salesman, Ernest, replied Julian. No doubt my brother would be pleased to use your silver tongue to open the wallets of his investors. Ernest laughed and shook his head. He could not afford my salary. The clamour below rose, growing far louder than even the horde of children could manage on their own, and Ernest perked at that. Nodding for Julian to follow, he rose to his feet and hurried toward the door. The noise grew as they made their way down the stairs, and when they stepped into the parlour, Julian was welcomed by a veritable maelstrom of people. 6 adults, 5 children, 2 youths, and a partridge in a pear tree were all stuffed together in the parlour, and, with a shout of greeting, Ernest waded into the fracas, throwing his arms around the gentleman in the centre, sweeping his son and granddaughter into his arms. Children ran about, bumping into the adults, who seemed not to notice any of it as they embraced. Julian's ears rang from the noise, and it felt as though a dozen more people were packed into the tiny space. Despite inching toward the wall, he wondered if he mightn't disappear to his bedchamber for a moment. Julian enjoyed gatherings and parties well enough, but after days of travel, this was too much for his weary bones. Just as he was about to formulate an escape, he spied the maid in the corner, quietly watching the whole exchange with her hands clasped before her. His button still clung to his waistcoat, but only just, and Julian might as well do something about it. Weaving around the gathering, he stepped into her space with a nod. "I have a button coming loose on my waistcoat. Will you see to it?" Her brows drew upward as she cocked her head at an angle that drew attention to her already pronounced cheekbones, and Julian couldn't help but think that if the woman knew how to smile, no doubt it would help to soften the hardness of her features. "Why, yes, sir," she said with a bob. "Anything you require, sir. Just leave it on your bed tomorrow, sir, and I will add it to the mending, sir." "I can change into another so you can see to it immediately. I would hate to lose the button," said Julian. Despite its small size, the cost to replace it was great enough to warrant care. Not dear enough to beggar him, of course, but counting pennies made and broke fortunes. A twitch of her lips was the only shift in her expression, though the maid's eyes brightened as though smiling. "Of course, sir. As you command, sir." "I wasn't commanding—" "Julian!" called Ernest, drawing his attention away from the impertinent maid. Though a veritable mass of people stood between him and his host, Julian waded into the fray, and the moment he was within reaching distance, Ernest placed a firm arm around his shoulders. "This is my friend and our guest for the season, Julian Knight." "This is my wife Jane," said Ernest as the lady came forward with a curtsy, though the hold he had on Julian didn't allow him to return the nicety. Then, nodding at the man of the hour, he added, "And this is my eldest son Thomas, just returned home with his wife Charity and their daughter Biddy." Reaching forward, Julian offered his hand, and the two shook. "It is wonderful to meet you. Ernest has written of your time in the Navy. It sounds as though you had quite the adventures." Mr. Thomas Callaghan's brows rose at that. "He did? Is it so surprising that I would gloat about my seafaring adventurer of a son?" asked Ernest. "I'm not a seafarer any more, and I wouldn't say I had many adventures," replied Mr. Callaghan. With a wrinkle of his nose, Ernest sighed. "Yet another gentleman who fell prey to the siren call of money. I cannot comprehend why you surrendered the open ocean and distant lands for ledgers and a desk in London." "My wife and child are far more alluring than any distant lands," replied Mr. Callaghan. Yes, said Ernest with a nod. "I suppose I do see your point. Your Charity is a beautiful creature." "Isn't she?" added Mrs. Callaghan as she beamed at her daughter-in-law. "And Biddy is such a dear." Reaching forward, the lady snatched the child from her father's arms and proceeded to bounce her about as two young ladies swept in beside her to coo over Biddy. "You are here for the holidays?" asked Julian. "We hadn't meant to intrude on their Christmas plans," said Mr. Callaghan. "We'd intended to spend a month here starting in November, but I work for Mayor Notley and Dunn, managing their merchant fleet. And with that storm that hit the south coast, you must have been needed in London to see to your ships," said Julian with a nod. "I understand there were a good many vessels damaged in the tempest." Mr. Callaghan sighed with a great puff of his cheeks and a shake of his head. "And we were not unscathed, though we avoided the worst of it. Until those matters were settled, I had to remain." "Please, no more talk of business," said Ernest, repositioning Julian as he pointed to the others in the room. Motioning towards a lady a few years younger than Julian, he added, "This is my daughter Emily, whose children accosted you this afternoon." At that, the perpetrators paused, glancing between Julian, their grandfather, and their mother with expressions of remorse that were as believable as plaster painted like marble. The lady in question hardly looked old enough to have that many children. But then, neither did she seem of an age to warrant mourning garb, but her mob cap bore the distinct black ribbons of a widow. She seemed to notice the glance at her headdress, and her lips pulled into a sad smile. "My husband may be gone these 5 years, but I cannot bear to give up my mourning colours. Lieutenant Rawdon Fitzherbert deserves to be remembered for his bravery and sacrifice." "I do apologise if I made you uncomfortable," said Julian. "I didn't mean to draw attention to your loss." But Mrs. Fitzherbert waved it away with the same flair as her father. "I am always pleased for any reason to speak of my dear husband." Yes, we're all sorry that Rawdon isn't here, but if you do not stop her now, she will go on forever about him and their time in Spain with the army," said the youngest of the Callaghan siblings. Despite the sharp-sounding words, Mrs. Fitzherbert only gave a huff of displeasure, full of the put-upon irritation granted an elder sister. Motioning toward the speaker and the young lady next to her, Ernest continued, "Then these are my youngest, Helen and Ophelia." The ladies, who were hardly old enough to be called such, each dipped a curtsy, though Miss Helen glanced up at Julian with an inviting smile that was far more practised than one ought to see on such a young face. Miss Ophelia, showing as little respect for Miss Helen's antics as she had her elder sister, stepped forward with a shrewd appraisal. "Papa says you are practising to be a poet." Though Julian hesitated a moment, he managed a "yes." The girl's eyes brightened. "Then you must help us with our pantomime." Turning to Mrs. Fitzherbert, she added, "Wouldn't a few silly verses be a perfect addition? Papa refuses to entertain the notion." "With good reason," said Ernest, stepping between them. "I adore participating in the panto, and it is one of my favourite traditions, but I will not countenance degrading my art in such a manner. And do not forget, Julian is here to hone his craft, not to waste time writing comic lines. This is a busy time of year, and we wish to make the most of it." "Yes, Papa," said Miss Ophelia with a sigh worthy of a broken heart, whilst Mrs. Fitzherbert gave another impatient huff, though that only earned them a shake of their father's head as he smiled at his daughter's antics. "And this is my eldest daughter, Angelica," he said, turning Julian about once more to point him at the maid in the corner. With so much chaos surrounding him and the whirlwind of names and faces, Julian stood there, staring at her. His wits knew something was amiss. Perhaps some fever had addled his brain, leaving him a lackwit. "It is a pleasure to meet you, sir," she said as she bobbed, that silent laugh brightening her eyes once more. Chapter 5. Reality righted itself, clearing the fog that descended on his thoughts, and Julian fought to keep them from letting his misstep show. Behave as though nothing were amiss, and no one but the two of them need know of his blunder. But Julian's insides roiled, his skin flushing in a manner that was impossible to hide. He searched for an excuse, but his mind was far too fixated on the mistake itself to find a reason to brush the reaction away. It was only a simple misunderstanding, nothing of significance. Yet with Ernest's arm still latched around his shoulder, Julian's fears grew tenfold at the thought of the gentleman discovering the gaffe. His interactions with the lady flashed through his mind, searching for every misspoken word and condescending action, which only served to fluster him more whilst Miss Callaghan's eyes shone, as though thoroughly enjoying his misery. The heat in the room grew untenable, drawing forth a sheen of sweat at his temples. "Is something the matter?" asked Ernest, his brows furrowing as he glanced between the pair. Before Julian could consider what to say, the corner of Miss Callaghan's lips pulled into the slightest of smirks. "Your Mr. Knight mistook me for Maggie." And with that, the entire gathering stared at Julian. Despite being unable to see those behind him, he felt their gazes on his back, and sweat gathered between his shoulder blades. Julian struggled to know what to say to these relative strangers that wouldn't compound his sin. He'd thought her so dishevelled and poorly dressed that she must be a maid. For goodness sake, she stood in the corner like a little mouse, as though awaiting her orders. Even knowing her connection to the family, Julian couldn't see anything to suggest she belonged amongst the effervescent Callaghans, except for that spark of mirth in her blue eyes. Little of the emotion showed on her face, and one couldn't help but mistake the dowdy creature for someone of the lower orders. The error was entirely understandable, yet Miss Callaghan's gaze teased him. "She answered the front door, and I made an assumption," said Julian as he covertly rubbed his palms against his thighs. At that, the family all burst into fits of laughter. Ernest fairly shook beside him, trying to hold back the fits. And though Julian didn't think it that amusing, he finally drew in a breath and allowed it to loosen the tightening in his chest. And as the crowd continued to titter, a responding smile twitched at his lips. Though his embarrassment wouldn't abate entirely, the situation truly was ridiculous, and when Miss Callaghan dropped a quick bob and mouthed a "Sir," Julian chuckled outright. Oh, saints above! He'd wanted to make a good impression and had managed to make a fool of himself. Thankfully, the Callaghans seemed to prize foolishness over suavity. "I suppose I did make a rather large assumption," he said with a chagrined smirk. But then Julian's eyes widened as he asked, "Is my trunk still sitting in the snow outside?" That set the family laughing even more. "I nearly broke my back hauling it up the stairs." Miss Callaghan's expression was serious enough that it added a level of gravity to her tone, and Julian's brows rose. "Good heavens, he began. "Do not listen to her fibs," said her elder brother with a scoff and a shake of his head. "I brought it inside and set it in the corridor. I'll help you bring it upstairs later." Rubbing at his forehead, Julian winced as he turned his gaze back to Miss Callaghan. "I do apologize for my presumption, and for thinking you a poorly behaved servant." That drew a true smile from the lady as Mrs. Callaghan took Julian by the arm. "Do not fret. When my daughter insists on dressing like a servant, it is only fair that she's mistaken for one." Turning a pleading gaze to the lady in question, Mrs. Callaghan pulled her brows together. "You have such a lovely figure and beautiful hair. It is a shame you neglect your toilette." "I'm quite content with the effort I put into it," replied Miss Callaghan. "Nonsense," said Miss Helen as she came to her sister's side. "Mamma is right. You needn't dress like a fashion plate, but something more than a plain sack would do wonders for you." With 2 fingers, as though the offending article might dirty her, Miss Helen lifted the skirts with a wince. Mrs. Fitzherbert clapped her hands and joined the others. "Oh, please allow us to do something with your hair. I would die to have your locks, and you do nothing with them." Miss Callaghan stood there as her mother and sisters circled her, gushing praise for her various qualities whilst giving gentle advice on the best way to enhance her assets. As Julian watched on, he couldn't help but agree with the assessment. At first glance, Miss Callaghan appeared plain and dowdy, and even with great care, he doubted she would ever be labelled a beauty, but with the proper clothes and coiffure to soften the angles and edges, she could be pretty. At the very least, she wouldn't look like a servant. They meant well, they meant well, they meant well. Holding fast to her composure, Angelica repeated the assurances in her mind as the womenfolk circled her. Mr. Knight had chummed the water, and now they were eager to feast. The number of compliments far outweighed the criticisms, and the ladies were quite earnest in that appraisal, but acknowledging their good intentions was having less and less of an effect on her mood. They loved her, they loved her, they loved her. The Callaghans may not understand her, but Angelica knew she was one of them, and that bond wasn't easily severed. Thomas had appeared after 2 decades, yet he was welcomed as dearly as any of the children, and the same was true of Angelica. Mamma and her sisters simply wished her to adore fashion and beauty as much as they did. "We can go into town and purchase a length of muslin," said Mamma with a clap of her hands. "We can bring Guinevere and make an afternoon of it with my girls." The others looked ready to expire from delight, and Ophelia made moves to swoon in ecstasy, positioning herself beside the sofa as though waiting for the feeling to overtake her. Not one of them proposed how they would pay for the excursion. "We haven't time today, and I see nothing wrong with my gown," said Angelica, motioning toward it. "There is no use in spending the money." "But brown doesn't suit you, and you could look so much better with a colour that brings a rose to your cheek," said Mamma. Angelica's heart stung. The lady meant well. She loved her daughter. Both were true, yet the criticism was like a thorn amongst the roses. Why did she need to make herself over in their image to be acceptable? What was so very wrong with her natural complexion? Need she be at her best every hour of the day to have value? As I am clean and neatly turned out, what does it matter? Asked Angelica with an arch of her brow. You wish to be mistaken for a servant? Asked Emily. Is it of any significance if I am? Replied Angelica. Don't be a goose, said Mamma with a huffing laugh. Surely you wish to be admired. Something wriggled within her heart. Angelica refused to acknowledge it or name the sentiment, but neither could she eradicate it, whilst that last word echoed in her thoughts. Is beauty the only manner in which I can be admired? Asked Angelica with a frown. I had thought you valued my intelligence and talents. You are being obtuse, said Mamma with a delicate frown. You know I do not mean that. Of course you are brilliant and worthy of admiration, but that is not the admiration I meant. At that, Papa released his hold on Mr. Knight's shoulder, and, moving in unison, Mamma stepped to her husband's side as he drew that arm around her. How do you ever expect to find love if you run away from it? Asked Mamma. How do you expect me to find love at 34? Murmured Angelica. Pardon? Angelica smiled at her mother, raising her voice enough to be heard. You claim love can withstand any hardship, so why can it not withstand a dowdy dress and plain coiffure? Mamma scoffed and shook her head before sending an exasperated look at her husband. You speak sense to her. His arm tightened around his wife, and Papa's expression softened as he held her eyes. His free hand took hers in his and lifted it to his lips, his gaze never straying from hers as he placed a kiss on her knuckles with all the tenderness of a courting youth. Beside them, Mr. Knight shifted in place, the hint of colour in his cheeks returning as he averted his eyes, and Angelica almost felt sorry for the fellow. If that little display disconcerted him, he was bound for an uncomfortable visit. When I saw your mother, I was seized with such love, whispered Papa, though his gaze never turned from his wife. In an instant, I knew I would do everything in my power to make her mine, to spend my days by her side, to pass every minute in this mortal coil, basking in her beauty. A sentiment, both odd and familiar, struck Angelica as her gaze drifted around the parlour, seeing the others in varying states of admiration. Helen looked eager to run off with any man who dared look at her in that fashion, and Ophelia appeared in need of smelling salts. Meanwhile, Emily pressed a hand to her stomach, her expression crumpling in the manner it always did when thinking of Rawdon, whilst Thomas drew his bride closer to him, his daughter resting against his shoulder. Could they not see the darkness seeping from Papa's words? How could one possibly admire a person's heart and soul without having exchanged a single word? With everyone else sighing in contentment at the superficial declaration, Angelica couldn't help but question her sanity. Either everyone else was blind, or she was the only one intelligent enough to see the truth, and though she longed to accept the latter, it was entirely too prideful to believe herself the paragon of clear thinking and wise decisions. Yet Father's declaration felt wrong. Could only beautiful people inspire such depth of affection? Surely not. But then, what did she know? Her parents had made a happy life and were devoted to each other, so clearly love at first sight bore some merit. Yet Angelica knew of a dozen other similar matches that ended up equally miserable. Only then did Papa turn his eyes to her. We only want you to find such felicity, our darling girl, just as so many of your siblings have done. Mamma gave a sigh worthy of Ophelia. Aloysius's wedding was so lovely that I hoped it might inspire you to shake off your stubbornness. With 9 siblings, there's been a wedding at least once a year for some time, and it has yet to sway me, replied Angelica. I am what I am, Mamma. A sensible spinster. Angelica's spine straightened. Whatever doubt she might have about her philosophies, that was one she needn't question. No matter what her parents believed about romance being a necessity of life, hers was quite happy without it. Thank you very much. Mamma's expression fell, and Papa's arm tightened around her. Angelica held back a sigh. This was her fault for allowing the conversation to go on as it had. Such discussions never ended well, for neither side was willing to relent, and it left the pair looking as though the worst of burdens to bear was having a daughter with an aversion to matrimony. Then Alegria shouted, shoving Gael, and the 4 children fell to fighting, drawing Angelica's attention. Reaching for the pocket watch on her chatelaine, she glanced at the hour, though it mattered little, for she was going to use the children as her escape regardless. "The hour is growing late, and we must see to your lessons," she called, motioning toward the door. "Can we not stay a little longer?" whined Gael. "If you wanted to, you ought not to have drawn my attention by fighting," said Angelica, giving the child an arched brow. "But I'm on holiday," grumbled Carl. "Fac et aliquid operis," she began, and with all the enthusiasm of the condemned, every one of her students, both current and former, finished the saying with her. Ut semper te dialis inveniat occupatum. Helen huffed. "You know better than to argue with Angelica. She repeated that phrase so much that I still find myself saying it when I'm sitting about with nothing to do." Though her sister said it like a condemnation, Angelica's heart lightened at the thought. Paraphrasing the translation, she said to the children, "The devil likes nothing more than idle minds." "Surely even the devil is allowed a holiday," grumbled Carl. Lowering her voice, Angelica gave him a sympathetic smile. "Yes, but the rest of the children have no such holidays. Would you help me with their lessons?" At a hesitant nod from Carl, though the lad had no choice in the matter, she stepped around her parents and herded the children, though Ophelia's pleadings won over Mamma's heart enough to allow her to remain. The rest of the condemned moaned and groaned, but soon she had the 4 out the door, leaving the conversation behind. Chapter 6. Pride goeth before a fall, a proverb as old as antiquity. Many philosophers and poets attempted to build upon that sentiment, expanding it into something more profound, but there was no need to embellish such perfect truth. But simply spoken advice wasn't always simply applied, and Julian found himself lingering on the stairs that led to Miss Callaghan's domain. His trunk had been neatly deposited in his chamber. The family had dispersed. Julian had a moment to himself, and there was no excuse not to seize the opportunity. Yet he found himself grasping for any excuse to return the way he'd come. The children weren't a quiet lot, yet there was no noise coming from the nursery, so perhaps their aunt had taken them elsewhere. Yet Julian knew it wasn't true. Besides, he ought to make certain of it, which meant knocking on the door. Forcing his feet forward, he mounted the landing and rapped his knuckles against the wood. A soft voice called to him, and Julian entered to find the feral pack tamed. 2 tables filled the centre, with one being the perfect size for the little ones, who sat there practicing their letters on slates, and the other suited for the older children and their teacher, though only the latter used it. The others sat upon the small cot against the far wall, their noses firmly pressed in books. Despite the low roof, the room was surprisingly open. The attic had been converted for the use of the children, stretching the entire length of 2 of the cottage's bedchambers and allowing it not only more space, but more windows. Light filtered through the glass, reflecting off the plastered walls, upon which were affixed drawings and paintings, giving splashes of colours and textures to the Spartan space. With a fire happily crackling away in the grate, it was far more pleasant than one might expect. In fact, it was charming. "May I help you, sir?" asked Miss Callaghan without looking up from her work, and he was certain that only her seated position kept her from bobbing. "I apologise. I was gathering wool," he said. "That seems to be a common occurrence with you." "It seems so." Julian's lips twisted into a half-smile as he chuckled at himself. Wandering over to her table, he nodded at an unoccupied chair, and she motioned toward it as she gathered up the papers she had been scribbling upon, spiriting them away and placing them out of sight. "How may I be of assistance?" she asked as she turned her attention back to him. Miss Callaghan's eyes dropped to his fresh waistcoat, and she added, "I haven't seen to your button yet." Julian's eyes widened as he held up a staying hand. "Good heavens, that is not what I wanted to see you about. I gave the waistcoat to the maid." Pausing, he cleared his throat as his foot began to bounce in place. Thankfully, with the table in the way, she couldn't spy that nervous tic, though he was making such a muck of things that his discomfort had to be clear. "I wanted to apologize," he said. Miss Callaghan's expression didn't alter one jot, except her eyes. Though at a distance, they appeared to be a simple blue, in closer proximity they were a mixture of different hues with lighter ones around the iris drifting out into darker ones on the edge. And those striking eyes were laughing at him, yet again. Then her lips shifted, stretching into a warm smile. "You have nothing to apologize for, Mr. Knight. A mistake was made, that is all. And in all honesty, I ought to thank you, as it was quite amusing." Julian chuckled and shook his head. "I have been thinking back to my behaviour and wondering if I did or said anything rude, and I've sent quite a few silent prayers of gratitude that my parents taught me to treat even servants with respect. You needn't fear on that score. You were commanding, but not rude." The last of the tension released from his shoulders, and Julian gave her a wry smile. "Well, thank heavens, though I have to wonder if my gratuity ever made it into Maggie's hands." Miss Callaghan straightened, her head tilting to the side as she studied him with furrowed brows. "Did you give her one? I only recall you handing me several coins without any explanation. I did think it odd, though exceptionally generous of you, and I was quite happy to put it to good use." Julian's brows rose at that. "It was intended for the staff." Affecting a puzzled expression, the lady blinked at him. "But you gave it to me, and as you know, I am not staff." "Yes, but I thought you were." "You didn't say so at the time. All I know is that my father's guest inexplicably gave me money." It was clear from her tone that the lady wasn't going to budge, but Julian couldn't help but wish to prod the issue once more. Try as he might, he couldn't affect the same aloofness Miss Callaghan embraced so easily, but he attempted to stifle his smile at this ridiculous conversation. "You would steal money from your maid-of-all-work?" he asked with a furrowed brow. "Once more, I will remind you that the coins were never hers. At no time from the moment you entered our home to now did they ever come into contact with Maggie. You placed them in my hand without explanation or caveat. Had you given any indication that they were for the staff, I would have ensured that they were delivered to the appropriate person. But though I have attempted to develop my capabilities as a soothsayer and mind-reader, I fear I lack any talents in those departments." "And now that I have clarified my intentions," he pressed. Lifting her chin in mock challenge, she replied, "Then I would be shocked to discover that my father's dear friend and guest is fond of stealing back the gifts he freely gives. I fear it would break my heart." Miss Callaghan leaned closer and lowered her voice. "And I would admit that I have already spent the money." Julian huffed a laugh, his brows shooting upwards. "Already?" "I had a shopping excursion planned, and though I had intended to use my coins, yours suited quite nicely," she said with a prim nod. "They are gone now, and I am certain a gentleman of your esteem wouldn't dare demand a lady surrender her funds to replace the ones he so foolishly lost." There was no helping matters. Julian laughed. It was the only thing he could do when such logic was wielded against him, especially when delivered in such a dry manner. "I concede, my dear Miss Callaghan. It seems my money is well and truly gone, and I shall have to ensure that Maggie is properly compensated for the extra work she will have to do on my behalf," he said. "That is for the best," she replied. "I would hate for her to neglect your button." "Is she known for taking out her vengeance on the mending?" "Hell hath no fury like a maid denied her gratuities." Julian's smile broadened and he chuckled. I see now that you were most certainly mocking me whilst I was bumbling around earlier. It seems you have quite the wit, Miss Callaghan." The lady's brows rose. "You find that surprising?" "Only because your humour is subtler than your family. At first glance, you do not seem the type to enjoy teasing," said Julian with a shrug. "Ah, yes. When one has a dowdy appearance, then one cannot possibly enjoy a laugh." The shift in tone was slight, so much so that Julian nearly missed it, but the warmth of her restrained laughter fled, leaving a chill to those words. Furrows pulled at his forehead as he considered yet another faux pas he'd stumbled into. "I hadn't meant to imply any such thing. I do wish to offer my apologies for the conversation earlier." Julian stumbled over the words, wondering how to describe the situation without wading further into uncomfortable territory. But when Miss Callaghan merely stared back at him, he forced himself ahead. "I wanted to express my discomfort over your discomfort when your family were—" Silence hung for a moment, and Miss Callaghan's expression slackened, though a hint of a smirk played at the corner of her lips. "When my family criticised my fashion preferences, which make me so homely that it is little wonder you mistook me for someone who spends her days scrubbing chamber pots and cleaning fireplaces." Julian winced. "When I imagined my stay with your family, I hadn't thought to begin it on such poor footing." Miss Callaghan's lips pulled into a true grin. "You needn't worry on that score, Mr. Knight. I found it quite amusing, and you realised your mistake quick enough." "Not quick enough for my liking," he replied with an answering grin that grew as Miss Callaghan's eyes sparkled with mirth. "But I do hope you weren't embarrassed by it or what followed. Their critique was kind-hearted, but it grew too pointed for my comfort." "They meant well, but it is an old argument," said Miss Callaghan with a dismissive wave. Her elder niece peeked up from over the cover of her book, and the lady playfully narrowed her eyes at the girl. "My family cannot conceive of someone who prefers comfort to fashion." Bella snapped her book closed, holding it tight to her chest as she watched her aunt with an eagerness that couldn't be denied. "Blue would be so becoming on you." Miss Callaghan arched her brow at the girl. "So your mamma has told me since she could first form words." Julian glanced between the pair as they teased each other back and forth. "They are right, you know." Stiffening, the lady turned her gaze back to him. "Pardon?" Examining her features, Julian nodded. "Blue would suit you beautifully, as your eyes are your best feature. You needn't bedeck yourself in ribbons or spend hours curling your locks, but a better cut and colour of gown would do wonders." Bella clutched her book as her brother's wide eyes rose to match hers, and the pair stared at him with a hint of surprise in their gaze, though their aunt watched Julian with the same impassible expression she'd worn since the moment he'd arrived at Stoneleigh Cottage. "You think I might finally land myself a beau if I put a bit more effort into my toilette?" she asked with such a pronounced note of curiosity that he recognised the danger ahead, even without Bella and Carl shaking their heads at him. "I hadn't meant to imply another insult, Miss Callaghan." The lady rose to her feet, cutting off his words, and Julian moved to follow, his manners pulling him upright without his needing to think about it. "I allow my family that liberty because they are my family," she said with a narrowed look. "You, sir, are barely an acquaintance, just another of my father's beloved acolytes who has come to worship at his feet and waste away his life with poetry. You know not a single thing about me and haven't earned the right to give me any advice, let alone criticise my appearance." Miss Callaghan stepped forward, driving Julian backward toward the door. His hands lifted between them, but it didn't stop her. "I hadn't meant it as a criticism," said Julian with a frown. "Quite the opposite. Your features could be quite fetching." "Do not say another word, Mr. Callaghan, unless you wish to spend the rest of your visit here apologising to me," she said, her eyes growing steely as the children pretended to be thoroughly occupied with their schoolwork. "I know this may be difficult for a poet to understand, as your sort prizes beauty over substance, but I do not dress for anyone's pleasure but mine." Julian didn't dare speak as she paused, and he allowed himself to be herded toward the door as she narrowed her eyes on him. "Do you spend hours at your looking-glass?" she demanded. The answer seemed obvious, but the lady waited for him to speak, though not long enough for him to place the period at the end of his answer. "No, you do not. So why should I?" she asked. Julian recognized the question was rhetorical, so he remained silent. For once. "Your kind views romance as sacrosanct, but I have no interest in trusting the fickle feelings of a man who will only deign to consider me a prospect if I flirt and flounce about, pretending as though my beauty is a natural gift from on high, whilst hiding pots of rouge in my reticule. Fool that I am, I prize character and intelligence far more than a porcelain complexion and a fetching figure." Julian didn't know when they'd arrived at the threshold, but there he stood in the corridor, staring at her through the doorway. Never once did the lady look to lose her temper, though there was a flash of it burning in her gaze as she shut the door in his face. Shoulders falling, Julian stared at the wood impediment. "I didn't claim appearance was more important than strength of character," he called, but that earned him no response, and Julian couldn't say whether he was relieved or disappointed. Chapter 7. There was Northumberland, and then there was Northumberland. Uneducated Southerners, which, from their county's perspective, included the entirety of England, believed there to be little difference between the vast stretches of moorland and forest that comprised their county, but in truth, Newcastle matched the likes of Bath, Sheffield and Nottingham, and, with their economy growing rapidly, Julian wagered it wouldn't be long before his home numbered amongst the largest cities in England. Newcastle was no country village, and Julian had been raised amongst the society there, which may not boast grand offerings like London, but fared well in its own right. Yet Southerners often believed him to be a poor country mouse when, in fact, his birthplace was several times larger than theirs. Julian had never understood why people believed such things, but, crushed into the Callaghans' parlour, he had to admit he'd been guilty of that same misunderstanding. As it was a village with no more than a few hundred to its name, he had imagined Haydn's festivities to be more subdued and quieter than his usual fare. However, though the Callaghans' guests did not number as many as one might see at a grand party in Newcastle, what they lacked in numbers, they made up in exuberance. Stoneleigh Cottage was not a large building, but the Callaghans had cleared away the bulk of the furniture and dedicated the entire main floor to their guests, and, with the doors between the dining room and parlour thrown wide open, they managed to secure a decent space for entertaining. With so many children and spouses, the Callaghans made up a good portion of the attendees, but at least another 20 were added to the mix. There was no space for dancing, which was bemoaned by more than one of their kin, but Mrs. Fitzherbert sat at the piano, demonstrating why she was the preeminent music teacher in the area, though if Julian were to guess, that was also due to her being the only one. The sideboard in the dining room was laden with offerings, the scent of cinnamon, cloves and fruit filling the air as cups of wassail and cider were passed about, and though it was still too early to festoon the cottage with Christmas greenery, the feeling of the holiday clung to every nook and cranny, making up for the lack of decor. Julian had thought the evening would be bereft without parlour games or proper dancing, but the guests milled about with reckless abandon, moving from one room to the other as their laughter rang in the air. Ernest poured him yet another drink, and Julian quickly drank it deep, revelling in the warmth of the liquid as his friend's beaming smile swept through him. One could hardly think from the noise, yet Julian couldn't stop grinning. Pockets of conversation cropped up throughout the house, each surrounding art, music, poetry, literature, and anything else that might delight the creatively minded, and the guests drifted from one to the other, basking in their shared love and the warmth of the holiday season. No, said Julian, jerking his glass away as Ernest attempted to fill it once more. If I have any more, I shall burst. The fellow laughed and clapped him on the shoulder, nearly toppling Julian over in his exuberance. I would rather die from such indulgences than live a long life without having tasted all that the world has to offer. "That may be, but I do not wish to perish tonight," replied Julian. But before he could say another word, Mrs. Callaghan began plying him with mincemeat pies and biscuits, as Mr. Hepplewhite expounded on the imagery and themes of Donne and Marvel. The home was thrumming with energy, the feeling zipping through him like a friction machine. Only 3 days so far into his visit, yet Julian felt as though a month had passed, for the Callaghans were always doing and enjoying something. Quiet was not a word one associated with Stoneleigh Cottage, and though Julian's body cried out for a respite, his soul sang from the thrill of it all. Until his gaze fell to his parents. Hidden in a corner, they stared out at the gathering like gawkers at a menagerie. Though a few guests tried to engage them in conversation, any attempts died quickly, as mother and father seemed as approachable as skittish horses. Julian glanced about, but no one seemed to notice the pair, and he struggled not to tug at his cravat as it tightened around his neck. He didn't know why they'd accepted the invitation if they were going to turn their noses up at the offerings. Simple though the evening may be, he longed for them to throw themselves into the revelries and embrace the havey-cavey nature of the Callaghans' home. It mightn't be all that was proper at times, the guests were a touch boisterous, but how could one look upon such joyful exuberance with disdain? Setting his cup and saucer on an obliging shelf alongside several others that had gathered there throughout the night, Julian cast a look at his host. "Please excuse me, but I ought to speak with my parents." Ernest cast a look in their direction before leaning close, though he couldn't lower his voice and still be heard above the din. "Do not worry about them. If they prefer to stand alone, then let them. They have a carriage to take them home when they wish it." Julian frowned and glanced at them once more. "Trust me when I say that you cannot force another to enjoy themselves, and it is best not to try it," added Ernest, placing an arm around his shoulder. "Some people are not suited for parties." Pausing, the fellow reconsidered that with an impish grin. "Most especially a Callaghan party." With a wry smile, Julian shook his head. "When you listed the guests for tonight's soirée, I didn't believe you could fit them all in." Ernest shrugged. "It is always better to invite too many than too few." Then, with a nudge toward another part of the room, the gentleman nodded toward a young lady. "I have someone I wish to introduce you to." And that was when Julian's cravat tried to strangle him. "Pardon?" "Don't be missish," said Ernest with a laugh as he downed another cup of cider. "A gentleman like you ought to have married long ago. I don't think a poet can truly understand the vastness of experience without finding love, and you'd best do it sooner rather than later. I do not know why you've waited so long." "I haven't had the means to marry," said Julian with a grimace. "Surely love cannot be constrained. Nothing should stop a person from pursuing it, for what is life without it?" he asked with a wrinkle of his nose. "True, but it is irresponsible to pursue a lady if you haven't the means to provide for her, and I fear it has taken me quite a few years to be financially stable enough to support a family." Ernest's head jerked back, his brows rising. "I know you have some rather fastidious notions, but I hadn't thought you so restricted as to believe you must have a lavish home before you're willing to consider the prospect." "No, but neither do I wish to subject my wife to vagrancy and starvation," replied Julian. At that point, Mrs. Callaghan passed by with more sweets and biscuits, plying Julian with several more, and Ernest seized the opportunity and took hold of his wife. "What does that matter?" asked Ernest, placing a kiss on his wife's neck, his lips lingering on the skin. Julian's cheeks heated, his eyes darting away from the intimate gesture, though the couple seemed not to notice in the slightest, as Mrs. Callaghan stepped further into his embrace, her eyes meeting her husband's, with an invitation that one didn't expect to see in mixed company. It was both heartwarming and disconcerting to witness. Turning his attention back to Julian, Ernest added, "Love is more important than money. Income is naught but a minor detail, and should never be a deciding factor in your plans. You'll sort it out. Even now, our family struggles to make ends meet. Yet we are happy as can be." "I do agree with the sentiment, but I would argue there is a balance between prudence and recklessness," replied Julian as he gently avoided Mrs. Callaghan's attempts to stuff more sweetmeats into his hand. "But why are we talking about such sombre subjects?" asked Ernest, straightening before stealing another nibble of his wife. "As you have said, you are well established now, and we have a bevy of beauties for you to choose from over the next few weeks. Perhaps one of them might catch your eye." Julian couldn't help smiling at that as Ernest put an arm around his shoulders and led him toward the waiting Miss Kerr. The air rang, or perhaps it was just her ears. Angelica couldn't say for certain, as it was impossible to think amid this chaos. Even squeezed into a corner of the dining room, she felt forever in the way, always trodding upon others or being trod upon. Why must their gatherings be a crush? It was a ridiculous thing to ask, even in her thoughts, for the answer was the same any time she questioned her family's reasoning. To their thinking, anything less was insipid, lacking exuberance and a variety of conversations. But to hers, what was the purpose if one couldn't hear what one's neighbour was saying? Straightening, Angelica tried to release the strain from her back, but it was hopeless. She rose to her tiptoes to spy the food, reassuring herself once more that everything was in order. Maggie couldn't manage all the guests' requests, whilst also refreshing the food, and though assisting in that fashion did land Angelica in the role of maid of a sort, she was happy to have something to do. For all that she had known the people in this house her entire life, she had little in common with those whose company her family prized. The cider required refilling soon, and Angelica made note to fetch another basinful from the kitchens. Not even an hour into the evening, and they'd already refilled it once, which was easy enough to see from the raucous laughter surrounding her. A burst rang out to her left, causing her to flinch away, and she rubbed at her forehead, though it did nothing to ease the strain. Just a few more hours and it would be over, and then she would need to face an entirely new gauntlet when the Christmas celebrations began in earnest. Yes, her head was starting to pound. Drawing a breath through her nose, Angelica struggled past the writhing mass stuffed into their overly small dining room and stepped into the corridor. While it was equally cramped, there was a sanctuary that allowed her a moment to herself without committing the cardinal sin in the Callaghan family of leaving the party early. Weaving through the crowd with a constant string of apologies on her lips, she ducked up the stairs, which were empty. Climbing to the landing, Angelica slipped out of sight, and straight into her sister. Guinevere stood nearly chest to chest with a gentleman who was most decidedly not her husband, her hand resting upon his lapel as she fiddled with the edge of the fabric. Their voices were low enough that Angelica couldn't catch their conversation, but the words were inconsequential in the face of their cosy situation, tucked away from the crowd. Chapter 8. Angelica cleared her throat, and her sister didn't even jump at the sound. Glancing from over Mr. Stickland's shoulder, Guinevere's eyes dimmed at the interruption, though her mischievous smile was fixed in place. "Here you are, Guinevere," said Angelica with as much steel as she could muster, as Mr. Strickland jerked away from the lady's touch. And even in the dim shadows of the stairway, Angelica saw the gentleman blush as he stammered an apology. Her sister sighed, a great heavy thing filled with all the exasperation of a younger sister, as he scurried away. "Don't look so thunderous, Angelica. As your husband isn't here to do so, I feel obliged to take up the responsibility on his behalf." Guinevere pushed away from the wall with another sigh worthy of Ophelia. "It's an innocent flirtation, that is all. Just a harmless bit of fun, since my dear husband deemed tonight's party beneath him. Your husband has to rise early tomorrow to provide for you and your children. I would think that would earn him a little understanding," said Angelica with a frown. With a vague wave toward her elder sister, Guinevere flitted down the stairs and disappeared, and Angelica leaned heavily against the wall, just as the other had done a moment ago. "It's an innocent flirtation. The dismissive manner in which Guinevere spoke had Angelica's stomach souring and her ribs constricting, for she couldn't think of anything less innocent than being unfaithful to one's spouse, in word or deed. The creak of a floorboard had her gaze darting upward, just as a flutter of movement whisked out of sight. Rubbing at her forehead, Angelica didn't bother moving. "Any children found out of bed will be made to copy lines from grandfather's poetry tomorrow," she called up at them, and before the final word was placed on the sentence, 5 sets of feet scurried away, and even above the din of the party, she caught the slam of the bedchamber doors as they flew into bed. Allowing gravity to take hold of her, Angelica slumped onto the stairs. Tucked out of sight, she was protected from prying eyes and the worst of the noise, and she longed to remain in that little haven. Forever, perhaps. It wasn't as though her life was a constant whirlwind, but when her family set their minds to it, there was little peace to be found in her world. Life wasn't lived unless it was to the fullest, though she hadn't the foggiest notion of what that meant. Was a life lesser if one preferred calm and quiet? Or didn't see the appeal of riotous laughter and drinking to excess? Or adored an intimate conversation rather than the shouting matches going on downstairs? A footstep below gave her only the briefest of warnings before a shadow invaded her space. Angelica shot to her feet at the same time the other jolted back. "Pardon, I didn't mean to intrude." The stranger paused. "Angelica?" "Oh, Thomas," she said, struggling to keep her voice even. "It is you." "You startled me. I was looking for a respite," he said with a huffing laugh, before motioning for her to return to her seat, but she shook her head, so he took it instead with a wince. "You don't mind, do you? Monstrously rude to sit when a lady is standing, I know, but I need to rest my feet or I will collapse. I do not recall Father's parties being so chaotic," offered Angelica. Thomas gave her a wry smile and nodded. "I have been to many an evening party before, but none have been anywhere near as lively. It is not even 10:30, and I'm already longing for my bed, which is something I never thought to say." The gentleman seemed to want a response, though Angelica couldn't think of what to say beyond, "I am envious of your wife, who has Biddy as a ready excuse to bow out. Even if I were to sneak away to my bedchamber, I wouldn't be able to sleep a wink with all the noise." Silence fell between them, or as much silence as could be found with the guests raging below. "I feel as though we haven't had a moment together since my arrival," said Thomas, leaning his elbows against his knees. "This is a busy time of year for the family." Thomas's lips quirked into a smile. "Or you were doing your best to avoid me?" Angelica refused to allow her emotions to play across her face. She would not give him that satisfaction, though her pulse quickened and her muscles tightened. "Come now," he said, his head canting to the side as a hint of a laugh entered his tone. "I know it's been a long time, but the Angelica I knew wasn't afraid to tell me the truth. I would like to know that girl again. The Angelica you knew was a child, and though the people downstairs are doing their best to disprove the belief, most of us change as we age." "True, but that is the reason I'm here, to know my family better." "A simple note would have done wonders," mumbled Angelica. "Pardon?" he asked with a furrowed brow. "Pay me no mind," she said, turning back down the stairs. "I need to see to the refreshments." "Can't you remain for a moment? I do want to talk." "I am terribly busy and haven't a moment to spare," she said with a wave of farewell from over her shoulder. "Surely you can understand that." Angelica tried to keep her voice even, but it was impossible to remove all derision when faced with the utter ridiculousness that was her brother. Sitting there, feigning interest after all these years, when he couldn't be bothered to ever visit before, or sacrifice precious time to write his sister a letter or two, only a passing mention of her in his biannual letter to Mamma. Oh yes, Thomas Callaghan had missed Angelica desperately. The sound grew as she descended the steps, and she steeled herself to venture back into the fracas, though she required another moment or two to herself, without one of her all-too-often vexing siblings ruining it. Forcing thoughts of Guinevere and Thomas from her mind, Angelica moved to the dining room and examined the refreshments, which were still doing well without her constant attention. Considering them, she wondered if she ought to replenish the ginger biscuits, despite there being a pile on the plate. It would give her something to do. Angelica turned around, searching for something or someone to pass a minute with, and found the party still raging as boisterously as ever, whilst the guests tippled more and more of the cider. Shouts from the parlour testified that a round of some game had begun, and Angelica shuddered at the thought of how they were managing such a thing in that confined space. But then, Mamma always claimed that was half of the fun. For them, perhaps. Glasses were raised at intervals and toasts drunk. The liquid sloshed over the edge as several of the more excitable guests punctuated their statements with sweeping arm movements. Angelica stared at the droplets scattering across the rugs and felt grateful that Papa hadn't chosen to serve wine. The brown of the cider and wassail blended in with the fibres enough that the spots were hardly noticeable, even now. In a far corner, Angelica spied a quiet harbour in the storm as a pair stood together, their eyes darting about the gathering with the confusion of those who prized sanity more than the Callaghans. Slipping past the revellers, she drew near to the couple and smiled. "Mr. and Mrs. Knight?" she asked with a bob. "I fear I wasn't on hand when you were formally introduced to the family, but I am Miss Angelica Callaghan." "Oh, yes, it is a pleasure to meet you," said Mrs. Knight with a curtsy of her own as her husband bowed. "Your father was so kind to extend us an invitation," added Mr. Knight with a smile too strange to be believed, especially when the pair lapsed into silence as Mrs. Knight clung to her husband's arm. It wasn't difficult to grin at that, for though they tried their best to feign calm, they hadn't Angelica's lifetime of practice. Leaning close, she winced. "Yes, my family's parties are a bit raucous. My parents assure me I am indeed their daughter, but I cannot fully believe it, as I am ill-suited for such boisterous gatherings. They are so very overwhelming." As though by magic, her words broke through the strain emanating from the pair, and Mr. Knight's expression softened into something genuine. "I fear this is far more energetic than we anticipated," he said. Mrs. Knight nodded. "And as much as I do enjoy a party, I am of an age where I haven't the strength to go on for hours, like everyone here seems to." Angelica laughed. "Age has nothing to do with it. I am many years your junior, yet I haven't the strength for this. Goodness, I was raised around such things, and I never developed a taste for it. I simply thank the heavens that not all of my parents' parties are so exuberant, but they do love Christmas." With a furrowed brow, Mrs. Knight said, "But it isn't Christmas. Not for another se'nnight." "Ah, yes, that is because my family is quite busy during the 12 days. With so many celebrations going on, their skills are in high demand. My father will spend most evenings gracing parlours to do readings or to tell ghost stories." "It isn't a proper Christmas without them," said Mr. Knight. "True," replied Angelica with a smile. "Though it pains my father to stray from his beloved verse, he is an excellent storyteller and is often invited to display his talents. And then many of my family will be called upon to play or sing for concerts and balls, and we spend the afternoons performing pantomimes and mummers' plays." Though such skills were in demand throughout the other months, all other holidays consisted of a single day or two, 3 at the most, not 12. The money they made from all those ventures during the 12 days of Christmas carried them through many of the leaner times throughout the year. "As we haven't time to celebrate it ourselves, my family has taken to hosting their annual party the week before," explained Angelica. "Oh, my," said Mrs. Knight with raised brows. "You do seem to love your Christmas here." "Does Newcastle not celebrate it?" asked Angelica. "Yes, we do," said Mr. Knight, his eyes travelling about the gathering. "But not quite so thoroughly. I wouldn't say my family is a pattern card for the entire area, but Hayden does love an excuse to make themselves merry," said Angelica. "But I am pleased you could join us." "Yes," said Mrs. Knight with a nod. We were invited to spend the holidays with friends in Felburn, and being so close to Haydon, we couldn't pass up the opportunity to meet the gentleman who has captured our son's adoration so completely." The lady's tone held a note of caution, and Angelica couldn't help applauding it. No doubt Mrs. Knight feared for her son's future if he continued with the poet's life, and Angelica searched for some assurance to give, though she couldn't offer anything concrete. Some protégés returned to their old life, hopefully the wiser. Others continued on their path, determined to fill the world with their words, only to spend their lives scrounging. "My father has a habit of collecting correspondence, especially those who share his love of verse," said Angelica, refraining from adding, most especially those who loved his verses. "But I do hope you're enjoying your time in this quiet corner of Northumberland. I know many might think me mad, but I do love it here in the winter-time. I adore the cold and the snow." Mr. Knight shuddered, though his smile didn't slip. "I must disagree with you there, Miss Callaghan. I prefer a sunny day." "That is all well and good, but to see the world painted in white is divine," said Angelica, "especially when bundled up inside and watching the snowflakes floating down from the heavens, preferably with a cup of drinking chocolate and some spice cake on hand. It's incomparable." "When you describe it thusly, I cannot help but agree," said Mrs. Knight with a laugh, "though I hail from Cornwall, where such days are few and far between." Slowly, ever so slowly, Angelica urged them further into conversation. No doubt her mamma would despair at their discussing the weather, such an insipid subject, but seeing the Knights ease into the familiar waters lifted not only their spirits but hers. They were a pair of sensible people lost amongst the madness of a Callaghan party, and Angelica would do her best to help them weather it. Chapter 9. "I am certain you must be right," said Miss Kerr, a hint of colour coming to her cheeks as she ducked her face away from him. "You know a great many things, Mr. Knight." Julian couldn't help but grin at the flattery. "I fear you give me too much credit. I do enjoy poetry, but I possess but a fraction of the knowledge I ought to have." "Nonsense," she said with a shake of her head, the dark ringlets at her temples bobbing in time. "But you haven't answered my question, Miss Kerr. Who is your favourite poet?" he asked. Her sweet lips drew together as she considered the question, her warm eyes drifting into the distance. "Like you, I find modern sensibilities are so much more entrancing than those of our predecessors." "As you have said, but who is your favourite?" Then he added with a teasing smile, "I will even allow you to choose more than one if you cannot decide." Miss Kerr's considering expression came back in full force before she turned a coy grin at him. "Mr. Keats is sublime, and there is, of course, our very own Mr. Callaghan." "Both excellent choices," replied Julian, though he didn't bother to add that they were the ones he had highlighted not more than 5 minutes previous. It might mean nothing, as the former was popular and the latter was a local hero, but Julian couldn't help but test her answer. "I would be remiss if I didn't include Wordsworth in my list." An enthusiastic nod met that. "Of course, such a brilliant poet. But then, the classics are also inspiring. I cannot seem to go a few months without delving back into Spenser." Without hesitating in the slightest, Miss Kerr beamed and quickly contradicted her assertion just seconds ago. "I know precisely what you mean, Mr. Knight. Modern artists cannot exist without the past upon which to build, and Spenser's work moves me so deeply. And then, of course, there is Ellery, simply magnificent," he said, pulling the name from the ether. The young lady didn't miss a step as she nodded and heaped praise on Julian's addition, never once showing the slightest hint that she didn't know who Ellery was. No, she simply leapt into flattering both the fictional poet and Julian for having mentioned him. From across the room, Ernest raised a glass in salute, and Julian forced a nod in response. Miss Kerr was a sweet thing. All the young ladies he met were, just as they were always accommodating, never disagreeable, and constantly eager to puff up whichever gentleman stood before them. Julian was not some blind fool. He recognised that conventional wisdom said men wanted agreeable wives, but just as he couldn't imagine every lady enjoyed playing the role of a simpering doll, he didn't care to be cast as a vain creature who couldn't bear to be contradicted. Surely disagreements were a good thing. In business, one was better served with partners and employees with differing opinions, for those perspectives often proved to be the catalyst for greater ideas. Yet no matter how he prodded Miss Kerr, the young lady remained firm in supporting every foolish and inconsistent thing he said. How was one to select a wife when so many pretended to be something they were not? Miss Kerr gave him another adoring smile coated with honeyed words that were so sweet he was liable to get a toothache, and he silently thanked his luck when another guest interrupted the conversation, allowing him to wriggle free of it. Turning in place, he glanced about the room. Revelry and laughter abounded, allowing the last of his gloominess to subside. Miss Kerr was not the answer to his prayers, as Ernest believed, but that did not mean Julian ought to surrender all hope. Mother was a sensible creature who did not demur to father in everything, and Mrs. Callaghan seemed far too strong-willed to play-act in such a manner. Surely there were others. Julian caught sight of his mother through the doorway, standing in the corridor with someone beyond his line of sight. Though nowhere near as joyous as the others, she and father were no longer clinging to one another as though the party might gobble them up. Shifting, he tried to see who had captured their attention, but the party was too thick, forcing him to draw closer. A peek from around the jam showed someone was there, but it wasn't until he was nearly atop them that he spied Miss Callaghan. "Julian, there you are," said Mother with a smile. "Here I am," he replied, glancing between the lady and his parents. "Have you been telling all my secrets to Miss Callaghan?" That forced the lady's brows upward as she met Julian's eye with a scoffing expression that he was growing all too familiar with. "I know this may be difficult to comprehend, Mr. Knight, but your parents and I are intelligent people and quite capable of managing a conversation that does not revolve around you." Father, the traitor, laughed out loud at that, and Mother didn't bother hiding her smile as Miss Callaghan's eyes flashed with a challenge, which made Julian chuckle in turn. "You do know how to humble me, Miss Callaghan," he said, placing a hand on his chest as though to cover the wound to his pride. "I find most of my father's houseguests require that at regular intervals," she replied, that hint of her dry humour slipping into her tone. "Poets are too convinced of their own superiority, as though their work dwarfs all others in its importance. Even doctors, farmers and builders ought to bow in appreciation to those grand artists. What does it matter if we are fed, housed and healed, if we have not poetry?" Julian straightened, and though he hadn't been entirely certain during their previous conversation, that quick statement brought the truth to the forefront. Miss Callaghan thought he was a poet, and it was clear she held little respect for the profession. Mother seemed to notice the slip as well and began to speak, but Julian hurried to ask, "And what have you been discussing if not my brilliance?" There was no need to reveal the truth quite yet. Miss Callaghan had eagerly allowed him to flounder in his misconception, and it might do her some good to suffer the same fate. "Miss Callaghan was sharing some recommendations for our visit," said Father. "Apparently, there are quite a few sights to see near Hayden." "She has been so very generous with her time," added Mother with a bright smile for the lady in question, which Miss Callaghan returned. "There are limited options during the winter months, but if you bundle yourself up properly, there are some lovely walks and drives," she offered. Mother held up a tiny notebook she had tucked away in her reticule, which bore several pencil scratches on it. "I have to say that you've made them all sound so lovely. Even if we were to finish the list, we most certainly need to return in the summer to see them in other lights." "In August, when the heather is blooming," added Miss Callaghan. "That is when the moors are at their finest." The pair continued to discuss plans, as one does in such situations, with grand visions of the future that one knows will not come to pass, and Julian couldn't help but feel a stirring of kindness toward the lady who had engaged his parents in discussion. Miss Callaghan straightened and glanced toward the dining-room door. "Maggie has arrived with more of those biscuits I was telling you about, Mr. Knight. Let me fetch you one." "Nonsense," he said with a shake of his head. "I have 2 perfectly good legs and can do so myself." "And would you bring me a cup of cider and another slice of that orange cake, and some more of the fruit cake?" asked Mother before turning to Miss Callaghan, "which was positively delicious." "Maggie will be delighted to hear it," she replied with a grin. "And I believe she was bringing an apple tart as well, which you ought to try. It's heavenly." Those were magic words indeed, for Mother couldn't resist anything baked with apples. Slipping her arm through her husband's, she said, "I'd best accompany you and see this tart for myself." "As you wish, my dear," he said, patting her hand as they wandered after the Callaghan's maid, like the fabled children of Hamelin followed the Pied Piper's tune. Miss Callaghan watched them go with a faint smile gracing her lips, and Julian felt the strongest urge to needle her. It was an odd sentiment, yet he couldn't help wondering what her reaction would be if he prodded her a touch. "If you wished to get me alone, you needed only to ask," he said with a rascally grin. "There's no need for this pretense." The lady sighed as though his company was the greatest burden a person could bear. "Are you going to be absurd now? You speak as though it is a given fact that I will resort to absurdities, yet you do not know me well enough to suppose such a thing." "I know the sort of men my father attracts, Mr. Knight," she replied in a dry tone, "and I cannot decide if you are attempting a flirtation because you have an incessant need to make every woman fall in love with you, like so many of your kind, or if you are attempting to win my favour because you wish to remain in my father's good graces, which I assure you isn't necessary, for he likes who he likes, regardless of my feelings." "And it cannot be because I find you amusing?" he asked with a raised brow. "Even my family, who adore me, will be the first to say I am not amusing." "And I cannot have a mind of my own?" Miss Callaghan huffed, her lips pulling into a smile of disbelief. "I am not saying it is impossible, but I have seen plenty of your kind parade through our home, and in my experience, most artistic types believe themselves to be utterly unique and individual, yet somehow they end up mimicking the same behaviours and tastes as the rest. People are fairly predictable, Mr. Knight." Julian held back a laugh, for though he would agree in many ways, her argument presupposed that he was something other than a man of business with a fondness for poetry. "Though I do wish to be in your father's good graces, Miss Callaghan, I assure you I am teasing you purely because I find you amusing." Julian paused as he considered the situation. "And to hopefully soften you enough so that you will accept another apology without turning me out on my ear again." "Do not tack an insult to the end of your apology, and I shan't do so, Mr. Knight," she replied. Julian huffed, a chuckle escaping at that snappy retort, for her expression made it clear she wasn't jesting, and he couldn't say he didn't deserve it. But then, though Miss Callaghan merited another apology, she had earned a little retribution as well. If she thought him a poet, then perhaps he ought to play the part. "Please, my lady, I do beseech thee that thou mayest grant me thy favour and forgiveness," he said, drawing upon every expectation she might house for the poet she disliked so very much. Julian kept from sweeping into a kneeling position before her, but only just. Cobbling together a few hasty lines, he said in his best tone of melodrama, "O friend, whose heart I've wounded deep, by words unthinking, rash and steep, forgive the tongue that spoke amiss, and let our souls find peace in this." Miss Callaghan watched him with narrowed eyes. "Is that your attempt to win my good opinion? I am more tempted than ever to toss you out on your ear." Lifting his hands, Julian covered the threatened organs, and for all that she affected an annoyed countenance, a smile brightened her eyes at that moment. Lowering his hands once more, Julian dropped the act and added, "Truly, I am sorry for having spoken so rashly. I hadn't intended to offend you." "That is more like it," she said with a regal nod, her eyes still sparkling with a hidden smile. But when she spoke no further, Julian cleared his throat, nodding at her. Miss Callaghan merely watched him in return. "Is there nothing you wish to say?" he prodded. That quiet mirth faded as her ever-judging brow rose majestically. "Are you wishing for an apology? I did not lose my temper nor speak unkindly to you, Mr. Knight, so I have no reason to do so. I am not ashamed of my behaviour, and if your feelings are bruised because you disliked the truths I levelled at you, that is your burden to bear, not mine." Julian didn't know what to say to such a resolute statement, for Miss Callaghan was not jesting, nor did she appear to waver in the slightest. "You required a lesson in etiquette, and I was quite amenable to delivering it," she added. "What lesson was that?" asked Mother, her hands now laden with drinks and treats. Father came up beside her, and the pair glanced between their son and Miss Callaghan. Julian opened his mouth to explain, but he hesitated a fraction too long, and the lady eagerly filled the silence. "A lesson on why it is unwise to tell a woman she might be appealing if she put more effort into her appearance," said Miss Callaghan with her usual dry delivery, her eyes sliding to his with that wicked humour gleaming there. "Julian Knight, you said that?" asked Mother, her tone filled with the sort of horror one reserved for the very gravest of confessions. Meanwhile, Father's eyes widened, and he stared at his son as though bidding him a final farewell. But, once again, Julian spoke too slowly, for Miss Callaghan eagerly unravelled the tale, starting from the initial mistake that had required him to apologise the first time, recounting the basic components with embellishment befitting her father's profession. Not a lie, to be certain, but it left Julian looking like the worst of villains in a Gothic tale. And with each gasp from his mother and reproachful look from his father, Miss Callaghan's eyes brightened in that quiet way of hers when she was enjoying a good tease. Julian had come looking to twit her, and she had turned the tables on him. "My thanks, Miss Callaghan," said Mother, handing over her plate to Father so she could grab the lady's hand. "He may be a grown man of 36, but he still requires a firm hand to guide him from time to time." Then, sending him another scathing look, Mother scowled at him. "And you, Julian, you ought to know better than to comment about a lady's appearance, unless it is a compliment." Father grimaced at that, offering the only consolation Julian was going to receive from this group, for it was the look of someone who had made many such mistakes throughout his life, and feared on behalf of the rising generation who were bound to fall into the same traps. "You have turned my mother against me," said Julian. "You did that on your own," replied Miss Callaghan. "Too right, my girl," said Mother, before turning her attention to her son with a lift of her chin. "And I want you on your best behaviour for the rest of your stay. I do not want to hear of you telling Miss Callaghan that she looks fatigued or some other nonsense." The whole situation was ridiculous, but that only made it all the more amusing. In her reserved manner, Miss Callaghan was smug and mocking as his mother scolded him, and Julian fought to keep himself looking properly repentant. Here was no demurring lady, bending to his every opinion and whim. Even if it was in a reserved manner, Miss Callaghan was lively and quick-witted, and, as she had just proven, the lady wouldn't lie to soothe his feelings. Father pulled out his pocket watch and turned it to his wife, whose eyes widened. "My goodness, it has grown late. We ought to be on our way back to Felburn," she said. "It is still rather early," said Julian. "Not even midnight yet." "We told the coachman to have the carriage ready now," said Father. "We didn't want to risk getting stuck on the winter roads." Miss Callaghan nodded. "At this time of year it is best to be cautious, and if need be, do not hesitate to return. We can find you a place to sleep should you require it." "You are a dear," said Mother, patting Miss Callaghan on the arm. "I do hope we will see you again before we return home." In quick order, the pair bade their farewells, and Julian was left standing alone with Miss Callaghan. But before he could think what to say, she turned on her heel and pointed her feet toward the stairs. "Are you leaving as well?" he asked. "I am." "But this is your family's party." Miss Callaghan gave him a half smile. That may be, but I oversee my niece's and nephew's education, which means I'm required to rise early. Not all of us spend our days reading and lazing about. Some of us have responsibilities to see to. Such as paying me back the coins you stole from me, he said, hiding his smile as her eyes brightened. Leaning close, she whispered, "The coins are gone, sir. You must give up this fixation." "Is that so?" Miss Callaghan nodded, her gaze sparkling with laughter. "What if I offered a trade? I will forgive the debt if you agree to go on a drive with me tomorrow." The words came out before he knew he was going to speak them, but Julian was quite pleased with the prospect. Miss Callaghan was far more interesting than any of the ladies he'd met of late, and even if they spent the entire time teasing one another, it would prove diverting. Julian watched her closely. He'd seen enough to know he wasn't going to get a grand display, but there were little signs, most especially in her eyes, which were fixed on him at present. A spark of interest, a flash of amusement, or might they warm with pleasure? Miss Callaghan gave a heavy sigh and patted him on the chest. "And now you've gone and done it, Mr. Knight." With a shake of her head, she turned on her heel. Julian's brow furrowed. "What have I done?" Pausing, she turned to look at him with pity in her eyes. "You'd almost convinced me you were different from Papa's other house guests, but you are as unoriginal as the rest. No true imagination whatsoever." Miss Callaghan swung about and stepped onto the lower stairs, but Julian was on her heels. "I don't understand what you mean," he said. Gripping the banister, she glanced over her shoulder at him. "You are not the first to arrive at Stoneleigh Cottage, meet Ernest Callaghan's many daughters, and anticipate some whirlwind romance to inspire you and your work. I am relieved you set your sights on me rather than Helen, as she is far too young and eager, but the urge will pass soon enough, I promise." And without another word or backward glance, she swept up the stairs, her head held high. The party boomed around him, and Julian stood there like a dunce as one question bounced about his thoughts, demanding an answer that he knew he hadn't the means of securing. "Not the first?" he called. Chapter 10. The sun peeked through the windows, casting the nursery in a warm glow that did as much to stave off the chill winter as the fireplace crackling at Angelica's back. Though clouds gathered in the distance, it would be some time before the weather turned foul, and she revelled in the sunlight pouring through the glass. With Emily having taken the children on a walk, the room was silent, and that ought to have provided a quiet place for contemplation, but Angelica's gaze wandered to the world outside, tempting her with thoughts of a walk in the wintry wilderness. And then there was that novel she wanted to start. Frankly, even staring at the wall had its appeal, for it required no effort. Angelica shifted in her seat and gave herself the lecture she usually reserved for her pupils. Work must be done, and the quicker one attended to it, the quicker one could be free to do as one pleased. A necessary evil that was only made worse when one complained and procrastinated. Sheets of paper were spread across the tabletop, each one mocking Angelica with question upon question, demanding answers she couldn't give. She would sort it out. Of course she would. This was simply an unfortunate and irritating part of the process. All the various threads tangled together, tantalizing her with the knowledge that there was some manner in which to gather them. But how? A few minutes of distraction wouldn't do much harm. Of course, with Christmas Eve looming, there was little time to waste. But her mind felt trapped in a fog, and the only thing it could lay hold of was that page. Puffing out her cheeks, Angelica scowled at herself and set aside the work in front of her. Once her quill was ready, the words flowed through the ink, bleeding into the sheet. Thoughts of Thomas kept rushing to the forefront, urging her hand to move faster as all the things she knew she would never say rose to the surface. 20 years. Pausing, Angelica considered that. The family kept saying it had been over 20 years, yet a quick bit of arithmetic proved that it had been 27, which was closer to 30 than 20. So, almost 3 decades of near silence. And now, Thomas thought to rejoin the family as though no time had passed, to ignore the promise he had broken, to feign an interest in her life whilst never bothering to ask about it in the scant letters he wrote to Mamma. "Am I interrupting?" Mr. Knight's voice shocked Angelica from her thoughts, and she glanced up from her work to find him standing in the nursery doorway. "Are you writing a letter?" "No," she said, folding up the paper and tucking it out of sight. "I am organising my family's schedule for Christmas time." "You are clearly writing a letter," said Mr. Knight with that teasing smirk of his. "And the more you deny it, the more intriguing it becomes." "That may be, but your curiosity won't entice me to admit I was writing something I wasn't," she replied. "It was merely a distraction from the true work I have at hand." "And it wasn't a letter," he said with a tone of clear disbelief. "Leave it be, Mr. Knight. It has nothing to do with you." Angelica set her hands on the table with a sigh and levelled a look at him which had him raising his hands. "I didn't mean to bother you." "Yes, you did," she replied. Rather than look chagrined or discomfited, he merely smiled. "I suppose I did. But do recall that I said I find you amusing, and I find myself with time on my hands at present." "And you thought to use it by pestering me?" she asked. He answered with an innocent expression that left her uncertain of whether she ought to smile or sigh at his antics. "An amusing distraction," he added. Angelica huffed, though she couldn't help a grin at that. Mr. Knight's expression brightened, which added to her lightened mood. "You are a fool, Mr. Knight. You do know that, don't you?" "I am a poet, after all, and you have made your feelings clear concerning my kind." And with that, the rascal gave her a smouldering smile, his eyes lingering on hers with far more warmth than such a statement demanded. "Ridiculous," she murmured with a shake of her head. "Yet I have a feeling that you enjoy that about me as much as I enjoy your dry wit." Angelica leaned on the table and gave him an arched brow. "You think you know me that well, do you?" Matching her expression, Mr. Knight's smile grew. "I know you are far more humorous than your family believes. In fact, I would say you are the most entertaining of all the Callaghans, even if your wit makes itself known in subtle manners. A jester in a pantomime is more subtle than my family." Mr. Knight chuckled. "And you just proved my point, Miss Callaghan. So yes, I do think I know you well enough to claim that you enjoy my teasing as much as I enjoy needling you." Angelica couldn't deny the claim, for it was true enough. The rest of the family believed her devoid of any humour, yet Mr. Knight consistently laughed at her quiet remarks, and that alone was worth keeping him nearby. "If you must know, sir, I am presently engaged with doing what I can to assist my family," she said, turning her attention to the abandoned notes. Scooping them up, Angelica sifted through the sheets. "Beyond keeping records of the various performances my family has scheduled during Christmas time, I am attempting to assist them with the pantomimes and mummers' plays. As I am an abysmal actor, musician and playwright, I am left to oversee the production in the only way I can, rigid organisation." She motioned for him to take a seat. Mr. Knight did as he was told and didn't look even slightly bored as she showed him the notations. "There are often more people in the wings than there are on the stage," she continued. "And it is excessively difficult to keep everything straight between the two separate sides, such as when the characters need to change costumes and getting the props in the proper position, to say nothing of the mad dash it is to change the set dressings with each scene. Though we do not have much of that, it is still difficult to know what needs to be done without a thorough checklist." Angelica paused only a moment to look at Mr. Knight's expression, but she found none of the glassy-eyed ennui that usually accompanied such a discussion. The gentleman merely nodded, his gaze fixed on her scrawled notes that detailed the movement of one of the swords that would be required to pass between several actors throughout the evening. By having an inventory of everything that needs doing, both sides of the stage will know what to do. "And there won't be any confusion during the production," concluded Mr. Knight with a nod. Brilliant. You don't think it is excessive? She prodded as she watched him with wary eyes. Mr. Knight shook his head, his gaze sifting through the notes. I have assisted with the odd amateur production before, and it is always chaos behind the scenes. Having a methodical approach to organising the stagehands is quite sensible. Angelica straightened, her expression brightening. Isn't it? I'm putting together a detailed list of what everyone needs to do, and I have learned that I ought to have a complete list as well, to help direct when even those instructions are insufficient. I even borrowed Bella's pastels to mark each stagehand with a different colour to help keep them straight. Holding up one of the pages, she demonstrated the dots of colour beside each point, certain that this would finally bring forth the wide eyes and scoffs that such exuberant planning always earned. Perfect, said Mr. Knight with a smile as he studied the product. Every production is fraught with mistakes and accidents, and this is bound to minimise them. Precisely, she said, unable to hide her own grin as her whole body lightened at his praise. I do not expect perfection, but knowing everything that needs to happen makes it far easier for me to adapt without becoming flustered and causing more issues as I attempt to mitigate those mistakes. Considering each of the sheets, Angelica fixed her gaze on the large, angry letters she'd written several days ago and ignored ever since. No matter how much she'd considered the problem, no solution had presented itself, and it was driving her mad. There had to be an answer. She slanted a look at the gentleman and cleared her throat. May I ask your opinion on a matter? Certainly, he replied, turning his full attention to her. While we do not have much in the way of set design or costuming, there are a few moments where there are significant shifts during the pantomime, and the audience is left watching the stagehands scurry about and waiting for the actors to ready themselves, which ruins the effect of the play. The scene ends with a great laugh, and then the audience sits in silence. Which leaves them restless, concluded Mr. Knight. Yes, I know how painful it can be for all involved. I have attended more than a few performances and concerts in which the evening is ruined by the uneven pacing of the programme. Precisely. A frown pulled at her brow, and Angelica studied the notes she'd made. In quick succession, she described the scenes in question and huffed. Looking at everything that requires doing before the next scene can commence, I would say that the audience must wait 2 to 3 minutes. Mr. Knight grimaced. That is bound to cause trouble. Usually, I can organise it in a manner that minimises such things, but I do not see how we can avoid it this time. Turning to her companion, Angelica watched him as he considered the situation. Gone was the silly expression he had employed moments ago. Mr. Knight looked at the notes with a furrowed brow and a determined glint in his eye, as though he were considering the greatest of questions. Have you considered a transitional performance between scenes? He asked. Angelica frowned. What do you mean? You lower the curtains to hide the stage as it is being changed, but the performer stands in front of it and sings a song or gives mocking commentary on what has happened, something short to keep the audience engaged. I've seen it done before with great success. Like a little performance within the performance? She asked, her spine straightening. Mr. Knight nodded. I could write limericks, which, with the right delivery, would add to the entertainment. You would do that? Of course, Miss Callaghan, he replied in an off-handed manner as though the effort required to assist her was inconsequential and his acceptance a given. Thank you, Mr. Knight, she said, reaching over to squeeze his hand before turning to the sheets. With quick swipes of her quill, Angelica began making a note. I wonder if we might get Allegria or Gael to recite one. Not only would they enjoy the opportunity, but even if they stumble, the audience will think them so adorable in their costumes that they're bound to get applause. Too true, he replied, his fingers drumming against the table as Angelica scribbled that idea in the margins. But she paused as Mr. Knight spoke again. May I ask you a personal question? When she met his eyes, Angelica's words fled her for a moment as she was struck by the sight. Despite having looked into them many times before, she'd never noticed just how odd a colour they were. At first glance, she had thought them merely brown, but as she looked closer, Angelica saw hints of blue and green, and in the afternoon light coming from the nursery windows, Mr. Knight's gaze looked more hazel and brown. No doubt he used their uniqueness to his advantage, as they and the wild curl of his dark hair added to his poet aesthetic. However, there was an impishness to his smile that destroyed the brooding demeanour he might achieve when deep in thought. "You may ask me anything you wish, Mr. Knight. Whether or not I will answer fully depends on the question, and I will not promise anything until I hear it," she replied in a tart tone, which made his grin grow. How did he recognize the jest when so many others didn't? For that reason alone, Angelica felt as though Mr. Knight truly understood her far better than even her kin. No matter how much she teased, he laughed and then gave it back in equal measure, even dubbing her amusing. Had anyone ever called her such before? And even as she sat with a mountain of organizational charts and lists that everyone else dismissed as ridiculous and unnecessary, Mr. Knight appeared genuinely impressed with her efforts. With her. Angelica's chest burned at the thought, making her feel as warm and golden as the light streaming through the nursery windows. Chapter 11. "I was hoping you might explain your family's unique names," said Mr. Knight, snapping Angelica from her thoughts. Scowling inwardly, she shook away her distraction and straightened with a chuckle. "Is that all? That is hardly personal. Anyone in my family will gladly expound at length about our given names, as most of my siblings put great stock in their origins and meanings." "I can well imagine," said Mr. Knight. "I recognize the origins of some, such as Guinevere and Ophelia. It is difficult to overlook those two. And I've heard a mention of a sister named Vivian and a brother named Tristan, both of which clearly owe their names to Arthurian legend." "Correct," said Angelica with a nod. "And Helen is named for the mythic Helen of Troy." "But Emily and Thomas seem pedestrian in comparison," he said with a puzzled frown. Angelica sighed. "All my siblings' names come from literature and poetry. Thomas is named after the poet Thomas Gray, who inspired Papa to pursue that profession. Emily and Aloysius were named for two of Mamma's favourite novels, The Mysteries of Udolpho and The Mists of Craven Moor, respectively." Stopping there, she knew that Mr. Knight wouldn't allow her silence to stand, but she wasn't going to offer the information without prodding. "And Angelica?" he asked with an arched brow. "I don't know if I've ever met a lady with that name before." "Orlando Furioso," she said with a grimace. "I cannot tell you how often my parents quoted that epic poem when I was a child. Thank the heavens, they have surrendered their dreams and accepted that I shan't be kidnapped and tied to a rock as an offering to a sea creature." Mr. Knight's expression brightened. "Ah, the beautiful princess who drove men wild with her allures. Every knight in the kingdom, if I recall correctly." The emphasis he placed on that word made it clear he was referencing his surname, and Angelica leaned closer, holding his gaze with an inviting smile. And yet not a single one of them caught her. She chose a poor soldier because she was not fooled by the knight's overtures. If the gentleman understood the set-down, he didn't show it beyond a faint spark in his eye that made her think he had, and was amused by the challenge. Leaning back, Angelica turned her attention to the papers. "My parents' choices reflect their desire for their children to spend their lives surrounded by romance and adventure, fully ignoring how tragically most of those stories end. But I am certain my parents would rather I die a tragic death than remain a loveless spinster. Even a bout of madness would at least give me a little romantic cachet." Mr. Knight chuckled at that, and no doubt the fellow thought it an exaggeration. After a moment, he frowned and said, "Try as I might, I cannot think of any stories or poems that feature your nieces and nephews' names, and they are a rather odd assortment." Angelica gave him a wry smile. "Music is my sister's passion, and she chose names that aligned with that. Carl, Bella, and Gael are named after Emily's favourite composer and performers. Alegría is a musical term for a happy, joyful melody, and the final three also have Spanish connotations, in honour of their father and their time in Spain. Mr. Knight nodded. Your sister has spoken of her time following the drum with her husband. It sounds as though it was quite harrowing. Try as she might, Angelica couldn't help the wry tone that accompanied her words as she spoke. Emily is always eager to speak of such things, but I warn you that she has my family's flair for the dramatic. Lieutenant Rawdon Fitzherbert was stationed in a garrison in Spain and spent most of his days guarding a stronghold that saw no action. I doubt he ever crossed paths with an enemy soldier. Eyes widening, the gentleman stared at her for a heartbeat, before bursting out into laughter. Despite having been in Hayden only 4 days, Mrs. Fitzherbert had already regaled him with stories of her husband's bravery and her harrowing time amidst the enemy. From the lady's description, one would think Lieutenant Fitzherbert had been a grand hero of the Battle of Salamanca and that she had spent the majority of her married life living on the front lines. But with her characteristic dryness, Miss Callaghan quickly brushed those beliefs aside. As the lady continued, Julian's amusement grew as he recalled the dramatic retellings Mrs. Fitzherbert had subjected him to. One couldn't help but find it amusing when the greatest danger the fellow had faced was being injured when an inexperienced foot soldier had overturned a supply cart. Julian couldn't believe he hadn't questioned the stories now that he considered the situation. As the war had ended nearly a decade ago, a simple bit of arithmetic made it clear Mrs. Fitzherbert had only spent a year or 2 in Spain at most. "If you value your sanity, I beg you not to ask her about Rawdon's passing," said Miss Callaghan with a blend of genuine sorrow at the loss and frustration at her sister's antics. Apparently, falling whilst repairing their cottage roof isn't glorious enough, because Emily will do her utmost to convince you he was felled by a Spanish sabre. I genuinely do not think she intends to mislead, but she has a way of improving upon the truth. "A characteristic she inherited from her father, I would guess," replied Julian. Miss Callaghan turned her eyes to the heavens. "Gracious, yes. My entire family enjoys spinning a tale." With a few more prods, he urged her to share more as they turned their attention to their work. Together, they clarified the notes and organised them into something useful, and all the while, Miss Callaghan shared stories that had him laughing, for she was just as gifted at weaving the truth into something more than mere fact, though she managed to do so without twisting it into something unrecognisable. Despite her clear dislike of poets and romanticism, Miss Callaghan spoke of her family with affection, her expression warming as she shared memories and experiences. Meanwhile, the frenetic notes were slowly falling into place, and as the conversation lulled, Julian studied the instructions he was copying. "I adore a well-organised checklist," he said. Miss Callaghan smiled, though she did not look up from her work. "Are you going to write a heart-rending sonnet about the beauty of orderly records?" Drawing in a deep breath, Julian spoke with all the feeling in his heart. "O checklist, keeper of my daily strife, thy squares so neatly ticked, my guiding light. With thee I conquer chaos, find new life, and navigate the world with such delight." With raised brows she said, "Bravo, Mr. Knight." Returning to his work, and his usual tone of voice, Julian glanced at Miss Callaghan and asked, "Is it truly so unbelievable that I prefer order to chaos?" As a lady raised in a household where poetry, literature, music and art abound, I can say with all certainty that it is. Miss Callaghan attempted a light-hearted air, but as she spoke, her tone grew grim. "I cannot tell you how many times I've been chastised for limiting and restraining creativity with my attempts to bring order to our home. One cannot attain one's full potential when one is surrounded by boundaries." The last she said with such a firm tone, as though quoting directly from another, and Julian had heard such sentiment enough over the past few days to suspect it was a family motto of sorts. "You must forgive me if I disagree," said Julian. Though Miss Callaghan focused on her work, he set his aside and faced her. "I know that many artistic types espouse such beliefs, but I have never understood it. Utter poppycock." Miss Callaghan paused in her writing and glanced at him, her brows knit together. Leaning on the table, Julian straightened the pages before him. "Creativity doesn't thrive best without boundaries. The most profoundly innovative moments in my life have been when I was surrounded by restrictions, making it nearly impossible to navigate. The more constraints one has, the more imagination it takes to find a solution. When left to one's own devices, human nature tends to lead us down the same paths that others have taken dozens of times before, while we blissfully believe ourselves to be blazing new trails." Miss Callaghan's brows arched in disbelief, so he continued, "I have met poets and authors who believe that reading others' work will taint one's own, yet without fail, those people write the same poems and books that have been written again and again. By studying what has come before, one can be inspired down new avenues." Glancing at the lady's domain, which was wholly the opposite of her father's, he added, "I do not think that most genius comes by accident. Being purposeful isn't the antithesis of imagination any more than being chaotic and undisciplined is required for being creative." "Do not say that too loudly, else Papa will cast you into the streets, whilst my family burns you in effigy," she said with a faint smile. "I don't know if I've ever heard a poet espouse such a belief." Julian held back a laugh at that. Beyond keeping his parents from giving the game away completely, he hadn't given Miss Callaghan any reason to think him a published poet, yet the lady was no closer to sorting out the truth than before. Granted, he didn't know if he would have sorted out her identity without her parents giving up the ruse, and Julian supposed it was time to let the game go. "As I am not a poet, I suppose that would be why I do not sound like one," he said. Miss Callaghan didn't gape or sputter or give any properly delicious utterance of surprise, but Julian supposed that was to be expected. The lady never did as he anticipated. "But I've seen you writing poetry," she said. "Yes, I do write it." He fumbled over his words as she stared at him. "I only mean that I am not a true poet." "Is there such a thing as a false poet?" Julian brushed the corner of one of the pages, straightening it. "I spend my days assisting people with their investments, properties and the like, and enjoy writing poetry as a pastime. But I am not a poet in any true sense of the word." Miss Callaghan huffed. "Do you write poetry?" "Yes," he replied, his hesitant statement coming out as more of a question than an answer. "Then you are a poet," she said with a tone as though even a simple poet ought to understand. "Publishing your work doesn't make it any more valid. Painters are painters, whether or not they make a farthing from it. Pianists are pianists, no matter if they never play in a single concert. It is the act that makes you what you are, not the money or attention you garner from it." Julian nodded, as the logic was sound enough. "Yes. Well, it doesn't change the fact that I am more a man of business than a poet, which accounts for my love of orderly records. And can I say that I was hoping for a grander reaction than that when I revealed that the assumption you made about me was incorrect?" Miss Callaghan raised a brow. "Hoping for a bit of tit-for-tat?" "And as your guest, I find it monstrously rude that you are not giving it to me." With a grave nod, Miss Callaghan sat for a moment before raising her brows with a shocked gasp, and affecting a startled tone, she said, "You are a man of business? Good gracious, what a ninny I've been." Primly shuffling the papers before him, Julian murmured, "Was that so difficult?" But when her expression softened again, Miss Callaghan gave him a hint of a grimace, her eyes offering a genuine apology. "I suppose I made some rather big assumptions about you, Mr. Knight." "No more than I did about you, Miss Callaghan," he replied with a shrug. "And I will admit that I let the mistake go on too long. But I was having the tiniest bit of a laugh at your expense. I know you will not begrudge me that." Miss Callaghan chuckled, shaking her head at herself. "Not after having so many laughs at your expense, and turning your mother against you too." Holding out his hand in greeting, Julian took hers. "Then it is a pleasure to finally meet you properly, Miss Callaghan." "You are being ridiculous again," she replied with an arched brow, though she didn't release her hold on his hand. Using it to draw her closer, Julian leaned in with a smile and a conspiratorial whisper. "Now that I am not a mere poet, but a man of business with a healthy income and comfortable home, will you reconsider going on a drive with me?" The moment he spoke, Julian knew he'd misstepped again, for Miss Callaghan's expression fell, her eyes growing stormy as though the worst of winter blizzards had swept in without warning. "I will not apologize for rejecting the overtures of someone who cares more about his art than his responsibility to provide for his wife and children," she said, getting up her papers, but Julian moved to slow her progress. "I meant to tease you, Miss Callaghan, and it came out poorly," he said, but she yanked her things out of his grasp. "That it did," she said, rising to her feet. "And though I do accept your apology, I am done with your games, sir, for I put no stock in romance, reject the notion of love at first sight, and have no intentions of marrying. While I welcome your friendship, I am utterly finished with you playing the part of a courting swain, simply because your pride has been pricked." Julian rose, his brow creasing. "That is not the case. You are telling me that despite hardly knowing her, you saw a dowdy lady, whom you mistook for a maid, and thought, 'I must have her.'" Miss Callaghan levelled a disbelieving stare at him before turning away. "Do you know how many of my father's protégés have attempted to win my heart simply because I refused to participate in this farce? I do not think I could tell you, for it has happened far too many times to count, Mr. Knight." "Miss Callaghan, I am going for a walk," she called as she stepped into the corridor. Glancing at the window, he stared at the gathering clouds now darkening the landscape and the trees that bowed beneath the blustering wind as it kicked up a torrent of snow. In this weather? And though he knew better, Julian couldn't help calling after her, "May I join you?" "No!" Chapter 12. A blanket of pristine snow draped the ancient forest floor and the towering trees above, wrapping Angelica entirely in white. The once vibrant undergrowth was now a monochromatic tapestry, save for the occasional evergreen that stood defiant against the icy chill. Golden light filtered through the canopy, bathing the world in warm hues that caught the ice crystals and set them sparkling, as though Angelica had walked into a fairy realm. The air was crisp and still, a hushed silence broken only by the occasional creak of a branch or the distant whistle of the redwings feasting on winter berries. But no matter how she tried to capture the peace the forest so often provided, Angelica found her thoughts churning with all that had happened and all that was yet to come. Christmas Eve had finally arrived, and while families throughout the village eagerly awaited the 12 days of festive fun, Angelica prayed for the time to pass faster. If she could simply speed through the next fortnight, all would be well again, and things would quiet a little, or as much as they ever did. With Gael joining his brother at school this term, there would be one less student for her to oversee, which was a blessing, even if she would miss the dear boy. Quickly, she did the arithmetic and considered just how many years were left until she was finished with their education, though it was a useless endeavour. She had done that very thing when Guinevere and Vivian were young, until Helen and Ophelia's unexpected arrival in the family left her continuing her role as governess when the elder girls were making their first steps into society. And Angelica had done so again when those youngest sisters tried her patience, only to have Emily arrive with her 4 children. With the widow unable to provide for their education whilst maintaining an income, Angelica's countdown had begun anew. By the time Allegria was finished, someone else in the family would likely require Angelica's skills, and though she appreciated the opportunity to be of use to her family, even the stoutest of hearts quivered from time to time when the days were long and the task unending. There you are. Guinevere's voice cut through her musings, and Angelica's pulse quickened. But no, her sister's 3 children were still far too young for such things, and their father had enough income to provide for a proper education if Guinevere did not wish to play the role for her children. Those thoughts flashed through Angelica's mind in one beat of her heart, and the next she was able to form a smile as she greeted her sister. Nose wrinkling, Guinevere glanced at the forest. "Why are you always tromping about in there? I swear you spend more time in the woods than any other place I can think of, and I do not understand your fascination with it." "I am not always there," replied Angelica as she nudged her sister down the path and away from the dreaded nature. Unable to explain the whole of her reasons to her sister, she offered the only one she wished to give. "But I enjoy the quiet." That earned her another wrinkle of Guinevere's nose and a disbelieving look that reminded Angelica of the time little Guinevere had discovered that the stray cat would never enjoy wearing dresses or nappies. Shaking her head as though shaking away that incomprehensible statement, Guinevere took Angelica's arm and leaned into her sister. "I've wanted to speak with you," she said with a sigh. "I've been thinking about my conduct at the party, and it has left me out of sorts." Angelica's brows rose at that, but she didn't know what to say, so she guided them along the path home as Guinevere sorted out her thoughts. "I know I shouldn't have allowed myself to be lured away from the party or to grant Mr. Strickland such liberties," she whispered. "I don't know how it happened. One moment we were speaking in the parlour, and then the next we were hidden on the stairs. And when you caught us, I was embarrassed and flustered, and I know I was curt. I am sorry for that." Guinevere let out a heavy sigh, leaning into her sister, and Angelica felt as though she was being transported back in time to when they had often walked along thusly. With 9 years' difference in their ages, Angelica had never quite felt like a sister as much as an aunt, or even a second mother. The younger girls had often come to her to unburden their little hearts, and Angelica's own lightened at the tender reminder. "I understand," replied Angelica. "We all make mistakes, and the important thing is to learn from them." With a smile that was more bleak than joyous, Guinevere gazed out at the rolling hills as Hayden drew closer. "I fear the lesson I am learning is that one cannot turn back the clock. We cannot undo our missteps, and I do not know if I would wish to if I could, for that is how we grow. I don't know how being trapped in a miserable marriage will lead to personal growth." Angelica jerked to a halt and faced her sister. "What do you mean? You adore Clarence. For goodness sake, you two fought through a world of troubles just to be together, and you've only been married 3 years. "His parents are dreadful," she said with a scowl. "I am certain we would be deliriously happy if not for them and their meddling. They are bitter that Clarence refused to bow to their demands and married me, and they are poisoning him against me." Forcing her jaw shut, Angelica considered her words, but none of what she had to say would do an ounce of good for the situation. Clarence had courted her sister for more years than they'd been married, and in all that time, his parents hadn't been circumspect in their dislike of Guinevere. Yet, from what Angelica had seen, the Cogswells had accepted defeat gracefully, and embraced the fact that they couldn't change their son's decision once the vows were spoken. "I know it must be very difficult," replied Angelica, measuring each word with great care. "From all that you've said, you two have not had an easy time of it, but surely it cannot be as miserable as all that. You love each other." "It is impossible to be happy when the dreams I had for us are not coming to fruition," said Guinevere with a heavy sigh. "Clarence is absent all the time, forever saying he must see to business, as though being a greengrocer is so desperately important. And meanwhile, I'm crushed into that tiny home with 3 small children all alone. Where are the picnics we used to have? Lazy afternoons with nothing better to do than spend it in each other's company, dancing into the wee hours." "He cannot provide you with a larger home if he doesn't work." "Papa managed it just fine," said Guinevere with a scowl. "Papa managed it by being the favourite son. If Grandfather hadn't left him that annuity to pay Stoneleig's rent, then we would be in a far more cramped situation than you." But it was as though Angelica hadn't spoken. "I know I shouldn't have allowed Mr. Strickland such liberties, but when I spend my days trapped in that poky little house with a husband who cares more for business than me, how am I supposed to guard my heart against a handsome young Lancelot who values my company?" she asked with wide and pleading eyes, as though expecting her sister to agree. "It isn't as though we did anything terrible. It was just a little flirtation, a bit of courtly love, so to speak." "That justification did not work for your namesake, and it will not work for you," said Angelica with a frown. "You do not understand how impossible it is to be trapped in a situation from which you cannot escape," cried Guinevere. "How hopeless one can feel when dreams sour." "I am 34, unmarried, and serving as the governess to my sister's children," replied Angelica. "What about my life is the perfect joy you think it to be?" "You have freedom," she said with a sigh, as the bend in the road brought Stoneleigh Cottage into sight. The longing with which her sister spoke had Angelica scoffing, the ridiculousness of the situation requiring that response. Angelica couldn't think of a single member of her family who hadn't bemoaned her state, and they certainly hadn't lauded the freedom then. But, brushing that aside, Angelica stared at her sister. "What does it mean to be free, Guinevere?" "You can do whatever you wish. No restraints, no boundaries." Angelica huffed at that, her brows twisting together as she smiled wryly. "That is ridiculous. No one is that free, Guinevere. We have friendships and family, which both bless our lives and force responsibilities onto our shoulders, and you cannot treat them selfishly if you wish to keep them in your life. I am often called upon to sacrifice that which I want to do for the good of those I love, as we all are. Or do you think I chose to oversee my family's education because I find it amusing? I assure you, I would much rather sit alone and read than teach arithmetic. I didn't care for it when I learned it, and I detest having to revisit those lessons, but I have a responsibility to their education." Though her brow furrowed at that, Guinevere didn't argue, and Angelica continued. "And even if I had no responsibilities to my family tying me to Northumberland, I have the bounds of my pocketbook to consider. If I were to go out into the world to find a position, I would be constrained by the demands of my employer, forever at their beck and call. Money is a demanding mistress that no one can escape." Drawing in a sharp breath, Angelica used it to calm her heart as she said, "No matter what the rest of our family believes or says, no one flits about life entirely free to do whatever she pleases." Guinevere's shoulders fell, her expression crumpling. "But I hadn't thought life could be so miserable." Pulling her to a stop, Angelica faced her sister. "Do not let your disappointments taint your happiness, dearest. My life is nothing like I wanted it to be, but I learned long ago that focusing on the things I dislike about my life only leads to more misery. Clarence loves you, and though you might be struggling at present, I know you love him, for you have told me so many times before, and your children are dear little things that you love so very much." Guinevere nodded, her brow creasing. "You are right, Angelica. You always are." Pulling her close, Angelica enveloped her sister in her arms. "I know things look bleak at present, but difficult times come to everyone, and those who are happiest are those who weather them. Hold firm and do not surrender, and you will come out the other side the better for it. I have seen it happen so many times in my life." Arms tightened around her, and when Guinevere pulled away, she brushed at her cheeks with a nod. "Are you coming in for a visit?" asked Angelica, motioning to the cottage, and it was then that they heard Emily's piano tripping along, the merry carol wafting on the air, causing Angelica's stomach to sink to her toes as Guinevere's expression fell. "Lawks, how is it that I always forget about the carolling?" she asked. "I do not know, for I never do," replied Angelica in a monotone. Shaking her head, Guinevere stepped away. "If I cross the threshold, Mamma and Papa will convince me to join you tonight, and Clarence would never forgive me if I did so." Angelica raised a brow at that. "Say what you will about the difficulties at home, but your husband's displeasure is a handy excuse to avoid unwanted family traditions, isn't it?" "This is the only thing upon which his family and I agree," murmured Guinevere as she turned away with a wave. Chapter 13. Cold seeped into her boots and past the layers of wool and muslin, yet Angelica found herself watching Guinevere walk away, and her heart sank at the sight of her sister's rounded shoulders. Things may not have been perfect in the Callaghan home, but there was no denying that their parents' relationship had always remained strong. Angelica wished she could say the same of her siblings. Guinevere's courtship couldn't have been more different than her parents'. No instant spark drew them together. No whirlwind of kisses and sweeping declarations. No hasty marriage. Her sister and brother-in-law had been childhood sweethearts who'd known each other their entire lives and hadn't rushed into the decision that now bound them together. Yet every step was laden with disappointment as the lady returned home. Music rang through the air, the happy notes striking her ears like a death knell, warning everyone far and wide of the coming agony. There was nothing to be done about it, so Angelica shook off the snow and crossed to the front door. Carefully, she shut it behind her, inching forward without causing a single floorboard to squeak. But to reach the stairs, she had to pass before the parlour door, and try as she might, she couldn't make herself invisible. "There you are, Angelica," called Mamma. "Do join us. We are practicing for tonight." "And preparing the costumes," added Father. Wrinkling her nose, Angelica contemplated the various excuses she might offer, but there was nothing to be done. This was a dance she knew well, and no efforts on her part ever allowed her to escape entirely. One could not win every victory, and it was better to take this minor loss to avoid a greater one later. Casting off her cloak, she hung it on the peg by the door and entered the parlour. Emily sat at the piano with the family gathered round. With both Vivian and Aloysius married within the last year, the group ought to have looked meagre, but Thomas and Charity being in attendance filled out the numbers. The children all ran about, barely able to contain their excitement for Christmas Eve and the celebrations to come, and even Biddy toddled after her cousins, spending most of her time getting back on her feet after having collided with one of them. Ivy garlands and holly branches festooned the mantelpiece and piano, and a pile of evergreen cuttings sat on the sofa, waiting to be woven together. The children came rushing over from their mother's side, the youngest clamouring for her attention as they demonstrated the robes they were to wear, whilst the elder two clung to their maturity by only the barest threads. "Grandpapa said we can sing a verse of The Holly and the Ivy ourselves," said Gael, to which Allegria nodded vigorously, and Angelica could easily imagine just how compelling it would be to see the pair bedecked in those plants and their costumes whilst they passed around the collection box. "Is that so?" she said, crouching down to meet the children. "Your Aunt Angelica was the first to sing that part," said Papa, his expression beaming as he watched his daughter. But the reminder made Angelica's stomach sink. "Do say you'll join us," said Mamma with a grin. "You know I do not go carolling," replied Angelica, and although they had shared this conversation an endless number of times over the years, the lady still managed to look crestfallen at the pronouncement. "Please," added Gael as Allegria snatched her aunt by the hand to tug her toward the piano. "If ever there was a plea that could change my mind, it would be that," said Angelica, leaning in to give the pair a buss on the cheek, though Gael wriggled out of reach before she was able to seize her prize. "Why not join in the fun?" asked Thomas. Shooting to her feet, she met her brother's gaze. Those bright eyes of his sparkled as though carolling was the best thing a person could do. "She never goes carolling any more," said Helen, turning back to the piano with a sigh, for she was still young enough that her parents' edicts bore the power to force her attendance. "Thank you for the invitation, but no," said Angelica. But that only encouraged the bounder to cross over to her, settling his arm around her shoulder. "Come now. We are having a splendid time of it. You can keep me in order. Dunce that I am, I cannot find the harmony. And you were such a fine singer when we were children. I cannot believe that has changed." Angelica shrugged off his teasing and his arm and stepped away, giving Thomas a narrowed look. "I said no. I do not go carolling." That laugh in his expression faded, his brows pinching together. "I know it may seem inconceivable, but much has changed since you were here last," she replied, turning to the parlour door. "Can you work on the costumes for us, then?" asked Father, nodding toward the greenery on the sofa as the youngest began spinning in place, the gold braiding holding on for dear life as it saw yet another Christmas and another pair of Callaghans wearing it. Holding back a sigh, Angelica nodded. "Very well." Without further ado, she slipped over to the sofa, and her hands set to work, going through the process with the ease of one who had made dozens upon dozens of these crowns before. Weaving the branches together, she focused on the task as the music started up once more. The voices blended with the harmonies Emily had developed years before. For all that they insisted on long practices every year, the music never changed, and the family all knew their parts. Even now, Angelica heard the harmony she had once sung amongst the blend of piano and voices. The notes were so worked into her memory that she could hardly recall the proper melody, and she fought to keep herself from humming along. "May I join you?" She looked up to see Charity standing there with Biddy on her hip, and Angelica nodded at the empty cushion on the other end of the sofa. Shifting the child to her lap, Charity sat opposite her, and Biddy immediately reached for the holly, but Angelica's hand shot out with practised ease, reaching her before her mamma. "Oh, no, sweetie, you do not want to play with that," said Angelica, brushing her thumbs across Biddy's soft hands. Though the child looked every bit her father's daughter, even including his dimples, it was Charity's eyes that stared back at her with a mixture of curiosity and concern. Wrinkling her nose, she gave the child a silly expression that made Biddy's gaze widen. Glancing at the festive paraphernalia on the sofa, Angelica discarded the poisonous, messy, or prickly elements, which made up the vast majority, and snatched up a pine cone. She held it up with a smile. "What about this, Biddy?" Those little eyes widened even further, her smile growing as she reached for the proffered item. Of course, Biddy also attempted to grab at the pile of yew, holly, and evergreens as well, but between her mamma and aunt, they were able to distract her with the pine cone. Biddy raised it in the air and then shook it, banging it against her leg, and then pressing it to her mother's cheek and mouth, and then the lady's eyes. Angelica chuckled and set to work weaving the branches into a crown. Each caroller required one, as they could not possibly go about the village singing songs without a festive headdress, and as much as it pained her to aid them in this endeavour, the children's excitement for their costumes allowed her to dismiss the lingering heat that threatened to colour her cheeks whenever she thought of what was to come tonight. "Is your family going carolling as well?" asked Angelica, counting the heads that required the decorations. "As we left our nursemaid in London, I fear we haven't anyone to watch Biddy, and I do not want to keep her up so late. In fact, I should leave before long, as she ought to be down for a nap," replied Charity. "Thomas is likely going to attend, but I shall remain at the inn to watch over her." "I would be quite willing to watch her if you wish, and several women in the village serve as temporary nursemaids for such times," she said, looping a length of ivy and testing the size on her head. "Though I would suggest you and Thomas bow out tonight." Charity's brows pinched together as she slanted a look at her sister-in-law. "Is there a reason?" Try as she might, Angelica couldn't keep her cheeks from heating. "There is, but please just believe me. You will not enjoy the Callaghans' annual Christmas carolling. I will admit that only raises more questions, and my curiosity demands that we attend, simply to see what the fuss is about," said Charity with the faintest of smiles. Then, drawing in a breath, she nodded. "But you do not strike me as the sort who says such a thing without cause. and I would be a fool not to heed your warning, though heaven knows how I will convince Thomas." Angelica's hands paused at the pointed casualness with which the lady mentioned her husband, and when she forced her fingers to move again, she replied, "He seems to adore you. I have no doubt he will listen if you ask him to remain at home tonight." Charity grimaced and let out a sigh that caused her daughter's curls to flutter. "That was my terrible attempt to broach the subject of your brother, but I fear I do not have his tact and shouldn't attempt subtlety. I want to apologize for Thomas." Glancing up from her work, Angelica stared at the lady. "And why is that?" But that was met with a challenging lift of Charity's chin. "I fear you are no better at pretense than I am, Angelica Callaghan, so do not feign ignorance. I know this visit has been very difficult for you, and I keep telling him that he is making matters worse by pretending all is well. But Thomas has spent a lifetime honing his humour into a shield, and though I have made great strides with him, I fear he is prone to hiding behind jests and teasing to avoid difficult discussions." Pressing a kiss to her daughter's head, the lady grumbled, "Though he is always eager to press the issue when that difficult discussion doesn't involve him." Charity raised her voice and continued, "I know how complicated family relationships can be, and I fear his floundering is off-putting to you, which only compounds the trouble. He does care for you." Angelica frowned at the crown in her hands, which was now a tangled mess of ivy and holly. With a sigh, she cast it aside and began again. "How are you enjoying your time in Northumberland? I understand it is your first time this far north." With another huff, which drew Biddy's attention and began another round of poking with the pine cone, Charity shook her head. "So you are going to avoid the subject as well, are you?" "As you said, family relationships are complicated, and at present I would prefer speaking of anything else," she said, measuring out another length of greenery. That earned her a narrowed look. "As you wish, Angelica, but I warn you now that I am only going to allow you and your brother to flounder for a little longer. I learned from my family troubles that waiting for things to improve never solves anything, and I will take action if needed." "I am duly warned," replied Angelica with a half-smile. Charity nodded and asked, "So, you do not care for Christmas?" Angelica's brows rose. "That is your idea of a more pleasant subject? You are the one who insists on a more pleasant subject. I am simply attempting to get to know my sister-in-law, who has been avoiding me throughout our visit because she is angry with my husband and likely believes I am so unfailingly loyal that I couldn't possibly understand that there are two sides to every story and that her pain might be just as justified as his." "And what justification does he have for being angry with me?" demanded Angelica, her eyes narrowing on Charity. But she answered her own question by holding up her hands and adding, "Do not answer that. I do not need to know. He can be as angry as he wants, for it doesn't change the truth of the matter. I did not send him from home, and I did nothing to deserve the silence I received until he decided to reappear on our doorstep." That earned her another raised brow as Charity watched her with a long-suffering smile upon her lips. Drawing in a deep breath, Angelica shook that away and turned her attention back to her work. "No, I do not care for Christmas." Silence. Angelica hadn't meant to sound so curt, but it was clear from the ladies' fidgeting that both of them were discomforted by the previous conversation. Drawing in a deep breath, she reminded herself that Charity had been extending an olive branch, and it was best not to turn it around and prod her with it. "I do apologize," she said with a sigh. "I fear I am out of sorts because this time of year is so positively wretched." "Among other things." But Angelica ignored that thought and continued, "I admit that I love the idea of Christmas, but the Callaghans bring chaos wherever they go, and never is that more true than at this time of year, and it leaves me entirely unable to appreciate the beauty of Christmas time." Charity's brows twisted together as she shifted Biddy on her lap. "I am sorry to hear that. I wouldn't say that I had ever given the holiday much thought before, but the last few years have made Christmas my favourite time of year. Last year, my daughter was born, and my father remarried an incredible lady who has been such a blessing to us. I married Thomas not long after the Christmas before that, and I met him at a Christmas Eve party 3 years ago today. And he swept you off your feet? A grand moment of love at first sight? Asked Angelica, fully able to imagine the self-assured fellow blundering into a lady's life with all the cockiness befitting a flirt. Just like their father. But that earned Angelica a bark of laughter as Charity shook her head. Gracious, no! I thought him an insufferable fool, placed on this earth to torment me. I called out his ridiculous behaviour and gave the pest a setting down that left him stunned. Angelica laughed. She couldn't help it, for she could well imagine this blunt lady doing just that, and it gave her a twisted sense of glee to know that her brother had someone in his life who would call a spade a spade. "Is that so?" said Angelica, but Charity required little prodding as she set about recounting the tale of their courtship with biting humour, which was directed inward as often as it was outward, and Angelica couldn't help but hang on her every word. Chapter 14. With a heaving sigh, Julian tossed the quill aside and rose from his armchair. His thoughts lagged, struggling to make sense of the words, and try as he might, he couldn't set his mind to rights again. It felt as though 2 great weights were attached to his eyelids, and his jaw cracked as an all-encompassing yawn seized control of him. Scrubbing at his face, he tried to concentrate, but the thought of returning to the world of metaphors, alliteration, and rhyming structures was enough to make him want to leap from the study window. Especially when the bright sound of the piano and the murmur of voices echoed through the cottage, promising that more entertaining things awaited him downstairs. Surely it was better to surrender to those pleasures than to continue doing the creative equivalent of beating his head against bricks. Ernest hadn't written a single word in days, and a professional poet knew more about managing one's muse than a hobbyist. So if Ernest refused to struggle through such artistic blocks, then it was wise to follow his example. Besides, this was a holiday after all, a bit of fun. Glancing at the pathetic lines he'd scribbled, rearranged and rewritten, Julian cast the work away and strode to the study door, stopping just long enough to straighten a precarious stack of books that was about to topple. Anything more and Ernest would grump about meddling, so Julian restrained himself to that small act. Catching the melody that floated on the air, Julian hummed along as he bounced down the stairs, his feet moving with the beat. The parlour rang with Callaghans. Ernest and his bride stood beside Mrs. Fitzherbert, whose fingers skipped along the keys, and Mr. Callaghan remained at his father's side, while the 2 youngest daughters flanked their mother. Though Miss Ophelia ignored his presence, Miss Helen slipped him another practised smile that Julian pretended not to see. He only hoped the young lady would soon grow bored of her attempts to catch his eye. The child was young enough to be his daughter, and though that appealed to some men, Julian shuddered at the thought. The grandchildren were far less orderly than the elder set, with the 2 youngest dancing about on their toes. Gael met Julian's gaze, and the lad pulled a face, sticking his tongue so far out that he nearly licked his chin. Meanwhile, the elder pair gave a decent show of maturity, though Carl required a nudge or 2 from his grandfather before embracing the song. The sound was incredible. Despite having known Mrs. Fitzherbert boasted musical talent, Julian was astonished to hear how the voices blended in a complicated harmony that he doubted many carolers could manage, and they did so with practised ease, their joy at the music shining in their expressions. "Fine work, everyone," the gentleman cried as the last notes drifted into nothing. "But, children, you must concentrate and use the respectful expression I taught you, else no one will donate, and we need every coin we can gather." At that, the quartet all assumed pleading, simpering expressions, whilst Gael and Alegria came forward with their hands pressed together as though praying. The whole affectation was so overdone that Julian couldn't help chuckling. No doubt in their full costumes and with the incredible music accompanying it, the children would do quite well with such pitiable expressions. On the far side of the parlour sat Miss Callaghan, a lap desk on her knees as she scribbled away with her quill. The others paid her no notice, and though they called for him to join them, Julian waved them away and wandered over to the sofa, slipping into the seat beside her. Miss Callaghan straightened, laying her hands over the writing as she sent him a questioning look. "And how are you doing this fine afternoon?" he asked. "Working on anything interesting?" "It is personal, Mr. Knight." Julian gave a vague hum. "It's been nearly a fortnight since I arrived, and every time you are by yourself you are scribbling away on secret things." "You make it sound like I have some lurid reason behind it, but I only wish for privacy," she replied. Holding up his hands in acquiescence, he said, "Peace, I'm only teasing you. Yes, I am dying of curiosity, but you can keep your secrets. I only wish to come over and see how you are faring today. As a friend." Miss Callaghan scrutinized him for a long moment before her shoulders relaxed and the tension around her lips eased. "I am faring as well as one can expect." "Are you not going to participate in the festivities?" he asked, nodding toward the singers. "I'm certain they would welcome you." "Why is everyone so determined for me to go carolling with the family?" she grumbled. "Perhaps they wish to see you enjoy yourself a little more." Miss Callaghan gave a vague grunt in response and glanced down at her letter, though she kept her hands firmly fixed over the paper. "I do not sing." "I find that difficult to believe," he replied with a grin. "And even if that were the whole truth, it wouldn't matter in the slightest. Though your family treats it seriously, caroling is mostly about spreading Christmas cheer and collecting donations for the needy. They are having fun, and you should join them." "My thanks, but no," she replied. Julian leaned closer, nudging her with his shoulder. "I will join if you do. We'll make a lark of it." Miss Callaghan's expression tightened as she stared at her hands, with a determination as though she could read through the skin and bone. Those dark brows of hers furrowed, and when her eyes turned to meet his, there was such concern etched there. "You must take care, Mr. Knight," she whispered. "I know you are entranced by my family, but do not allow them to drag you into their world." "As it happens, I'm enjoying this peek into their world," he whispered in return, though with a wry smile. "I have no plans on leaving my position to pursue the poet's life, but I cannot help but see the beauty of simple living and artistic pursuits." "You may be happy to return to your profession now, but that can change in a flash if you aren't careful, and they will do their best to convince you to shirk your responsibilities." Julian studied her, searching for the telltale signs of humour that, though subtle, were always present when Miss Callaghan was teasing, but there was a seriousness to her gaze and expression that gave him pause. Julian considered the various conversations they'd had since his arrival, and though it was clear that she didn't care for many of the things her family held sacred, she had never spoken of them as though they were a plague to be avoided. Was this because of the singing? For all that she did seem out of place amongst her siblings, Miss Callaghan hadn't ever seemed dour or unfeeling, yet she begrudged them a bit of holiday cheer. "Perhaps you haven't learned to enjoy all that your family has to offer," he said with a frown. Then, nodding toward the piano, he added, "If you gave it a try, I have said I do not wish to sing." Miss Callaghan scowled and scoffed. "How many times must I be hounded to do so? Can I not simply say no and be left alone without being made to feel like an unmitigated grump? I am not a villain because I refuse to participate, Mr. Knight." Muttering to herself, she gathered up her things, moving as though to vanish in another huff. But she paused as she clutched the writing desk to her, and her expression tightened as though considering what to say. "I haven't had the opportunity." Miss Callaghan shifted in place, her cheeks pinking slightly as she drew in a deep breath. Then, straightening, she met his eye. "I have wanted to thank you for my bedchamber. I do not know how you convinced my parents to allow their guest to sleep on the floor. You needn't thank me for doing what is right, Miss Callaghan," he said, raising his hand to forestall her gratitude. It was bad enough that I forced you from your bedchamber, but I assumed you would be sharing with your sister, not sleeping on the floor on a pallet. As I am the interloper in this house and a gentleman, that honour ought to be mine. It is bad enough that I stole away space from your brother and his family." Chuckling to himself, he added, "I tried to join them at the Green Man, but as in that great story of old, there was no room at the inn. And as Felburn is too far to make the daily journey back and forth to Stoneleigh Cottage, I am glad to have any place to lay my head, as long as it doesn't require you to sleep on the floor." Holding tight to her things, Miss Callaghan stared at him as though he was speaking a foreign tongue, and Julian wondered what was going through her mind, which was an odd thought. The lady was so quick to share her opinions, yet she stood there, silently staring at him for so long that Julian felt as though he were an animal on display in a menagerie. Patting the seat beside him, he added in a light tone, "If you wish to thank me, you need only stay and join me for the carolling." The playful prod had her lips pulling into a frown, and without another word, she swept out of the parlour, leaving Julian to wonder what had just happened, something that was becoming all too familiar during this trip. A glutton for punishment. Julian hadn't considered the full truth of that statement until Miss Callaghan swanned into his life. Or he supposed it was he who had swanned into hers. Either way, why did he keep seeking her out, despite her obvious determination to be miserable? Yet Julian knew that was an unfair assessment. Something more was going on. Miss Callaghan was too logical a creature to hate without reason, which left him scrambling to discover the origin behind her frustration. Did she begrudge her family's humble lifestyle? Julian didn't think her materialistic or greedy, and the Callaghans had food on their table and a roof over their head. Neither was of the highest quality, but was a great deal better than most. More than that, Julian couldn't help but wonder why he kept drifting to her side. Yes, she was terribly amusing in many ways, and her wit was exceptionally appealing, and then there was her unfailing honesty. Miss Callaghan wasn't a lady to hide her opinions, which was what made the mystery of her correspondence all the more intriguing. Someone so forthright, keeping such an obvious secret, was too tantalizing to ignore. Was that enough to seek her out again and again, despite her cold shoulder? Perhaps Miss Callaghan had been correct, and his interest sprung from a combination of the setting, opportunity, and her determined dismissals. Julian hadn't thought himself the sort of fool to chase a lady simply because she rejected him, but apparently he was. A glutton for punishment, indeed. Chapter 15. Stone walls hugged the dirt lane, cutting through the expanse of snow with its hard lines of grey and brown. The biting wind whipped through the trees, their bare branches gnarled and twisted like ancient claws, and Julian burrowed deeper into his greatcoat as he trudged down the road. A Georgian masterpiece lay ahead, its silhouette stark against the horizon as the fading light illuminated the intricate stonework that lined the windows and doorways. The occasional carriage rolled past him, carrying revellers toward the grand event, and Julian nodded in greeting as the passers-by waved at him. A plume of smoke rose from the chimneys, a comforting sign of warmth and life within, and the faint hint of wood smoke blended with the scent of pine needles and damp earth that permeated the air. Quickening his pace, Julian moved quicker down the drive, eager to throw off his winter clothes and find refuge from the biting cold. Ushered in by a footman, Julian took in the polished wood staircase that greeted the guests with an overdone air of opulence, and in quick order he was relieved of his things and ushered into the party proper. Candles blazed in every corner of the room, a veritable fortune burning up before their eyes, and every free surface in the drawing-room was covered in greenery, all of which had been purchased or gathered by servants. Julian did his due diligence, offering all the appropriate compliments and affirmations to his hosts. The decorations were beautiful, the array of food was magnificent, the games were plentiful, as was the space. Everything was in its proper order, and identical to every party he had ever attended. Had these gatherings always been so quiet? just tittering laughter and reserved conversations. People partook sparingly, leaving the food as much a decoration as the evergreen boughs. The servants and impoverished of Haydon would likely feast on those remnants for days. The Callaghans' offering had been far simpler, yet there was a hollowness to the Reddings' gathering, a dim recreation of a superior masterpiece. Why was Miss Callaghan so opposed to her family? Her interactions with them made it clear that she loved them dearly, yet her warning spoke of one who saw them in a poor light. Such an odd contradiction, and though Miss Callaghan remained aloof, Julian couldn't help longing to understand. "Julian, there you are," said Mother, coming over to greet him with a buss on the cheek. "I feared you were throwing us over for the Callaghans." "With Christmas now underway, I will see little of them in the evenings, so I am quite happy to join you and the Wallaces," he replied, not bothering to admit that had he not already accepted the invitation, he likely would be with Ernest. A bit of carolling was a fine way to begin the celebrations, even if it came with frozen hands and feet. Taking him by the arm, Mother turned him about and leaned close with a gleeful expression. "Good, for I have met the most delightful young lady, just a treat." And without further ado, his mother thrust him at the young lady standing just behind him. As much as the Reddings' gathering paled in comparison to the Callaghans, he was grateful for the quiet when a sharp pain made itself known in the back of his head, piercing straight through his skull. Mamma quickly made the introductions, and Miss Babcock beamed up at him. When his purpose for being in Haydon was revealed, she grew giddy, quickly delving into a discussion about poetry that proved she was well versed in verse. As the conversation wore on, Julian felt an overwhelming need to offer a silent apology to their hosts for his poor opinion at the outset. Sedate though the gathering may be, he could hear her without straining, and there was no need to raise one's voice to be heard, which pleased his throat immensely. His eyelids drooped dangerously at times, but he forced himself to focus on Miss Babcock. The lady was young, to be certain, but she was educated and had a mind of her own, willingly offering up her opinions with as much confidence as Miss Callaghan. No, there was no need to compare the two. Miss Callaghan had made her feelings about courtship clear, and this persistent thinking about her was only causing him trouble. Miss Babcock laughed and shook her head with a wrinkle of her nose. "Oh, you are ridiculous, Mr. Knight. I grant you that Shakespeare was an incredible wordsmith. His turns of phrase and metaphors are brilliant, and his sonnets are sublime, but his plays are dreadful. With a few exceptions, the plots are formulaic, with characters claiming to be heroic when they are wretched at every turn. For goodness sake, Antonio spends the entire play attempting to ruin Shylock for no reason that I can ascertain, and by the end, I cannot help but cheer for the supposed villain to get his pound of flesh and weep for him when he's punished instead. And do not get me started on that wretched Lear, who torments those he should reward and rewards those he ought to torment." "Ought I to ask your opinion on Romeo and Juliet?" asked Julian with a grin. Scoffing, Miss Babcock looked as though she'd eaten a piece of rotten meat. "It is a good story if one considers it a tragedy, but most deem it an incredible romance, and I find it sadly lacking. I will acknowledge that his comedies can be amusing, and that some of his tragedies are truly wonderful, but when only 5 or 6 out of nearly 40 are worth sitting through, how does that earn one the title of genius?" Julian couldn't help a laugh that escaped, because the lady spoke with a zeal befitting the stage, despite her heretical beliefs. But before he could respond, Mr. Babcock slipped into the conversation, settling himself beside the lady as he watched Julian with the wary look of a father who was quite willing to fend off any knave who dared to disturb his daughter. "I understand you're a man of business in Newcastle," said Mr. Babcock. "Yes, Papa," she replied, sliding her arm through her father's and patting it as though calming a fretful dog. And with that, a new conversation flowed forth, sucking Julian in with equal interest as they discussed investments and property, including delving into his philosophy on managing one's money. Though Mr. Babcock never disclosed his background, It was clear the gentleman was educated in such matters, as he asked questions that were both apt and thoughtful, even if they left Julian feeling as though he were being interviewed for a position. "I would argue that the modern obsession with wild speculation is hardly modern at all," said Julian with a shake of his head. "It is a tale as old as time that people cast aside good sense and caution at the promise of gaining something from nothing. We have a more structured manner of enabling such behaviour now, with stocks and interest rates, but con men have existed throughout the entirety of human existence, and they're always fed well by those who have more greed than sense, eager to hand over their money for grand promises of more. But I have heard some incredible tales about the fortunes being made at present," said Mr. Babcock, before sipping his drink. "True, but in most cases only a few benefit, whilst everyone else loses far more than they gained. I have seen time and time again that sensible and careful investments provide handsomely for people, though the dividends require more patience." Julian scoured his thoughts for an example. "I have a client who is a young widow, hardly older than your daughter." "How tragic," said Miss Babcock, her expression falling as she clung to her father's arm. "I cannot imagine losing my husband. I couldn't survive such an ordeal." "I am certain you would manage, Miss Babcock," said Julian with a reassuring smile. "No one ever expects to weather such a tragedy, but we do." Turning back to the conversation with her father, Julian continued, "Upon her husband's passing, my client discovered that their finances were tied up in a manner that left her little to live on. When I met her, she was struggling to feed their children without decimating the capital." A gasp followed that, and Miss Babcock shook her head. "They had children? Oh, that poor dear. Imagine having to raise them all on your own. But why didn't her father provide for her?" Mr. Babcock patted her arm as she clung to him, and Julian fought not to stare at the girl. "Not everyone has a father who can," he said, and Miss Babcock blanched, her mouth gaping. "I cannot imagine such a thing, to be so alone in the world. There is nothing worse than that." "I know it was difficult for this lady, but I assure you that it isn't the worst that can happen," said Julian, his thoughts falling back to those cautionary tales he'd stumbled upon throughout his life. He knew ladies who would consider it a blessing to be widowed, and those who would gladly accept poverty over destitution. Jails were full of men and women who did terrible things to feed their families, forced to live in a cesspool as their children starved just outside the prison doors. "No," said Miss Babcock with a decisive shake of her head. "I could not live like that. I would rather die." Julian stared at her, contemplating the contradiction she made. Just moments ago, she'd shown herself to be educated and intelligent, with ideas that might have made his schoolmasters faint had they heard them, but were supported by well-constructed arguments. And now she stood there sounding so ignorant, so immature. Continuing, he explained how he'd used conservative investments to provide for the widow, whilst he scoffed at himself for being so surprised. The young lady was acting immature because she was. Though possessing more years to her credit than Miss Helen Callaghan, Miss Babcock was still quite young and unfinished. No doubt she would balk at the description, but though her head was filled with opinions and learning she'd gathered from books, she lacked the experience that honed such intellect into wisdom. Julian couldn't imagine Miss Callaghan throwing her hands up and saying she would rather die than be forced to economise and live as a widow. Being closer to his age, she had seen more of the world. Julian shuddered at the thought of marrying someone he would have to guide through life, rather than work alongside. Such an imbalance may be the preferred arrangement for many marriages, but with his age and wisdom, Julian knew it wasn't for him. And that was the trouble, wasn't it? Having had to wait until he was nearing 40, the pool in which he could search was far shallower. Unmarried ladies his age were a rarer breed, being far fewer than those of Miss Babcock's. Though the conversation shifted, and soon Mother was leading him toward other possibilities, Julian's heart sank with each subsequent introduction. Not one of the ladies was a wretched option, just like the many he'd met in Newcastle weren't wretched options, but none of them seemed a good match. The younger set was pleasant enough for a conversation or two, but hadn't the emotional polish to interest Julian for long. The older set was smaller in number, and the vast majority were unappealing because they allowed their disappointments in life to embitter them. No life was perfect, yet they focused on their losses, allowing them to sour the rest of their existence. Hardly something a man longed to add to his life. Julian allowed himself to get swept into the parlour games, but the question lingered in his mind. Would he ever find a wife? Someone whose company he longed for, who was not only a match romantically, but intellectually and morally. As much as society revolved around presenting bachelors and maidens with opportunities to meet, such fleeting interactions hardly left him interested. And apparently, the one lady who had sparked it had none for him, or for matrimony. Julian didn't know whether it would be more disheartening if Miss Callaghan's dismissal were personal or simply a matter of policy. After all, one wanted to think one was engaging and appealing enough that a lady would renounce her vow never to marry. "Are you growling?" asked Mother with raised brows as she glanced at her son. "Not at all," replied Julian, forcing himself to smile. Mentioning his frustrations now would only make the lady more determined to find him a bride. Besides, such conversations were best had when one was not in mixed company. "Are you unwell?" she asked, but the sound of singing cut her short. The tune rang through the halls, announcing the Callaghans' arrival before they appeared in the doorway, their faces shining as they sang of the glad tidings of great joy that happened so many centuries ago, and the sight of them was enough to wash away Julian's doldrums. Chapter 16. With only the 4 children, their grandparents, youngest aunts, and mother in attendance, the group of carolers wasn't large, but they sang with all the fervour of a choir. Each wore a crown of Christmas greenery, and Ernest held up a lantern as though shining the light of their joyful song. With so many candles burning, it was a feeble thing, but the expressions of adoration on the Callaghans' faces were enough to warm the audience through. With slow steps, the 2 youngest stepped forward, shaking their collection boxes as they passed through the crowd. Affecting the pleading looks their grandfather had helped them perfect, they held them out, waiting for coins to fall. Gael was on his best behaviour, not even crossing his eyes at the sight of Julian, and in his robes and evergreen crown, the lad looked like a little cherub. Then the moment arrived, and the adults lowered their voices, dropping into accompanying hums as Alegria and Gael took centre stage. Each sang their line of the song, and on the chorus, the adults all joined in, blending their voices with skill. The children began the second verse, all the while shaking their collection boxes at people as they passed, their sweet little faces pleading for generosity. Humming along with the melody, Julian dug into his waistcoat pocket, but when he manoeuvred toward the box, he spied the other guests staring at the children. Murmurs rumbled through the gathering, and though a few deigned to drop a coin or two, they did so with disgruntled expressions. His cheeks heated as little Alegria struggled to hold on to her composure, seeming to shrink beneath the glowers of these grown men and women. Shouldering past the others, he pulled out every last coin he had on his person, which wasn't much to be certain, and dropped them through the slot before turning to the crowd and adding his voice to theirs. Julian stumbled over some of the words, but kept singing as a few more guests deigned to add their coins to the donation box. What was wrong with this village? What sort of people remained unmoved by heartwarming displays of Christmas cheer? No wonder Miss Callaghan wanted nothing to do with the carolling if they were going to be greeted by such disdain and judgment. Just as they began their second song, the footmen swarmed, herding the Callaghans from the drawing-room. But the family continued to sing, their music echoing through the room as they disappeared from whence they came. Though not before Alegria gave Julian a broad grin, waving at him from over her shoulder. "Adorable, aren't they?" asked Julian as he glanced at his mother, and though she nodded, there was a tightness to her smile that had him excusing himself for a bit of punch. Rubbing at his forehead, he tried to ignore the pain now spiking through the back of his head, Before he knew what he was doing, he drank deep of the Christmas punch, only to sigh when he realized it wasn't strong. Thank all the saints above. Perhaps he could even have an early night as well, and wake rested tomorrow morning to get plenty of work done on his latest poem. "Is everything well with you?" asked Father, appearing at his elbow. "Just a megrim," replied Julian. "I have half a mind to retire early tonight." Father shifted, glancing out at the crowd, though no one stood near enough to overhear. "I hadn't meant your health, though I am sorry to hear it. We knew we wouldn't see you much during this trip, as you were going to be some miles away. But whenever we do, you seem out of sorts, a little distressed, perhaps." That brought a certain lady to mind, and Julian brushed the thought aside. He was not overwrought by Miss Callaghan or his troubles with finding a wife. It would settle itself in time, hopefully. "I am merely a bit fatigued of late," said Julian with a wry smile. "Travelling is always an ordeal, and the Callaghans have been doing their level best to include me in all their adventures. It's been wonderful but exhausting." Father nodded, his grin matching his son's. "I feel the same. Though I adore the Wallaces, I long for my own bed. However, we'd best enjoy the time we have here. We will be home before we know it." Julian opened his mouth and quickly shut it again, but his father didn't miss the movement. "What is it?" he asked. "I have been considering extending my stay in Hayden," he replied, but he quickly added, "or taking a trip abroad, perhaps." Father nodded. "You've worked hard and been frugal, so there's no reason you cannot do a little travelling. Why not spend a few weeks on the continent?" "I was considering something longer than a few weeks," he said, shifting from foot to foot. Pausing, Julian sorted through what to say. Life was far easier when one could edit one's words before anyone else read them. "My time here is so inspiring. Even with how busy I've been in the evenings, I'm getting so much done, and I think it might be helpful if I spend some time seeing the world. It is difficult to write much when my life consists mostly of ledgers and accounting." "For how long?" asked Father with a narrowed look. 6 months? A year? I do not know. Not yet, at any rate. I haven't given it much thought, but Ernest has been telling me about his son Aloysius, who is a sculptor and travelling the continent with his new bride, hoping to broaden his knowledge and improve his craft. That is a very appealing prospect. Father's gaze bored into him. "I thought you were happy with your position." Julian nodded. "I am. I enjoy my work, and I do not wish to give it up. But it's been so wonderful to dedicate significant time to my poetry. This time in Hayden has opened my eyes to so many possibilities, but with all the holiday festivities, I still cannot dedicate as much time as I would like." "To your hobby," said Father in a flat tone. "To my passion." With a huff, Father crossed his arms, shaking his head. "Your mother and I are very supportive of your poetry. We always have and always will be. You are talented, and I do not doubt that if you continue to learn and grow, you will be published. But it isn't a stable profession, Julian. You've worked hard to establish yourself, and now you wish to cast that aside? It makes no sense, son." Drawing closer, Julian forced himself not to get defensive, though his instincts kept pushing him in that direction. The fellow was concerned. It was entirely natural. That was all. A simple conversation, and then Father would understand. "It would be a sabbatical," said Julian. "I don't wish to leave my profession. Not only does it provide for me, but I enjoy the work and have no desire to throw myself entirely into poetry. However, I've worked hard for so many years, and I would love the opportunity to immerse myself in the thing I love most." Father stared at him a few moments more, before shaking his head once again. "I apologize, but I find this all so startling. This isn't like you." "I didn't think it was something I wanted until I came here. I see the Callaghans and the way they live. It is simple and quiet, but there is such contentment in their home. They reject the obsession with wealth and making one's name, said Julian, his smile growing as he considered the past few days. Ernest and I spent an entire afternoon discussing the punctuation in a single line of Chaucer and how it altered the entire rhythm of the sentence and meaning of the words. Yes, it is quite fun to sit about, focusing on the parts of life we enjoy most, but it isn't so wonderful when one is struggling to feed one's family, replied Father. Does it have to be one or the other? Of course not, but that is precisely what you had before all this talk of sabbatical. A profession you enjoy that provides a steady income and evenings spent with your poetry. Both together. What you are proposing is turning entirely to the latter and ignoring the former. I said it was a sabbatical, Father, said Julian with a scoff. You aren't listening. The gentleman's brows rose at that, and his son forced out a breath before murmuring an apology. I am trying to be calm and reasonable, Julian. I am trying to listen to what you are saying, and I am trying to help you understand what a mistake this course of action would be, he said in an even tone. Do you think your clients are willing to go such a long time without having their man of business on hand? You cannot monitor their investments and properties from afar for so long. When you return, all the work you've done will be gone. Decades of sacrifice undone in a matter of months. Drawing nearer, Father gave him a pleading smile and settled his hand on his son's shoulder. Surely you would be better off continuing the balance you've struck, and then in a few years, when you have a partner or clerks to assist in the day-to-day operations, you can dedicate more time to your poetry. But if you do it now, you will lose everything you have built. For all that the gentleman's advice was sound, and precisely the sort of thing Julian himself would say if a friend or brother were proposing this scheme, thoughts of the hours spent in earnest study glowed bright in his mind. Long, diverting conversations, searching for inspiration, meditation. There were just some things that were far more enjoyable here in the countryside without his business looming over him, and to return to Newcastle would be to lose those precious experiences. Where is this coming from, Julian? Asked his father with a puzzled frown. You don't sound like yourself. There was a pause as Julian tried to express his thoughts and feelings, but the progress he was making ground to a halt when Father posed another question. Does this have anything to do with Miss Callaghan? Pardon? Asked Julian with raised brows. But Father merely levelled a knowing look at his son that held just a hint of a smile beneath it. You speak of her as often as you do her father, and it is clear the lady has made an impression on you. That she has, said Julian, offering the only morsel he was willing to divulge at present. Father nodded, drawing in a deep breath as a frown worried his brow. I am concerned about you, Julian. I know you are a grown man capable of making your own decisions, but I feel I must warn you about the path you are setting yourself on. Because of Miss Callaghan? Because of the hold her family has on you. Julian's brows shot upward at that. The Callaghans are good people. They do live a bit unconventionally, but they are not wicked. Not wicked is not the same as being good, replied Father. True, but you saw them here minutes ago collecting money for charity, said Julian, nodding toward the door from which they came and went. The rest of us are revelling, whilst they are doing their best to help the poor of the parish. One good deed does not a good person make, but I would say that is clear evidence that they are more on the side of right than wrong. Drawing in a deep breath, Father let it out in a long sigh as the furrow of his brow deepened, but before he could speak, Julian hurried on. You and Mother seemed quite taken with Miss Callaghan when you met her. I was worried you might trade your son for a daughter. But the jest did not draw any hint of humour from the grim man standing beside Julian. Your mother and I have heard some concerning reports about that family. Their sons have a reputation for carrying on with local girls in a manner that is unbecoming of a gentleman, and your mother has heard quite a few tales about their daughters as well. Then there is their parents' shocking elopement. They have been happily married for decades. Surely there ought to be a limit on how long scandal can taint a name when all other behaviour is irreproachable. That is precisely what I'm saying, son. I do not believe their other behaviour is irreproachable. Pausing, father rubbed at his forehead and turned his gaze fully on Julian once more. I will not repeat the gossip, as I cannot say for certain what is truth and what is lie, but there is enough of it to give me pause, and I caution you not to take advice from Ernest and his family. You have done incredible things with your life, and you can continue to do so, but not if you veer off the path. Placing his hand on his son's shoulder, father gave him a smile that was tainted with worry. I am proud of you, my boy, and this is a decision you have to make on your own, but choose carefully. And with that, father turned away, leaving Julian lingering near the punch bowl and clinging to the cup in his hand, and feeling like a 10-year-old boy. Being nearly 40 years of age and financially independent meant he didn't require his parents' approval, and regardless of what he chose, his parents would remain his greatest allies throughout his life. But that child inside him longed for their blessing. Setting down the glass, Julian wandered around the gathering, considering the conversation. In his 20s, he likely wouldn't have appreciated such blunt advice from his father, but the impetuousness of youth had faded enough to give him an appreciation of the wisdom and experience that drove his parents' counsel. They were right about a great many things. Were they right about this? And Miss Callaghan? Chapter 17. Humans were creatures of habit. Enough so that despite having been in Hayden for less than a fortnight, Julian already considered this chair in the parlour his. It wasn't as though returning to the seat again and again was a compulsion. It was merely a byproduct of having decided to sit in this precise location on his first day and finding little reason to change the position once it was deemed acceptable. Why waste time choosing anew each day? As much as he appreciated the intimacy that Ernest's study provided, Julian thought much clearer when they were in the parlour, away from the heaping mess the gentleman kept in his sanctuary. The room was still vastly different from his own tastes, having every nook and cranny filled with heirlooms and mementos, but at least one could breathe without worrying about knocking something over. And for once, the house was quiet enough to use the parlour instead of retreating to the place where no one dared disturb them. In one far corner sat the two youngest Fitzherberts, cuddled up to their grandmamma as she quietly read them a story. With their mother and elder siblings already gone to play for the evening, the piano sat silent, and Miss Callaghan was curled up with a novel opposite Julian, her eyes fixed on the page, as though the world beyond her story didn't exist. Only Ernest made any noise as he sifted through the coins the carolers had collected the night before. With his paper sitting atop his lap desk, Julian stared at the page for a long moment before setting the desk aside and rising to his feet. Not wishing to disturb the others with his pacing, he crossed to the window as the words echoed in his thoughts again and again, his internal quill scratching out words and replacing them as he stumbled his way toward the answer. Ice curled along the edges of the glass, obscuring the world beyond. Despite the people just behind him, a sense of isolation washed over him as he gazed out at the wintry landscape, a solitary figure against the vastness of the frozen world. Stillness blanketed the village, as tangible as the snow hanging thick upon the eaves, and the only movement was that of the smoke curling lazily from chimneys, drifting upwards into the crisp winter air, its wispy tendrils disappearing into the pale sky. "If you change your mind, you're quite welcome to join me tonight," said Ernest, looking up from the piles of coins he was sorting. "That is kind of you, but I have no wish to intrude upon your work," replied Julian, turning away from the window to return to his seat. "I am only telling a few ghost stories to a group of people who cannot tell good literature from bad," he murmured with a sigh. "Such a waste of my time and talents." "Yes, but it pays the bills," replied Julian. Ernest stared down at the money on the console table. "If the villagers weren't so stingy, I wouldn't have to debase myself by creating such drivel." Julian groaned in sympathy. It is always amazing to me that those with the most money are always the slowest to pay their bills. For all that many gentlemen in my profession seek out the wealthy to ply their trade, I find they are the most infuriating to work with, always demanding of your time, but reluctant to pay in a timely manner. Ernest waved that away. I simply demand payment when I arrive and do not perform until the coins are in my palm. Anything I've prepared shan't go to waste, as I can simply use it another time. Leaning forward as though to share a secret, he added, In fact, I often reuse things written for other occasions or borrow others' work. The people hereabouts cannot recognize true genius when it is presented to them, so they don't know the difference between my work and something published in a rag of a magazine. They only care to be titillated. Julian frowned, though he supposed it made sense. It wasn't as though the contracts he employed were brand new each time. Rather, they were revised copies of former ones he had used, and though each client's needs were individual to a degree, he often employed similar strategies for their investments. One needn't reinvent the wheel each day, after all. Yet it made him uneasy to think of charging them for a personalized consultation if he were only going to regurgitate the same advice he'd given others without deviation. Yes, one might reuse bits and pieces, but not the whole of it. And one did not pass off another's work as one's own. Sliding the coins into the box with a sigh, Ernest set the funds on the shelf behind him. I can only hope that we will collect more tomorrow. The Feast of St. Stephen is all about generosity to the less fortunate, after all, a time for one's purse strings to loosen. What is your goal? Asked Julian, nodding toward the box. As much as we can get, replied Ernest with a laugh. A little extra will never go amiss. With Emily living at home and her 2 boys in school, we need every penny. Julian shook his head. I meant the carolling. How large a donation are you looking to secure? As large as my coffers can hold. I would love it if we could simply live off the carolling alone and not subject myself to using my talents for such menial labours. To write such drivel. Despite understanding English, Julian blinked at his friend as he tried to comprehend those words. The collection you gathered last night wasn't intended to go to the less fortunate? Ernest's expression scrunched as he stared at the young man. What do you mean? Of course it is going to the less fortunate. I don't think there is a family in the area that requires it more than us. During his exploration of the village, Julian had seen more than a few hovels whose residents would beg to differ, but his wits were still struggling to grasp this turn of events. His gaze drifted to Miss Callaghan, who, despite her relaxed pose, clutched her book before her eyes like a sinner clinging to a crucifix, and her breathing stilled as she refused to meet Julian's gaze. You and your family were out begging? He asked, turning to his friend. Brows shooting upward, Ernest scoffed. I take offence to that. We provided a performance, and they compensated us. The only difference between that and being hired to do the same thing is that with carolling, I am paid by all those who enjoy the performance and not just the host. Julian's stomach churned at Ernest's logic that, though seeming quite sensible when one considered it objectively, felt decidedly wrong. That and the fact that performances are commissioned, not forced upon the audience, said Julian. Ernest waved the argument away. Nonsense. Besides, why shouldn't the townsfolk provide for their resident artists? After all, we bring beauty and enlightenment to people who would otherwise be creatively stagnant. And don't we deserve compensation for it? Must I sacrifice my very soul to provide for my family, destroying not only my integrity but my artistic vision? With each question, his friend grew more heated as he spoke. Already, so much of our art is squandered. I've lost 2 sons to commerce, though at least Tristan still writes, even if it is as a journalist. The gentleman said that title as though it were a byword, and then added with a sigh, But as far as I can tell, Thomas doesn't even sketch any more. Pausing, he considered that and added, Emily is a far better musician than these backwater villagers appreciate, and her children look to match her skill. If they aren't forced to play only quadrilles, waltzes, and country tunes, I have great hope for Aloysius. But to make a proper go of it, he'll have to do commissioned work, which is absolute death to an artist's creative vision. And all my daughters—" At that, Ernest glanced at his eldest with a doting smile and amended, "All my daughters, except Angelica, show degrees of talent in various artistic endeavours, only to waste it by settling into mundane married lives with husbands who do not value their spirit. I can only hope Helen and Ophelia choose better." Miss Callaghan's eyes rose from the page, their deep blue looking as bleak as the moors outside. Her expression was as calm as ever, but it was in that gaze and the pinking of her complexion that Julian saw her heart cracking beneath the embarrassment. He had teased and twitted her about not joining in, never once considering that her reason might be entirely justifiable. Which was the precise moment he recalled his participation in the carolling. Julian's gaze fell away from Miss Callaghan's as heat swept through him. His part in the embarrassment had been minor and unintentional, but the townsfolk hadn't known. All they saw was Julian Knight throwing in his lot with people who had arrived on their doorstep, unannounced, to badger and beg them out of their hard-earned funds. And he had judged the villagers as unfeeling and miserly. Good heavens. "The invitation still stands, should you wish to join us tomorrow," added Ernest as he rose to his feet and strode toward the parlour door. "My thanks, but I must decline," murmured Julian, his manners still firmly in place despite his shock. "As you wish," was all the reply granted before Ernest strode away, grabbing his greatcoat, hat and gloves, whilst opening the front door in one fluid motion. A second later, the sound of it closing echoed through the house, and Julian remained frozen in place as his stomach burned. Chapter 18. Begging? Nausea swept through Julian at the thought. Some people had no other recourse, and he didn't fault them for doing whatever they could to feed themselves and their families. But disdain had dripped from Ernest's tone when speaking of his son's sensible professions, as though begging from his neighbours, and no amount of justification on Ernest's part would convince Julian it was anything else, was the more honourable course. "Oh, my, is that the time?" asked Mrs. Callaghan as she glanced at the clock on the mantelpiece. Turning to the two children, she nudged them toward the door. "Come now, we must get you two in bed." Miss Callaghan moved as though to go, but her mother waved her away. "I have them in hand, dear. You've been working yourself to the bone of late." Upon passing her daughter, she placed a kiss on the lady's head before herding her grandchildren out of the room, leaving the door open for propriety's sake. Though she murmured a word of gratitude in response, Miss Callaghan kept her eyes downturned as footsteps sounded on the stairs and the little ones began jabbering at their grandmother, bargaining with all their might for more time to play. Miss Callaghan wilted under his regard, showing the first genuine sign of discomposure he'd ever seen in her. But still, he couldn't help asking her one question. "Why didn't you warn me?" The day of reckoning. Everyone knew it arrived eventually, but no matter how much one anticipated and prepared, it still managed to surprise. Whilst Papa's other visitors had paid little attention and cared not one jot about how the Callaghans supplemented their income, Angelica had known Mr. Knight wasn't cut from the same cloth, just as he hadn't been content to steal her bed. And now he sat there, his bright eyes fading with disappointment and shock as he awaited her answer. But what could she say? Shifting in her seat, Angelica fought against the itchy feeling that crawled up and down her skin whenever this subject was broached. She cast her mind back to the time when the lies of carolling and Christmas cheer had crumbled, revealing the disgusting truth beneath. Those frustrated expressions pointed at her during the holidays, the stifled laughs when the family ventured into public. The Callaghans were the village joke, and though her parents seemed oblivious, Angelica felt every ounce of that disapproval and mockery. But then she couldn't blame the people for being disgruntled when they were harassed to supplement the income of a man who refused proper employment and were belittled for chasing financial security. Angelica struggled with what to say, and all the while Mr. Knight patiently awaited her answer. Her throat tightened as pain surged through her, making her eyes burn. "Would you have believed me?" she whispered. "You might have tried." "I am embarrassed." Angelica drew in a sharp breath, turning her gaze away from him to stare at the fireplace. "Do you know how much it hurts to have a cherished tradition turn out to be a black mark against me and my family? For years, I loved our caroling, only to discover we were just props, used to guilt our neighbours. It breaks my heart to see Gael and Alegria embracing the tradition, because one day they will discover the truth and realise that the village pities or despises them. And it will be Emily and me who mop up their tears." Though she heard Mr. Knight shifting, Angelica couldn't bear to look at him as she felt him settle into the chair beside her. "I am sorry for that, and I am sorry for asking such an accusatory question. I was shocked, that is all, and I do not fault you for not speaking up. Who would wish to admit that truth?" Drawing in a deep breath, he added, "In fact, I owe you an apology for making light of the situation and thinking you were a Christmas curmudgeon." Angelica's brows rose at that, but they lowered the next moment as her strength ebbed, leaving her feeling deflated. "I cannot blame you for that. I am the curmudgeon of the Callaghan clan." "Not at all," he said with a shake of his head. "The more I come to know them, the more I think you may be the only one with an ounce of sense, and if that is curmudgeonly, then I wish to be as curmudgeonly as you." Snapping her book closed, Angelica straightened as her lungs drew in a sharp breath. The earnestness in his words wrapped around her, seeping through her skin and into her very core. "Thank you," she whispered. His knees were angled toward her, drawing her gaze to him and up his torso until she finally met his eyes. Part of her longed to hide away from that piercing stare, but the sweetness she spied there was like nectar to a bumblebee, drawing her in. To be seen not as a vexation, but as someone worthy of admiration was so intoxicating that Angelica couldn't bear for this moment to end. "I am sorry that I didn't pay attention to your warning," he said with a wan smile. "Vague though it may have been, I ought to have given it more credence." But before she could think what to say in response, his expression pulled into a faint sneer as he mumbled, "It seems I'm forever apologizing to you. Might I simply give you one grand declaration of remorse and have it apply to every future mistake?" A halting chuckle escaped at that, and Angelica shook her head. "I like hearing you apologize." "Then I suppose I'm doomed to forever prostrate myself before you." "No need. It isn't the grovelling I enjoy." Pausing, Angelica considered the thoughts bouncing about her head and how to explain them. "Every one of us is fallible, yet I rarely receive apologies. Simply hearing the words is wonderful." She drew in a deep breath, and her gaze fell away from him as she straightened her skirts. "And I must apologize for not being more forthright when we spoke. Had my pride not gotten the better of me, I could have warned you better." There was a long pause before the gentleman asked, "Do you think that now I know what it is for, he will return the money to me? I know you have a very tight-fisted approach to such things, but perhaps your father is more forgiving." Mr. Knight spoke in a nonplussed manner, but there was a hint of a smile to his tone, and Angelica's gaze darted to him. "Are you trying to tease me out of my doldrums?" she asked. "Is it working?" Angelica fought back the smile. At least she tried, but the thing kept fighting her control, and it was clear from Mr. Knight's brightening expression that he knew it. "You are awfully fixated on your money, sir," she said in a prim tone. "First you harangue me about a few coins, and now you are asking about those you gave my father. Are you so desperate for funds? If so, my father is quite good with maintaining an income whilst doing very little work. No doubt he could advise you on how to coerce your neighbours into funding your lifestyle. Mr. Knight's lips pulled into a considering frown, and he nodded along as though truly weighing the prospect. But before he could continue down that silly vein, Angelica straightened and reached forward, taking his hand up in hers before she could think better of it. "Thank you for being so kind to me, and I must apologize for my own poor opinion when we first met," she said with a furrowed brow. "I have spent my life surrounded by poets and the like. In all the years of Papa bringing them into our home, not one of them considered the fact that they had dislodged me from my bedchamber, let alone cared enough to choose the floor so I wouldn't have to be without." Her throat tightened, but she fought to add, "You have been so kind, and I cannot tell you how much of a blessing it has been. And if we can both refrain from leaping to conclusions regarding the other, we might even become good friends." In all his life, Julian couldn't think of anything he liked better than the feel of Miss Callaghan's hand on his, especially when she was gazing at him with such warmth. His heart pounded in his chest, pushing him to press his suit. Faint heart never won fair lady after all. Yet beneath the rushing pulse and the blazing heat that drew him nearer, Julian's rational side prevailed. Miss Callaghan had made her feelings clear, and if she were to change them, it wouldn't be because he harangued her into accepting his suit. Friends was not a terrible place to start. Quite the opposite, in fact. Julian couldn't help but preen at the thought of counting this dear lady as his friend, for though their acquaintance was new, the more he came to know her, the more he admired her. The instincts that had established him in his profession were the same ones that surged to the forefront now, reminding him that caution led to greater long-term rewards, and Julian was quite ready to see what dividends this friendship might supply. "As it is to be a quiet night at home, would you join me for some reading?" he asked. "We can have Maggie bring up a tea tray, and we can relax on the sofa whilst enjoying each other's company." Miss Callaghan's eyes warmed, giving away the pleasure she felt at that proposition, though she answered with a disinterested wave of her hand. "I suppose that might be an acceptable way to pass the evening." Quite acceptable indeed. Chapter 19. Afternoon sunlight poured through the window, staving off the chill seeping through the glass and making Julian's eyes slide closed beneath the warmth. For all he'd intended to have an early evening last night, Miss Callaghan's undivided attention had been too intoxicating to retire at a reasonable hour, especially when conversation had proven far more diverting than reading side by side. Julian's latest work sat atop a tower of books that he had adjusted to serve as a desk in the cramped confines of Ernest's study, but his eyelids kept slipping closed of their own accord. If not for the fact that the chair was entirely too uncomfortable for a proper nap, Julian would have surrendered to the impulse. Two vines entwined, their tendrils softly creep, each day their roots grow strong and deep. A gentle breeze, a whisper in the night, sparks a flame that burns with steady light. It seemed even his muse was quite pleased to fixate on Miss Callaghan, and as much as Julian tried to concentrate on his work, his thoughts couldn't formulate into anything useful, beyond considering just how much Miss Callaghan's wit made him smile. Across from him, Ernest sat with a book of poetry in his hands, his eyes drifting over the page as he soaked in the words. "Are you going to work on your ballad?" asked Julian, straightening and stretching until his back cracked. "The muse is not with me today," said Ernest with a vague wave, as though dismissing the idea altogether. "Besides, this time of year is so busy with all this work to be done that I rarely indulge in my writing." Julian couldn't help but wonder what sort of work he was referring to. As far as he could see, Ernest merely attended parties, spent an hour or two reciting poetry or ghost stories, and then ate, drank, and made himself merry. And as the gentleman had already confessed to preparing little for these outings, Julian wasn't certain what Ernest found so taxing that he required a rest. Rising to his feet, Julian struggled not to topple the books and tea trays that were scattered around the space before surrendering and returning to his seat. His thoughts swirled with possibilities, sorting through what he might say, but there was no point in delaying the conversation. Ernest needed a nudge in the proper direction. "I do hope you won't think me impertinent." "Honesty is never impertinent," replied Ernest with a smile from over the top of his book. Julian nodded, though his thoughts struggled to coalesce. "I have noticed how much effort you put into supplementing your income with various performances and how much you dislike it, and I believe I may have a solution." With that, Ernest snapped his book closed and straightened. "Is that so?" "I require a clerk." Sputtering out a scoff, Ernest waved his arms and settled back into his seat. "I do not require employment." "I am speaking of a little supplemental work," he insisted. "Such things pay much better than your performances, and I've been giving it some thought and believe I can hire you on to do work from Haydon via correspondence." "And why would I do that?" asked Ernest with a wince. "My family is managing." Drawing in a deep breath, Julian considered Miss Callaghan's example and forged ahead, wielding the truth boldly. "You do so by begging. Surely there are better ways to feed your family than extorting your neighbours." "Extorting? Begging?" scoffed Ernest. "We are being compensated for our work, that is all." "Work that you were not asked to do. You entered the Reddings' home and refused to leave until you were paid enough. Were you even invited in, or did you force your way past the footman?" "The village knows our Christmas tradition, and they haven't spoken a word against it, so I do not see why you should take umbrage with it. I certainly will not mar my work and deaden my creative mind by taking on such mundane employment." Rising to his feet, Ernest dusted off his sleeves and straightened his jacket, then strode out the study door without a backward glance. Despite having known that the offer was going to be a difficult sell, Julian couldn't help gaping at the empty study. Ernest had dismissed the idea without an ounce of consideration, and all while levelling a hard judgment on Julian's life and his mundane employment. Not a surprise. Not in the slightest. Yet a weight settled into Julian's chest, pressing down on him with enough force that it was difficult for him to rise to his feet. Is that what Ernest thought of those who chose honest work? That they were pitiable or even revolting? Something to be avoided? There were plenty of things that needed doing in this world, which were performed by those who would rather pursue other passions, and without them, the likes of Ernest Callaghan wouldn't survive. Julian doubted Maggie had chosen her position because she adored being a maid. Greengrocers needn't adore the vegetables they'd dedicated their lives to. Julian had never met a cooper whose heart was utterly captivated by making barrels. Few in this world were lucky enough to make a living off the things they love. Life was full of responsibilities, and one couldn't pick and choose which to perform. The walls of the study pressed down on Julian, and his lungs felt like they were choking on the dust, clogging the room. He needed air. Forcing his feet to the door, he took the stairs down and turned into the corridor, to see Miss Callaghan standing there. With an envelope in one hand, she reached for her cloak and gave a start when he spoke. "Are you going to the post office?" he asked. In a trice, Miss Callaghan had the cloak around her shoulders and the letter tucked in her pocket, as though it had never existed. "I require some air and wanted to go for a walk." "Perfect. That is precisely what I'm planning to do as well," he replied, reaching for the peg that held his greatcoat. "May I join you?" The lady shifted in place, her eyes darting around the corridor, touching everything but him. "I wanted some time alone to clear my head." "Believe it or not, Miss Callaghan, but I am capable of being quiet," he said with an impish grin. "I welcome the company, and should you wish to talk—" "My thanks, but I must decline." And with that, Miss Callaghan swept out the front door, leaving Julian to stare at her fleeing form. Slipping on his winter things, Julian stepped into the crisp afternoon. The sun was a great golden orb that hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the snow-coated fields and buildings. The distant sound of Miss Callaghan's footsteps and the faint strains of birdsong were the only reminders that life still existed in this frozen landscape. The sun glinted off the snow with dazzling beauty, and Julian could well imagine that a meandering walk might be just the thing to clear his thoughts. But his eyes followed after Miss Callaghan, who strode in the opposite direction of the local postmaster. The bend of the road pulled her out of sight, and Julian's thoughts raced with questions as to why the lady was so distant today. Had their evening together been distasteful? Though not a prideful person, he couldn't accept her dismissal as a personal rejection. And hadn't they spoken last night about not assuming the worst of the other? Yet Julian's mind thought back to the letter she'd hidden away. How many times had he spied her writing secret messages? For all that Miss Callaghan swore they were not letters, the paper she'd held had been folded in the distinctive manner of a missive. So maybe not a letter to be mailed, but a secret note for a beau. Julian tried to deny the possibility, yet Miss Callaghan never entertained friends or acquaintances she might write to, and there was no need for sneaking about if her actions were innocent. Regardless, he had no interest in speaking to Ernest at present, and remaining in Stoneleigh Cottage would force him to do so before his temper was properly cooled. And if he walked deeper into the village, he might run into some new acquaintance who would wish to gab. Miss Callaghan's direction was the only clear option. So, Julian turned his feet in that direction, forcing his steps to remain at a sedate pace as Miss Callaghan didn't want company. But even if he caught the lady in some tryst, what did it matter beyond satisfying his morbid curiosity? It wasn't as though she owed him an explanation. Yet for her to espouse a dislike of matrimony whilst carrying on a liaison with a mystery beau would make her a hypocrite of the highest order. Apparently, Mr. Julian Knight was determined to continue in his gluttonous self-flagellation, for despite his good sense telling him to turn away, he followed Miss Callaghan at a discreet distance. He paused as she rushed into the forest, slipping out of sight. A hypocrite? No, that couldn't be. Pain pulsed in his chest as he considered the disappointments he'd suffered in the past few days, and his thoughts refused to believe he had been wrong on all fronts. Miss Callaghan wasn't like her father. She couldn't be. Having Ernest exhibit such selfish behaviour was heartbreaking, but in the short time he had known her, Julian thought she had proven herself to be a lady with more strength of character than most. Snapping from those thoughts, he forged ahead. Chapter 20. With snow still fresh on the ground, it was easy enough to track Miss Callaghan's progress as she wove deeper into the forest and farther from Haydon. Tugging his greatcoat closer, Julian stuffed his hands into his pockets, but the cold seeped into his bones as he marched ahead, only to find her footsteps veering from the path. Julian paused and studied the marks on the ground that drew him into the underbrush, stopping before a felled tree whose trunk still stood thigh-high, the top of which someone had carved into a cottage. Though edges were warped from the natural grain of the wood, the artist had gone to great pains to give texture to the stone walls and slate roof. And if Julian wasn't mistaken, there were a few lines of ivy running along one side. Crouching to get a better look, he saw that the tiny windows were hollow, allowing him to peer inside the sculpture, though they were angled in a manner that kept the snow from drifting inside. Gently, he touched the roof, and though it fit snugly atop the house, with little effort it came free to reveal a mound of letters within. If this were a place for her to leave them for her beau, then he wasn't very valiant in fetching them, for there must be dozens of them stacked one atop the other. Good sense told him there was nothing for him here. Only a cad would dare to dig into that treasure trove and peek within the envelopes. Yet what was Miss Callaghan writing and abandoning out in the forest? The whole thing was so bizarre. Surely he ought to know what was afoot. Curiosity pricked at him, demanding he peek at just one. What harm would it do? They weren't even sealed, which meant Miss Callaghan wouldn't know he'd read them. Julian hated himself for even thinking that, yet he didn't turn aside the impulse that had him unfolding the topmost letter. The pages were filled with words, cramped into every inch, and the lines crisscrossed in what might appear a random fashion, but there was an orderliness to it that allowed him to follow the sentences that ran both vertically and horizontally to save on costly paper. Starting at the top, a date was scrawled in the upper left-hand corner, but there was no salutation or address to indicate the intended recipient. He is home. I cannot believe it. After 27 years of doing his level best to ignore my very existence, Thomas appears in my life once more, acting as though no time has passed, as if his silence is a minor detail that is best ignored and brushed aside. Julian froze as he stared at the script, his eyes unfocusing as he considered what he held in his hands. A journal. At that discovery, he knew he ought to cast it aside, but his eyes drifted down the words, his heart swelling as he peered directly into her soul. Another date appeared a few paragraphs down, continuing the narrative with a new entry. I had forgotten the power in his smile. Such a little thing, yet to see it again is like returning home. Though I long to embrace him and call him brother once more, something angry and evil bubbles beneath the surface. A malicious force has burrowed into my heart, foreign and unknown. It burns for me to shout and rail at him. For all that Miss Callaghan adopted the role of curmudgeon, her heart burned as passionately as the rest of her family, and with each description, Julian felt her emotions like his own, the artistry in those words weaving through him and capturing his attention as thoroughly as the lady herself. It was incredible. Just a single page was a week's worth of entries, and when he turned it to decipher the text running the other direction, he found more entries from before his arrival, and yet 2 more weeks' worth on the back, wasting not an inch of the valuable space. Glancing at the stack that remained inside the hiding place, he realized there must be years of entries. Still, he wanted more. Julian stared at the sheets, his fingers itching to open every last one of them. But his conscience declared this a line he could not cross. What he'd done was bad enough, but to violate her trust even further was unforgivable. His curiosity had been appeased at her expense, and he needn't press it further. Lowering the page, he carefully folded it up once again and replaced the treasure trove's lid, fitting it snugly so that not a drop of rain or snow might mar the hoard inside. The trees looked like giant skeletons, their branches reaching up into the pale sky. A blanket of snow muffled the forest floor, its pristine surface undisturbed, except for the occasional footprint of a creature that had passed in the night. Angelica trudged along, her breath billowing in the crisp air like a Christmas spectre, and the scent of pine filled her nose, bringing with it the memory of a warm cup of wassail as she and Mr. Knight had talked well into the night, the fireplace providing the only light in the room. Despite the bite in the air, her cheeks warmed until they were rosy, and Angelica's gaze fell to the ground as she hurried deeper into the forest. Drawing in deep breaths that threatened to freeze her nostrils, she forced the thought from her head. Trying to avoid Mr. Knight was a fool's errand. Stoneleigh Cottage was too small to do so with any amount of success, yet, fool that she was, she had attempted it all the same. It had been a dream, nothing more, certainly unworthy of note, yet it lingered in her thoughts with such clarity that Angelica was certain the gentleman would see her shame stamped on her face. As a rule, Angelica Callaghan did not dream, not with any regularity, and even when the odd image did flit into her mind, one couldn't mistake it for reality. Beyond being ridiculous, such as the time when she dreamt that she and Emily were being chased by a bloodthirsty murderer, not one of them appeared with any sort of clarity. They were little more than blurry, grey smudges that her mind strung into a story of sorts. Angelica couldn't recall what had preceded the incident or what followed, but the image her mind had conjured remained fixed in her heart. a simple thing, hardly worthy of note. She had been sitting in the garden behind their cottage, Mr. Knight by her side. Then she had rested her head against his shoulder, which was odd, but not wholly noteworthy, if not for the feeling that had accompanied the movement. Neither of them had said a word as they stared off at the flowers bobbing on the breezes, but a sense of peace had enveloped her, one so strong that even now it brought tears to her eyes. It felt as though she would never fit so perfectly into any other place in the world, and her heart ached at the thought of having lost something that had never existed. It was naught but a silly dream, a byproduct of her evening alone with Mr. Knight. That was all. Yet Angelica hadn't known her heart was capable of such a sentiment, or that her life was a dark and cold thing without it. Her vision blurred, but she refused to let the tears rain. Passions were useless things, destined to ruin lives, and she knew better than to give them any place in her heart. Arriving at the centre of the forest, she wandered to the great oak. Each of its massive limbs was the size of a proper tree, and the branches reached outward, struggling against the pull of gravity as age caused them to sag closer to the ground. Angelica knew every bump and knot along the ridges, and though she was far beyond the age of climbing, her eyes traced the best path up the side. For several long minutes she remained there, her hand resting against the bark as she revelled in the scent of the forest. Yet she couldn't shake the dream. It was as though she could still feel the touch of his shoulder on her temple. Angelica straightened and shook herself. She was being a ninny. Mr. Knight was not her true love. She hardly knew the man. Regardless of what her dreams claimed, and it was best not to give them any credence, Angelica was the mistress of her heart, and Mr. Knight was not a seer to know what foolishness her sleep had conjured. Turning in place, she marched back the way she'd come, following the path back to Hayden. Around the bend, she spied her secret cache and smiled at the little niche Aloysius had carved for her. But then she stopped at the sight of scuffed footprints along the base. Drawing near, Angelica studied the ground and saw a distinct set of shoe prints that followed hers, stopping before the cottage. Moving quickly, she hurried to the box and pulled off the roof to find the latest deposit sitting atop the pile, precisely where she had left it. Nothing looked out of the ordinary, not that she would know if any were missing or tampered with. "Miss Callaghan?" Angelica whipped about, clutching the lid to her chest, and found a person standing on the road behind her, his hands held up in placation. Her pulse doubled when she realized she couldn't replace the cottage's roof without being seen, and then it tripled when she recognized the intruder was none other than Mr. Knight, looking as entrancing as he had in her dreams. Chapter 21. "Did you follow me?" asked Angelica. The gentleman winced and lowered his hands. "I hadn't intended to." But when she met that with a narrowed look, he let out a heavy sigh. "Yes, I did. I will admit to being a lackwit who was hurting after a difficult conversation with his hero, only to be rejected by a lady and then turned into a jealous fool who thought you might be meeting a beau out in the forest." Mr. Knight's cheeks reddened as his grimace turned inward. "I have no excuses. I was curious and frustrated, and I wanted to know what you were up to. I didn't mean to poke my nose into your private business." "Yes, you did. That is precisely what you meant to do," she said, gripping the lid so tightly that she felt the carving through her gloves. Another sigh, and Mr. Knight nodded, though a faint smile quirked the edge of his lips. "Always so direct. I like that about you, Miss Callaghan, for you do not allow me to distort the truth, and I am the better for it. I can only say that I am sorry for having discovered your secret. And though I was of a mind to simply sneak away, I couldn't bear to keep the truth from you." Angelica's stomach sank to her toes, for there was no mistaking the guilt swimming in his eyes. "You read them?" "Only part of the topmost one." Shifting in place, he cleared his throat. "Why do you sneak them out into the woods so clandestinely?" With a scoff, she turned and set the roof firmly atop the cottage. "You may not have been at Stoneleigh very long, Mr. Knight, but I would think the answer is obvious to anyone who has spent more than a day amongst my family. There is no privacy. Even my bedchamber is invaded regularly, and I learned long ago not to keep anything personal there, for it won't remain a secret long." Mr. Knight's expression fell, his brows knitting together. That alone melted a bit of the ice in Angelica's heart, but then with a heavy tone he added, "And I just invaded the one place you had to yourself. I do not know if I can express my sorrow adequately, Miss Callaghan. I acted selfishly, and I do hope you can forgive me." Angelica's stomach twisted at the thought of anyone reading her private notes, yet the fellow was so clearly penitent that it was impossible to maintain a cold shoulder. His eyes pleaded with her to forgive, and it wasn't the affected play act her family employed. Instead, it came from deep within and rang true, especially in the face of his having confessed without needing to. Had Mr. Knight slipped away without revealing the secret, she would have been none the wiser. "You thought I had a beau?" she asked with a grimace that was pointed inward as much as it was pointed outward. Angelica wasn't going to consider how her heart fluttered at the thought of his jealousy. Brushing that aside, she continued, "If you wish to know, I haven't had one since I was 18, and was foolish enough to fall for one of my father's protégés, who was more interested in courting for courting's sake. Thankfully, I realized my mistake before it became irrevocable, and he went on to marry some other silly girl a few months later. From all accounts, they are miserable, as they were both more enamoured with love than each other. I do not intend to make that mistake again. I shan't marry." The muscles in Mr. Knight's jaw tensed at that declaration, and once more Angelica had to remind her heart of why feeling gleeful at the sight was not a rational thing. It wasn't as though she loved him. She hardly knew the man, and a spark of interest did not a marriage make. Turning, Angelica moved to join him on the road, but before she did more than shift her weight, Mr. Knight was at her side, offering his hand to guide her across the uneven ground, though she had managed to get in and out of the brush many times before. Taking his arm, though not as begrudgingly as she pretended, the pair turned toward home. Mr. Knight cleared his throat. "May I ask you a personal question?" Angelica couldn't help but smile at that. "Another? I am shocked." "I am inexcusably nosy," he added, slanting her a smile. Giving him a considering hum in return, she nodded. "Ask what you wish, Mr. Knight." "Why are you so set against marriage?" Angelica's brows rose as she glanced at him. "I am not the first to feel so." "No," he agreed with a nod, "but most of those bad opinions can be credited to their parents' poor marriage, or that of their siblings, yet your family all seems happily situated." Guinevere appeared in Angelica's thoughts, her stomach churning. "Not all of them, Mr. Knight, but I agree that my parents have as happy a marriage as one can ask for. It is not matrimony itself that I reject. One marries to secure one's situation. That is a hard assessment. But true nonetheless," she said with a dismissive wave. "Plenty marry for logical reasons that do not appeal to me. Without a proper dowry, I cannot hope to entice a gentleman whose standing is superior to my father's, unless I wish to make myself a fashion plate and simper and flirt in a manner that I find distasteful. And even then, I would be unlikely to succeed, as I cannot compete with the beauties of the village." Mr. Knight scoffed. "I would disagree with that." But though her heartbeat stuttered at that, Angelica thought it best to ignore the statement. "Why would I choose to marry for security's sake, when it is not an improvement on my present situation?" "For love?" he asked, looking at her with a waggle of his brows. "Ah, yes, the second grand reason people marry," she murmured with a sigh, her breath spiralling out in a great cloud of vapour. "You will excuse me if I put little stock in that silly sentiment." Pulling her to a stop, Mr. Knight stared at her. "You are saying you do not believe in love?" "I am saying that I do not trust it," she said. "Love is a selfish thing. My parents fell in love and turned their backs on their families. Love of poetry inspires my father to neglect his duty to his wife and children. Love makes sensible people do foolish things, casting aside their values and good sense to chase after the thing they desire." Yet even as she spoke, Angelica's stomach churned. Despite having seen that again and again, something still felt so wrong about that philosophy. More than merely recognizing the selfishness, an instinct deep inside said she was missing some integral piece. "I don't think I am capable of loving a husband," she concluded. "I know you love your family," he said with a challenging raise of his brows. "That is different." "Precisely," he said, leaning close with a grin. "People say the word love, yet it means so many different things, and I fear you have mistaken love for lust. You are right, love is not selfish. It is stalwart and strong. It is sacrifice and compassion. The truest sort of love, which binds husband and wife together, bears a healthy dose of that desire you disdain, but at its heart is selflessness, compassion, forgiveness, patience, and everything else you exercise daily, Miss Callaghan." Angelica stilled, though her breathing and pulse quickened. Mr. Knight stood there, looking into her eyes with an intensity that made the ground at her feet tremble. Or perhaps it was merely her limbs that were shaking. With wide eyes, she stared at him, not certain what to do or say as his words swept through her before settling into her mind and heart. Standing so close, she felt the whisper of his heat skittering across her cheeks as his eyes caressed her face. And despite Angelica's best efforts, her dream rose to her thoughts, making her wonder if reality could ever match her fantasy. With the barest hint of a smile, Mr. Knight stepped back, offering his arm again as he nodded toward the path. Clearing her throat, Angelica felt her body snap back under her control, and she took her place at his side, refusing to consider what had just happened. Mr. Knight drew in a deep breath. "I owe you another apology for doing the precise thing you said we needed to avoid. I saw you writing letters and leapt to conclusions." "Despite my many assurances that they were not letters," she replied in a monotone. "Have I mentioned I am a fool?" he asked with a pained smile. "Not often enough." But the mirth faded as Angelica added, "However, had I simply told you they were journal entries rather than being secretive, you might have ignored your burning curiosity. That doesn't excuse my behaviour, Miss Callaghan." Angelica turned her head to stare at the gentleman. For all his faults, of which there were many, Mr. Knight possessed a humble disposition that made her heart burn. His response was so quick, so definitive. Not some overdone demonstration of remorse, but a simple statement of fact. For goodness' sake! She had just had a disparaging thought about his many faults, as though she lacked any flaws or shortcomings. Yes, he required a little prodding, but Angelica's ready use of bluntness was a byproduct of living with those who refused to acknowledge reality, no matter how much it slapped them on the cheek. She couldn't think of anyone she knew who would so readily accept guilt and apologize. Shaking away that thought, she stared at the branches overhead. Golden afternoon light filtered through the leafless canopy, shining off the pristine snow and giving the area an ethereal glow. The well-trodden path was now barely visible, the edges fading into the blanket of white that covered the forest floor. And though the air was crisp and biting, being snugly tucked beside Mr. Knight lent her some of his warmth as their steps moved in unison down the path. And though she longed to ignore the question pestering her, Angelica couldn't fight the impulse that had her asking, "What precisely did you read, Mr. Knight?" Chapter 22. The gentleman remained silent for one too many beats, and Angelica forced her gaze ahead, refusing to look at him. If not for Mr. Knight's arm holding her in place, she would have sped down the path, never to look back. "Please do not take my words as a proper reflection of who I am," she hurried to add. But upon consideration, she amended, "I suppose they are, but not the whole of who I am. Christmas is a trying time on its own, but this year has been more difficult than most, and the entire reason I write those thoughts down is so that I can release them into the ether rather than speaking them aloud. I have no other way to get the sentiments out." Mr. Knight pulled her to a stop and stared at her. "Peace, Miss Callaghan. You have nothing to apologize for. As you said yourself, I have been in your house long enough to see the chaos, and I've seen your efforts to manage it all. It is little wonder that you would be fretful and frustrated. You have nothing to be ashamed of on that score, and I do not think less of you. Quite the opposite, in fact." Though his tone implied that he had more to say on the subject, Mr. Knight fell silent. His gaze drifted upward as though in thought, and Angelica stared at the fellow, waiting for the conclusion. When his eyes lowered to meet hers, they were more blue than hazel, matching the pale world around them. "Before you rushed on to stammer explanations, I was trying to think how to explain my feelings about what I read, for you left me quite in awe." Angelica leaned away, her eyes widening. "What do you mean?" "Precisely what I said, Miss Callaghan. Curiosity may have pushed me to read the first lines, but I continued because of the beauty of your words. The way you write is compelling, bringing your feelings to life in a way that I couldn't help but feel myself. You made me experience your anguish and frustration to the point where my heart truly burned with those emotions, and that is a gift, one I would love to see you develop." Huffing, she shook her head and continued down the path, though Mr. Knight quickly caught her, returning to his place by her side, and she took his arm. For warmth, of course. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Knight, but I am not a writer or poet. I simply scribble down my thoughts and feelings so they're not left burning in my head. It is not for public consumption." "I would beg to differ, Miss Callaghan. You most certainly are a writer, and perhaps even a poet. For though your words did not form any traditional poetic structures, there was a lyricism to them." Then, before she could argue, Mr. Knight added, "And I wasn't suggesting that you need to publish your words. Your father may claim that poetry is the essence of life, but I write it because I enjoy the challenge of quantifying the unquantifiable. To make someone feel emotions or see images because of the words I've written is magic, and even if I never publish my work, I will not stop developing that ability. I do it because I enjoy it, regardless of whether anyone else appreciates my efforts." As her skirts swept across the snow, brushing it about like a broom, Angelica considered that sentiment. But it was no use. The thought of her family discovering her journal entries sent a shudder down her spine. Angelica Callaghan wasn't a writer or a poet. She was the sensible one, not the artist. Mr. Knight peeked at her from the corner of his eye. "I know your family is quite forceful in their appreciation of the arts, but do not allow that to deter you. If you enjoy it, then continue with it. You needn't follow in their footsteps if you do not wish to, and no one else need know of it, Miss Callaghan. Your secret is safe with me." Clearing his throat, the gentleman added in a halting tone, "And should you ever prefer a listening ear to a scribbling pen, I am quite willing to offer one." "You are?" asked Angelica, her brows rising. "Of course," he replied with equal surprise, as though confused that she would question the offer. "Everyone should have a confidant, and I would be honoured to be yours." Angelica's chest constricted, squeezing her heart. Or perhaps that organ had simply grown too large for her ribs. She couldn't say which it was, except to feel the pressure building within her, but not the familiar and unpleasant frustration she often felt begging to be released. No, this sent tendrils of warmth through her, as though the wintry landscape had melted into a beautiful spring. "And perhaps when I leave for Newcastle after Christmas is over, you could write to me rather than stuffing those thoughts into a box in the woods," he added. A quick flutter of her pulse and a shock of ice balanced out her internal temperature once more. Of course, Mr. Knight was leaving. It wasn't as though he was going to stay in Hayden. and it wasn't as though it mattered greatly to her. I do like the idea of having a correspondent. Angelica's boots shifted on a patch of ice, but Mr. Knight's hold kept her from tumbling. "Careful there," he murmured as she found her feet again. "Now, Miss Callaghan, what has your heart so troubled?" The very organ he referenced did another flip, as though her feet were still on unsteady ground. Holding fast to his arm, Angelica considered that question a moment before the words began to tumble forth, and Mr. Knight said little beyond the occasional murmur of surprise or frustration as she unburdened herself. Despite capturing her feelings on the paper now hidden in the forest, Angelica felt a different sort of pleasure that came from seeing Mr. Knight scowl and scoff at the things her family did. After years of feeling like an oddity, here was someone who saw things as she did and didn't brush her opinions aside as unfeeling or restrictive. As she glanced at him, Angelica's brows pinched tight. "I do not want you to think I despise my family, Mr. Knight, just as I do not want you to look at what I wrote and think I am an angry harpy of a woman. This time of year is simply so difficult because they are at their worst. In the winter, we are all trapped together in that little cottage, and then Christmas descends, and they live in excess all the time, and I have so much more work to be done whilst they fight me every step of the way." A sigh built in her chest, and she released it while staring out at the wintry landscape as though it might have all the answers. "At those times, it is a struggle to enjoy them, yet I still love them." "Family relations are a complicated thing at times," said Mr. Knight. Angelica huffed a faltering chuckle. "Family is a testing ground. We choose our friends, and without fail, we connect with those whose friendship is natural, easy. One doesn't surround oneself with acquaintances who require significant patience or understanding, and when a relationship demands too much effort, we simply cut ties and move on to another." Lips pulling into a half-smile, she glanced at Mr. Knight. "Family, though vexing at times, allows us to learn patience and empathy. Despite having little in common, we are indelibly bound together through our shared history, and though I would never naturally befriend anyone in the Callaghan clan, that familial bond pushes me to settle differences and forgive, and I am the better for it. Even the most wretched of families can be a blessing, if those within it focus on how to improve themselves rather than fixating on others' actions." And with that said, Angelica's thoughts leapt to Thomas, and she felt like frowning at herself. For all that she had grand amounts of advice and knowledge to divulge to others, it seemed she was ignoring it when it came to her brother. "I do not know if I've ever thought of it in that fashion before," said Mr. Knight with raised brows. "I would hazard to say you have a happy home life, and thus you haven't had to consider it," replied Angelica. "That I do, but even the happiest of families struggle to keep the peace, Miss Callaghan. As you said, we are all very different people, and though there are similarities between us, they are not the sort of people I am naturally drawn to. That inevitably leads to the occasional conflict." A thought struck Angelica, and she couldn't help the chuckle that accompanied it. Mr. Knight sent her a questioning look. "I was thinking that you are not someone I am naturally drawn toward, and how that has led to the occasional conflict," she explained. "Nonsense. I would say we are quite naturally drawn to each other," he replied, slanting a warm look that made her pulse quicken. Forcing her throat to work, Angelica swallowed and turned her attention back to the conversation, ignoring entirely Mr. Knight's insinuation. Their feet wandered the forest as their conversation shifted and flowed down different paths, drifting off into different territories before winding its way back to the original subject. And by the time they arrived home, Angelica felt ready to weather a year of Christmases. Chapter 23. "Ah, dear me, but who shall rescue me?" cried the fair princess as she swept into a dramatic swoon. The audience clamoured, shouting encouragement as the handsome prince stepped into the scene, despite the actor looking like a doting grandfather rather than a strapping young man. But then, the princess had more than a few decades to her credit as well. A cackle, worthy of being called villainous, sounded from the far side of the stage, and Ophelia swept into view with a flourish of her cape that gave the illusion of her having appeared from nowhere. "You are too late, my foolish prince. She is under my spell." The audience booed and hissed with all their might. But Angelica forced her attention back to her paper, which rested upon the writing slate she'd borrowed from her students. With a flick of her pencil, she ticked off another task before examining the last few on her list, and lifting a hand to her head, she wiped at the moisture gathering there. The massive stone barn was perfect for a wintertime gathering, and having been built on a slight slope, this far end of the room was already raised up on 2 steps, dividing the open space and serving as the perfect stage. Curtains were strung from the beams that soared above them, sectioning off the actors from the audience and providing shelter on either side for the stagehands. Turning to the children beside her, Angelica straightened the costumes, righting ears that had gone askew and reattaching drooping tails. The evil fairy delivered her line with all the gravitas of Lady Macbeth, and Angelica ushered the woodland creatures forward. They swarmed the stage, managing to follow the directions they'd been given. Mostly. Allegria pirouetted in the middle of the stage, despite Ophelia's attempts to corral the field mouse. Angelica couldn't help laughing at it, for it only added to the ridiculousness that defined a pantomime, especially when the dancing fairy mouse kept stealing attention from the villain. "It is chaos out there," murmured Thomas. Jerking around, she spied her brother looming in the wing beside her, but before she could think what to say to the intrusion, Papa swept from the stage, tossing aside his sword, whilst Angelica handed him a new one that was painted with a bloody edge. With quick movements, she flipped his tunic around, which displayed the red-splashed side, and he strode out into view a mere heartbeat after he left it. And on the other side, she spied Emily finishing off Ophelia's preparations before the girl swept back into view, looking as though she had just done battle with the prince and the princess's woodland friends, whilst the fairy mouse jetted across the stage. "This is marvellous," whispered Thomas. "I admit I am very pleased with it," she replied, glancing at her list. But there was little more to be done, as the actors were delivering the final moments. Only the curtains needed attending. "As well you should be. You seem to be the driving force behind this success." Angelica's brows rose at that, and she glanced at her brother. Emily wrote the panto, and Guinevere managed the decorations. Huffing, Thomas shook his head. "I watched the rehearsals, Angelica. The rest of the family offered their talents, but until you swept in to organise their efforts, it was naught but a jumbled mess. You kept them on task." She clutched her slate to her chest. The paper crinkled, but Angelica ignored it as she tried to think how to respond. "I do not recall things being quite so—" Thomas trailed off, his brow furrowing as he tried to choose the proper word. "Shambolic at home." Angelica gave him a faint smile. "Yes, but a boy of 9 doesn't notice such things, and there were only 4 of us children at the time. We have more than doubled since then." Thomas glanced at the action on stage as Ophelia stretched her death scene into a grand performance worthy of a tragedy. "I always thought being raised on a ship meant my childhood was frenzied, but as rowdy as those sailors could be, there was order to our lives. I do not know how you managed to navigate the Callaghan home. I think it would have driven me mad to have everything constantly whirling out of control." "I never thought to hear another Callaghan say such a thing," replied Angelica. "If you allowed me to know you better, then we might just discover that we share other commonalities," said Thomas with a teasing lift of his brow. And though impulse had her reaching for her anger, Angelica clung to the conversation she'd had with Mr. Knight. Not only had that gentleman proven she was far too apt to leap to the worst conclusions, but what sort of hypocrite would she be if she turned aside a family connection that she had claimed was such a blessing not a sennight ago? "If you can go for more than an hour without irritating me, perhaps we will," she replied with a lift of her chin. Her heart stopped at that impertinence, realizing only once spoken how harsh that statement sounded when she'd intended it to be teasing. Thomas blinked at her, and before she could think how to fix her misstep, he broke into a grin. "And here I thought you'd lost your wit." "Best keep that to yourself, sir. I wouldn't want anyone to discover I am capable of humour." Applause thundered as the audience whistled and cheered at the evil fairy's death. Angelica turned her attention to the work at hand, giving the sign for the curtain to close, and Carl set to working the ropes, lowering it with ease. Though they didn't usually bother with a proper pulley system, Mr. Knight's plan required something more intricate than they'd used in the past, and with Thomas on hand to lend his expertise with rigging, it had been simple enough to accomplish. The actors all rose to their feet and spilled onto the stage from the wings before Carl raised the curtain again, and they took their bows, looking to all the world as though they'd just concluded some grand display of theatrical genius. Papa and Mamma blew kisses at the adoring crowd, and Angelica cringed at the exaggerated show of gratitude. Turning to the next work to be done, Angelica set her sights on the baskets stacked around her. Flipping over her sheet, she read through the list of costumes and props, which was divided according to whether or not they required washing before they could be packed away. But movement at her back had her glancing over to see Thomas step onto the stage. Weaving through the players, he arrived at their father's side and whispered into his ear. "And can we have another round of applause for our wonderful stagehands?" With a sweeping hand, Papa motioned for those hiding out of sight, but Angelica clutched her list and slate and remained where she stood. Thomas gave her a narrowed look and returned to her side, placing an arm around her shoulders and forcing her from her hiding place. "Though we are the ones who garner most of the attention, it goes without saying that our performance today would be nothing without the tireless efforts of our daughter," said Papa as he and his son pushed her into centre stage. Angelica's cheeks pinked, and she could barely look at the audience as they applauded, but her heart lightened at the resounding approval that flowed from them, and then the curtain fell once more before she escaped back to the wings. Though it would be some time before the rest of the New Year's Eve festivities commenced, the audience was in no hurry to vacate the barn, and their voices rose as conversation sprouted up all around. "I hope that did not embarrass you too much, but your efforts needed to be acknowledged," said Thomas as he picked up a tail that had been discarded by one of the woodland creatures. The moment had been utterly embarrassing and wonderful all at the same time, but Angelica couldn't think how to describe it, so she settled for, "Thank you for thinking of me, Thomas." But before either could say anything more, Mr. Knight peeked around the edge of the curtain and called to her. Angelica glanced at her brother as she fought a blush, but Thomas simply took hold of the fabric and held it back as she ducked around it to join the gentleman. "What a fine show, Miss Callaghan," said Mr. Knight with a beaming grin. Nodding behind him to his mother and father, he added, "I am glad I convinced my parents to attend, for we thoroughly enjoyed it. However, I found myself distracted by what might be happening behind the curtains. It seems as though there were no significant issues." "No, thank the heavens, and your suggestions for the interlude seem to have gone over well," said Angelica, her expression matching his. Glancing behind him, she greeted the gentleman's parents. "Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Knight. So good of you to join us." "It was quite entertaining," replied Mrs. Knight with what might be classified as a friendly expression if one ignored the stiffness in her movements. "Yes, very," added her husband in an equally aloof manner. Angelica fought to keep her confusion from showing as she glanced between the pair. "Have you had the opportunity to visit any of the sites I recommended?" "We've been quite busy," was the lady's curt reply. Heart sinking, Angelica wondered what she'd done to earn such a cool reception. It wasn't as though they were dear friends, but their time together at the party had endeared them to her. Had something soured their opinion of her? The curtain shivered as the players and stagehands moved about their clean-up, drawing Angelica's attention. Most were doing their best, but it was clear from even that little glimpse that none of it was being gathered in an orderly fashion. "Yes, our visit has been lovely, but taxing," added the elder Mr. Knight. Angelica nodded and forced herself to calm. They were exhausted, that was all. People behaved in all sorts of odd manners when fatigued. But another peek behind the curtain had Angelica's heart clenching at the frenzied work going on there. "Do excuse me, but I'm needed on stage," she said with a quick bob. Pausing, Angelica added, "But despite your fatigue, I do hope you will join us for the rest of the festivities. The village throws quite a lively party." "So we have heard," said Mrs. Knight, "but unfortunately, we have plans in Felburn tonight." "Yes, of course," she replied, turning away and stopping at a hand on her arm. "Do you require assistance?" asked their son with that bright and open expression that seemed so often fixed on his face. But Angelica glanced over at his parents and shook her head. "That is kind of you, but we have it well in hand." And with that, she scurried away and ducked through the curtains. Chapter 24. The night's coldness meant nothing. Angelica clung to that reassurance as she began sorting through the props and costumes that had already been gathered up, placing them in their appropriate baskets, and ticking them off her list as she took stock of all that had been used. Lifting a purple cape one of the fairies had worn, Angelica couldn't help a faint smile. It had been her costume during her first pantomime. "Congratulations, dearest," said Mamma, sweeping in beside her daughter with a beaming grin. "It was a grand success." "And many thanks belong to our fair princess," replied Angelica. "I do hope you won't fret so much next year. With hardly a hiccup, there isn't any need to work yourself up over all those details," added Mamma, glancing at the list in her daughter's hands. Angelica huffed. "I fret and prepare so we have performances with hardly a hiccup. And you do a brilliant job of it. I just wish you wouldn't work yourself up into such a dither." Mamma paused, but before Angelica could fill the silence, she hurried on to add, "You and Mr. Knight look quite cosy of late. I would dare say he spent more time with you than your father in the past se'night, always together." The words were clear enough on their own, but the insinuating tone and eager light in the lady's eyes turned the comment from invasive to overbearing, and the whole of it was so unexpected that Angelica could only gape in response. "Hush, I know you do not care for my meddling, but I cannot hold my tongue any longer," added Mamma in a rush as she flicked her hands in the air as though batting away Angelica's preferences like a gnat. "You two are such a good match. He is a friend, Mamma." "But he could be more," she replied with a sing-song tone. Then, with a heavy sigh, Mamma added with a dreamy smile, "We've hoped for so long that you would find love, and the possibility has now fallen into your lap." "I have love in my life, but not passion," said Mamma with another dismissive bat of her hands. "We want you to find a good man to love you, pine for you, worship you. I know you are stubbornly set against it, but you cannot know how incredible it is to have a slave, for that is what you seem to be describing." Mamma scowled, placing her hands on her hips. "You are being purposefully obtuse." Turning away, Angelica crouched beside the largest basket, sifting through the bits and bobs, and Mamma shifted to stand in front of her. "Mr. Knight is a good man, and you ought to give him a chance. You cannot live your whole life without knowing such joy. Mamma, let it be," said Angelica, stuffing the linens into the basket. "And do not say a word to Mr. Knight. It would only embarrass us both." "You are being so silly. I do not know how you can have such a grand opportunity and turn away from it. What else is there in life if one does not have love? I cannot imagine my life without your father, for nothing else in my life matters without him." Pausing, Angelica stared at the lady, whose expression held all the hallmarks of an earnest heart, and whose eyes pleaded for her daughter to understand and agree. Nothing else mattered. How often had she heard her parents say such a thing? It wasn't as though Angelica wanted her parents to place her before their marriage, for it was Ernest and Jane who had stood before the vicar and promised to love, honour and cherish until death. They had a responsibility to their children, of course, but it was husband and wife who had made a sacred pact that couldn't be broken. However, there was a difference between having her parents value their relationship above all things and dismissing everything else as meaningless. Angelica wanted to believe there was an unspoken caveat that placed their children among the significant things in their lives, but the fact that she could never say for certain was telling enough. "You are being silly, dear," said Mamma. "Mr. Knight is enamoured, and you ought not to squander such an opportunity. You may never get another." "You are being ridiculous!" Guinevere's voice cut through the din of the crowd, drawing everyone's attention to where she stood on the far side of the stage. Their conversation forgotten, Mamma and Angelica watched as Clarence stood before his wife, his complexion growing florid as he whispered something back to her that, though quiet, was no less livid. "What would you possibly know about what makes me happy?" she shouted back, her body growing rigid as she invaded his space. "You never loved me, never cared what I want as long as you could have your pretty little wife on your arm, scurrying about to see to your every need." "I never loved you," he barked back. "Do you know how much I have sacrificed for you? How much effort I put into catering to your every whim? What have I ever done that isn't for your well-being? I work myself to the bone." "You spend your days standing in a shop," she scoffed. "I am trapped in that dismal little box you dare to call a home, with our children forever hanging on me, demanding every last bit of my soul. I swear I am nothing but a husk now, sucked dry by you and our children." The whole argument was spinning so quickly out of control that Angelica was stuck in place, uncertain what to do as more and more of the voices on the other side of the curtain softened, their attention turning toward the additional entertainment the Callaghan family was providing, and those on the stage remained equally trapped in place, as though afraid to move lest it draw the couple's attention. With rigid bodies and scowling expressions, husband and wife trotted out every heartache and wrong they'd suffered in the entirety of their relationship, dusting each off like it was the family's finest china that had been packed away and kept out of sight, but ready and waiting to be used for special occasions. Guinevere shoved at the gentleman, causing him to stumble back a step, and that broke the spell, forcing the family into action as they swarmed that side of the stage. In a trice, Mamma drew Guinevere's attention away, placing an arm around her daughter's shoulder and murmuring little reassurances, whilst Papa forced the other gawkers away, leaving Clarence alone and abandoned by what ought to be his family, even if it was by marriage. Standing before him, Angelica refused to leave. Though she couldn't claim a special acquaintance with her brother-in-law, she had known the gentleman for so many years that even if they weren't exactly friends, they were friendly. Her thoughts swirled into a torrent, hoping to dredge up something of use to say in this difficult situation. Clarence leaned against the hulking wall, his strength seeming to leach into the stone, and Angelica merely stood by him, hoping he would know he wasn't alone. Guinevere was her sister, but the moment she had exchanged vows with Clarence Cogswell, he had become Angelica's brother, and he deserved the same consideration and patience she was willing to grant her siblings by birth. "What am I to do?" he murmured, his eyes lifting to the timber beams that sprouted from the grey bricks like the ribs of a skeleton. "She is so unhappy, and everything I do to help matters only sends her into a dither. At times like this, I wonder if I married her only because my parents were so set against the match." "Does it matter?" The question sprang from Angelica's lips before she could think better of it, but she didn't regret it. Sometimes the hardest truths were best delivered bluntly. Clarence's brows rose at that. "Of course it does." "The marriage is formed, and there is no way to undo it, unless you happen to have some unknown sway in Parliament that would allow you to petition for a divorce," she asked, fully knowing he didn't have that or any justification the government would accept to grant such a special request. Not bothering to answer, Clarence sagged even more against the wall. Mistake or not, you chose to marry her. Though direct, Angelica softened her tone, filling it to the brim with sympathy, for such advice was simply given but not easy to follow. And no amount of regrets will alter that fact. But fixating on that will only make you resent her more. That, in turn, will eradicate any hope you have of building a good relationship with her. Letting out a heaving sigh, he nodded. You are right. There is enough resentment already. We needn't add to it. Silence fell once more as he turned his attention to studying the flagstones at their feet. But how am I to do it when she's always making my life so difficult? I loved her dearly when we married, but I find it impossible to even like her now. She is so stubborn, forever thinking that life ought to be nothing but merriment and belittling the work I do. And she knew what I was when I married her. Just as Clarence knew Guinevere was often flighty and irresponsible, and had ignored it. What am I to do? He murmured again. I would say a good place to start would be to stop believing yourself to be the victim of her villainy. I've seen many marriages fall to pieces, and except on rare occasions where one party truly is cruel and wicked, the unhappiness stems from both husband and wife. It is not entirely Guinevere's fault, just as it is not entirely yours. Clarence stiffened, pushing off the wall with a scowl. She is far more at fault than I am. If she would simply honour her responsibilities, then we would be happy, just as she believes that you two would be happy if you stopped demanding things of her, replied Angelica with a raise of her brows. No relationship can survive without a healthy amount of compromise and forgiveness on both parts. For every vexing thing she does, I guarantee she has an equally long list for you. And to be frank, you will never succeed in any relationship if you hold your forgiveness hostage. I do forgive her, constantly. Crossing her arms, Angelica let out a breath, her shoulders sagging as the air fled her lungs. I don't know what more to say. Whether or not you wish to admit it, you chose to marry her, and you are now dealing with the consequences of that choice. Now you face another decision. Simmer in your righteous indignation and lay all the blame on your wife, or stop fixating on her behaviour and control your own. It isn't easy, and it requires great sacrifice. But Guinevere is not a wicked person, nor are you wholly innocent. Did you not hear that exchange? Asked Clarence with raised brows. All I did was insist that she see to her duties as a wife and mother, and she called me ridiculous. Angelica held up her hands to stop him, before he worked himself into another temper. You asked for advice, Clarence, and I am giving it. If you wished for me to swoop in and validate every ugly thing you are thinking about Guinevere, you shouldn't have asked me. You know better than to think I will lie to soothe your pride. The muscles in his jaw strained, his teeth grinding together as he stared Angelica down. But in a family renowned for tempestuousness, it would take far more than a little glaring to discompose her. A long moment stretched out as he held her gaze, but Angelica refused to look away. And then his body relaxed back into the wall, and Clarence huffed, a begrudging smile turning up one corner of his lips. I do know better. A pause, and then he added, But you do not understand how exhausting it is. Need I remind you that I spent 22 years living with Guinevere, including overseeing her education, which I can assure you was so infuriating at times that it was a miracle I didn't toss her out the nursery window, she said in a wry tone. It wasn't easy, but focus on improving your patience and forgiveness rather than being angry that she hasn't perfected them. And if she never changes, then at least you will be a better person and better able to handle life's disappointments. Clarence's eyes unfocused, his expression clearing as he contemplated that. Angelica could hardly breathe as she watched him. Such advice was a bitter pill to swallow, but it didn't alter the truth. Long seconds passed, and with each one, Angelica prayed he would listen. So, you think I should become an obsequious weakling who ignores the fact that his wife is running roughshod over him? He asked. "That is not at all what I said, Clarence. If your marriage is miserable, it is because you are both so busy blaming the other whilst ignoring your own shortcomings. And so I must alter myself, regardless of whether or not she follows suit. That, or choose to continue in misery." But it was as though he couldn't hear her any longer. Clarence continued to mutter about Guinevere's troubles, weighing them with far more of a critical eye than he did his own, and Angelica knew it was a lost cause. Turning, she strode away to let the fellow stew, for she had no time for self-pitying nonsense. Perhaps that was uncaring, but Angelica had enough on her plate without taking on his troubles as well. Pausing, she stopped just long enough to add, "Whatever the situation is now, I know you two married because you loved each other. Guinevere might be difficult and stubborn, but she is also a Callaghan, and there is nothing they prize more than love. Remember that, and remember that you fought to have her as your wife once upon a time." And with that, Angelica swept away. Chapter 25. Having attended many parties in his life, Julian had thought that one was much the same as the others. But then, he'd never thought to attend one in a barn. Whether houses, coaching inns, or assembly rooms, Newcastle boasted many venues, and Julian hadn't given much thought to how a village like Hayden would manage gatherings in the winter. Apparently, the answer was to convert a barn into a ballroom. Julian couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the machinery or livestock that were usually housed inside the hulking edifice, or how the Watkins had managed to clear enough of the stench to make it suitable for the evening. But regardless, the barn had been transformed into a Christmas haven. On the side that had housed the stage not long ago, the dancers were enjoying the lively strains of music. Despite the doors and windows being closed, the gaps between the boards provided just a touch of a breeze. The drinks flowed, sending warmth rushing through him, and though he didn't bother to stand up for a dance, the press of bodies was enough to stave off the chill, leaving him far more comfortable than was often possible in such a crowded gathering. But then, the conversation was more enlivening than one often found. Hayden and Felburn showed an unusual propensity for poetry, likely due to Ernest's influence. And when Mr. Canning laughed at a Byronic pun, Julian felt as though he had finally found his people. The same jest had earned no more than a few pitying chuckles in Newcastle. "Then you find our moors and forests quite inspiring?" asked Mr. Freeman before taking a sip from his drink. "Despite having been run off my feet the past 3 weeks with all the holiday splendour, I've never written so much in my life," said Julian, beaming. "But then, I've never had so many stimulating conversations before either." "It doesn't have to end, my boy," said Ernest with a sly smile that he hid behind his glass. Julian grimaced. "Unfortunately, my pocketbook says otherwise." "You are free to stay at Stoneleigh Cottage as long as you require," added Ernest. "That is a very kind invitation, but I fear I am required in Newcastle." "Nonsense!" cried Ernest, throwing an arm around his shoulders as the other gentlemen raised glasses in solidarity. "Away, away, for I will fly to thee, not charioted by Bacchus and his pards, but on the viewless wings of poesy." "That is all well and good for Keats to say, but—" "Come now," continued Ernest with a frown. "Can you truly say you wish to return to Newcastle? You've said many times before how much you enjoy Hayden." "And you haven't experienced our lovely summers," added Mr. Canning with a fond smile. "Not only is it stunning, but there are picnics, games, and sports aplenty. The whole thing is a lark, far better than anything we've offered during this trip." "One cannot breathe in this city," added Mr. Freeman. "Papa?" Miss Callaghan's voice startled all 4 men, making several of their drinks slosh over the side as the fellows murmured apologies to any shoes that had been dampened. Julian sent her a smile, and though she nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze returned to her father immediately as she drew him a few paces away and leaned close to whisper to him. The other gentlemen continued to chatter amongst themselves, but Julian found his attention lingering on Miss Callaghan. Mr. Canning and Mr. Freeman asked a few more questions, making grand promises about the amusement to be had if he were to stay, and Julian gave a vague nod or two in response, though his brows furrowed as Ernest's expression darkened. Nodding back to his friends, the gentleman moved in that direction, but Miss Callaghan stopped him with a hand on his sleeve. Her expression held a touch of pleading, though with enough steel that it was clear to anyone who knew her that the lady wouldn't surrender so easily. But then, neither would her father. Julian murmured an excuse to the others and slid over to where the Callaghan stood as Ernest's expression grew stormy. "I will not be dictated to, Angelica. I have said that I will leave, and I will do so when I am ready." "But the Goodriches paid handsomely to ensure a first footing right after the strike of midnight. It will take time for you to arrive there," she said. "You are so anxious all the time, my dear, but a few minutes either way will make little difference," he replied, downing the last of his drink. "I will leave shortly, I promise." Miss Callaghan caught sight of Julian, her eyes meeting his with a silent plea, and though he didn't entirely understand the context of what was happening, that didn't stop him from stepping up to them and smiling at his friend. "What is all this, Ernest? Are you being difficult, despite all the work your daughter puts into keeping you on task?" he teased. Ernest turned his gaze back to Miss Callaghan. "And I am thankful for it, but you needn't be so insistent all the time." "Even with my insistence, you are still tardy more often than not, Papa." "And everyone knows to expect it," retorted Ernest. "That doesn't make it right," said Julian with a frown. "If they are paying for your time, then you'd best honour their wishes. Your daughter is a stalwart voice of reason and truth, and you should listen." With a playful scowl, Ernest glanced at his now empty cup. "Do not say you're going to join forces with her to hound me." "That I am. Miss Callaghan doesn't badger without reason, and even in my 3 weeks here, I have seen how troublesome you can be," said Julian, employing a heavy dose of humour in his voice, turning Miss Callaghan's demands into something just a touch sweeter and more inviting. "I suppose I am," said Ernest with a laugh. "What is it that you have to do?" asked Julian. Swaying on his feet ever so slightly, his friend gave an airy wave of the hand. "The first footing. It's an old tradition here in the north that says whoever crosses a house's threshold first on New Year's Day is a portent for the future. A tall, dark-haired man is considered the luckiest, and I fit that description the best of anyone in the village. Silly tradition, but people pay me a few coins to pay a call at midnight and bring them gifts that supposedly guarantee good fortune for the coming year." "Quite a few people, in fact, and they are all expecting you," said Miss Callaghan. Ernest waved her away. Fine, you win, Angelica. I will go." "Carl is waiting outside to accompany you." "I am not a child," Ernest scowled, his legs wobbling beneath him in a manner that made Julian bark out a laugh. "He has accompanied you for years, Papa," murmured Miss Callaghan. Heaving a put-upon sigh, the gentleman turned his feet toward the door, though he bumped into Mr. Canning on his way, causing the other to spill his drink and eliciting laughter from all the gentlemen. "Here," she said, catching Ernest before he wandered away again. Pressing a slip of paper into his hand, she added, "This is the list of those who you are to visit and the order, and Carl has the tokens you are to bring to each one." "I know all this," said Ernest with a pitying smile. "Must you always fret, my dear? Your life would be so much happier if you could simply learn to enjoy it, instead of always fearing the worst." But as the gentleman staggered toward the exit, Julian couldn't help but think the written instructions and an escort were necessary, as Ernest struggled to find his greatcoat and the door. "Have you had anything to eat, Mr. Knight?" asked Miss Callaghan in a low voice, drawing his gaze to hers. "We did it," he said with a broad grin. Raising a finger to her lips, she hushed him before saying in a lower voice, "Yes, we did, but you ought to have something to eat." "I am not hungry." Julian shook his head and waggled his eyebrows at her. "We make a good pair, you and me." Miss Callaghan huffed and took the cup from Julian's hand. "I wasn't suggesting it as a nicety, Mr. Knight." "Are you saying I'm tipsy?" he asked with a scoff. Holding out her hands as though placating a fractious animal, she nodded toward the far table. "You're not as bad off as Papa, but you've gotten swept up in his antics and you're quickly moving that way." Stilling, Julian stared at her, his thoughts sluggishly sorting through the words, but when he wobbled, his mind snapped to attention. In a low voice he asked, "I am making a fool of myself, aren't I?" "Not yet," she replied. Julian nodded and moved in the direction she pointed, grateful his footsteps were even, though as he focused on his equilibrium, he realized it was not what it ought to be. How many glasses had he drunk? The fact that he couldn't recall was answer enough, and his face warmed from more heat than the spirits provided. Chapter 26. Miss Callaghan stopped him in front of the table, which was laden with a picnic. Savoury pies and tarts, sandwiches and bread and cheeses of every variety lay before Julian like a feast, but his gaze drifted to the sweets. Hayden had provided an array of puddings, cakes and sweetmeats, and he reached toward a slice of sly cake, the fig and sultana filling luring him in like a siren call, only for Miss Callaghan to slap his hand away. Yanking it back, Julian stared at the lady, who offered up a meat pie. "You need something more substantial than sugar, Mr. Knight." For all that he felt like a scolded schoolboy, Julian didn't argue. Pork, with a hint of something he couldn't identify in it, but taste was not his primary concern at present. As much as his stomach rebelled at the thought of food, he dutifully swallowed it. "I haven't made a spectacle of myself, have I?" asked Julian as he glanced out at the crowd. Miss Callaghan shook her head. "As I said, you are not so far gone as all that." "Then thank you for stopping me," he murmured, forcing more of the pie down his throat. "Thank you for listening," she replied, and as soon as he finished the pie, Miss Callaghan served him a hunk of stotty cake with thick slices of ham and cheese stuffed inside the bread. "And you shouldn't feel too embarrassed, Mr. Knight. It is the way of things. My family's way of living is intoxicating, and you are not the first to succumb to its lures." When she offered a glass of lemonade, Julian gladly washed down the makeshift sandwich. "But it doesn't appeal to you?" he asked when his mouth was clear. "Does drinking until you make a spectacle of yourself, only to wake the next morning with a pounding megrim, appeal to you?" she replied with a raised brow. "At times, when I was younger." Miss Callaghan studied him, a considering hum on her lips that barely carried over the noise of the crowd. "I was raised in a family who believes more is always better. More drinks, more games, more laughter. They believe the only contentment comes from consuming anything and everything, often overlooking the unassuming joys all around them, and I do not understand it." Shaking her head, she continued, "They speak of living a life to the fullest, but I do not know what that means. Is a life filled with quiet companionship and simple pleasures wasted? I cannot think of anything that has made me happier of late than a little stroll through the woods with a friend who was willing to listen to me unburden my heart." Applause thundered, stealing Miss Callaghan's attention as she glanced towards the dancers. Most of the gathering hardly noticed the interruption, but she gave a few dutiful claps for the musicians before returning her gaze to Julian. And those blue eyes shone with concern, a lifetime of worry and heartache simmering in their depths. "Please, do not give in to that lure, Mr. Knight." Julian's shoulders sank. "I fear it has been more appealing of late, Miss Callaghan. I arrived in Hayden believing I knew what I wanted for my future, but my time with your family has been so wonderful. I do love spending my days reveling in poetry, and though I had thought myself content to keep it in the periphery of my life, this has been so invigorating and inspiring, though I doubt I could ever find the same success as your father. His talent dwarfs mine." "Balderdash, you are more of a poet than he has ever been or ever will be." Brows raised, Julian stared at the lady, fiercely scowling at him. "I hate to disagree with you, Miss Callaghan, but he has published 3 volumes, over the span of nearly 30 years. Her brows rose as though her exclamation was perfectly understandable. When he didn't respond, she huffed. "How often do you see Papa working?" You've written so much during this time, despite the lunacy that occurs under our roof. And has he put quill to paper once? Yes, but Julian paused as he considered that. I know he's been struggling with his muse at present. And I give that a double balderdash. If one truly loves a thing, he does not wait until the mood strikes him, going weeks or even months without doing an ounce of work, and certainly not when it's one's profession. It may be a struggle at times, but if it is one's passion, wouldn't he continue to do something, anything, rather than allow his passion to gather dust? Placing her hands on her hips, she added, And what does publishing have to do with actual talent? For all that they espouse a love of art, publishers are businessmen first and foremost, and even the greatest talents may be overlooked if publishers believe it will not sell, and they are more than willing to put out endless drivel as long as readers snatch it up. Julian stuffed more bread into his mouth, so he needn't reply, though it was clear from her narrowed expression that Miss Callaghan saw the doubt on his face. I will not argue that it takes skill to write, she conceded. However, publication and even financial success does not determine the talent of the author, nor is it an indication of their passion for their work. I have heard you speak of your poetry, and your feelings are far purer than anything Ernest Callaghan feels. You do it solely because you love it and will continue to do so, whether or not anyone reads it. Julian didn't know whether the food was doing its job or not, but Miss Callaghan's passion filtered through the fog, and he found himself staring at the lady as she expounded on the subject, her eyes brightening as she spoke from the very depths of her heart. She thought herself incapable of love, yet her soul shone bright with that light, chasing away every shadow. How did Miss Callaghan not see it? The world is full of creativity, she continued, and only the small-minded insist it is found in writing, art, or music alone. Whether you are sorting out how to describe the petals of a flower or resolve your client's financial troubles, you enjoy using yours both in verse and in business. What is wrong with that? All valid points, but before Julian could respond, she hurried to add, To say nothing of the fact that you may not enjoy poetry as much once it becomes your profession. When your livelihood rests on publishing success, compromises have to be made, as you are no longer a mere artist but a businessman who sells your art, and that requires catering to an audience. Desires must be curtailed to publish that which people will buy. As she spoke, her gaze drifted away from him as her shoulders slumped, and she murmured, Unless you are keen to spend your days scrimping for every penny. That is not appealing to me, no, he said with a shake of his head. Miss Callaghan's brows pulled together, and she stepped closer as her eyes pleaded for him to listen. Even if Julian had wished to, he couldn't have looked away. Why choose one or the other? Why give up the work you love? With that steady income, you are free to do whatever you wish with your poetry. For all that Papa thinks your profession restrictive, you have far more creative freedom than those who must appease their publishers and the public to pay for the clothes on their backs. Do you truly wish for that? No. The answer came quick and firm, surprising even the speaker himself. If he were to acknowledge the truth that lingered beneath the excuses he'd offered, Julian would admit the appeal of the poet's life was the ability to do precisely what he wanted whenever he wanted, such as sitting about reading all day. While Ernest was correct in saying it did serve as inspiration, laziness simmered in Julian's heart, and it had latched onto those golden lures his friends set out. I hadn't considered it all in that light before, he murmured, but I will admit that, once again, I think you may be right on all counts, Miss Callaghan. I usually am, she replied with a prim raise of her brow, which drew a smile from Julian. The starting notes of the next song filled the air, calling the dancers to take their places, and he held out his hand to her. Would you do me the honour, Miss Callaghan? Are you in a state to dance? I'm not as bad as all that. Miss Callaghan gave him a look that would have sent a lesser man fleeing, but Julian merely smiled. I am well enough, he promised, and it wasn't an idle one. More than the food in his belly, her presence helped to sober him. When surrounded by Ernest and his lackeys, It was easy to get swept up in their antics and laughter, but now that he was safely tucked in calmer waters with Miss Callaghan, Julian's sanity returned. Besides, I can always count on your guidance if I go astray. Julian spoke those words with utter conviction, for time and time again, Miss Callaghan was there to call out warnings and restore his equilibrium when he spun out of control. "Assuming you listen," she replied with a challenging raise of her brows, though there was a smile in her tone. Laying a hand over his heart, he nodded. "I give you my word." Then, with a bow, he offered his hand. "Will you dance with me, Miss Callaghan?" But the lady merely looked at the proffered limb, her brows knitting together as she considered it. "Please," he added, "I want to stand up with you." She drew in a deep breath, and her cheeks seemed to pink, though Julian couldn't say if it were genuine pleasure or merely a trick of the light. Then Miss Callaghan stepped closer and set her hand in his, and his fingers clung tight to her as they wove through the crowd. Chapter 27. "Do you wish to know your future, miss?" asked old Mrs. Baird from her rocking chair, her hands resting upon the gnarled end of her cane. It was said that wisdom came with age, but in this case, mischief more than maturity gleamed in the woman's eyes, and the corner of Angelica's lips curled slightly. "I feel quite confident that I know my future already," she said. "No one knows the future," argued Mr. Knight. "My life has really altered from one year to the next," replied Angelica. Then, with a light tone, she added, "And if you wish to remain on my good side, sir, you'd best not throw in with Mrs. Baird. She's forever predicting grand things for me, and I am already peeved that you have brought me within her grasp." Mrs. Baird gave a throaty laugh that was nearing a cackle. "Too late, Miss Callaghan. What else is New Year's for than to divine the future? In the depth of winter, the spirits are their most active, you know." In the far side of the barn, the musicians were still plying their trade, and though the solid stone at their feet did not reverberate with the dance steps, the dancers' claps and whoops punctuated the melody drifting through the air. While much of the crowd gathered around the refreshments, a good many were availing themselves of the grand entertainment for the evening. With the new year dawning, everyone was transfixed with doing everything, except that which was practical, to ensure good fortune for the coming year. "What does it matter? Time passes fast enough, and in a blink we will be right here again in 12 months, said Angelica. "I am not so impatient that I cannot wait to see for myself." "It is all a bit of fun," said Mr. Knight, "and I've been reassured that Mrs. Baird truly has the gift." Angelica glanced at the looking-glasses hung along the wall and the candles burning beside them, each of which had someone standing before it, staring into the reflection and attempting to decipher the shadows and shapes into a sign. Further down, a trio of young ladies readied themselves for ducking apples, their greedy eyes fixed on the fruit bobbing in a barrel of water, desperate to be the first to pluck the apple up with their teeth and prove themselves to be the next one destined to marry. With the signal given, they shoved their heads towards the fruit, while struggling to keep their gowns and coiffures free of the mess. A cheer rose as the victorious one pulled the apple from her mouth and held it aloft before her eyes fell to a gentleman in the crowd, and Angelica guessed he was the husband Miss Jewel hoped to snare with that harbinger. But judging from how Mr. Owen was gazing at Miss Kerr, Angelica thought it would take more than a fortune-telling apple to force his hand. "Come now, I am certain you will rest easier knowing that a massive fortune is coming your way," said Mr. Knight, drawing her attention back to him and Mrs. Baird. Angelica huffed, but followed his prodding as he motioned her forward. Before she could fetch a coin, Mr. Knight handed one over whilst ignoring the censorious look Angelica gave him. But one ought not to look a gift horse in the mouth, so she gratefully accepted his gesture and a teacup full of steeped mint leaves with a touch of honey. If nothing else, she appreciated the refreshment. The aroma and taste were invigorating, as was watching Mr. Knight tease Mrs. Baird enough to make the old woman blush. Laughing into the liquid, she finished off most of it, swirled the cup as instructed, and flipped it over, dumping the last drops onto the accompanying saucer. Giving a considering hum befitting the greatest of seers, Mrs. Baird took the cup and considered the remnant leaves that stuck to the sides of the porcelain. "Ah, this is clear as day, my girl," she said with her bright smile. As Angelica was nearing the threshold when she was closer to 40 than 30, she didn't think the term girl applied to her. But when it was given from lips that had twice as many years as she, there was no arguing that point. Turning the cup toward Angelica to point out a clump that looked identical to all the other nonsensical shapes, she added, "Matrimony is in your future. I am certain of it." Angelica huffed a laugh. "Is this the 4th or 5th husband you've predicted for me?" Mrs. Baird gaped, her cane cracking against the stone as she huffed. "Cheeky girl, I ought to let you flounder in ignorance." "But that wouldn't be nearly as diverting," replied Angelica. With a tusk, the woman's expression and voice changed once more to the mysterious affectation one expected of a fortune-teller. "I see a pair of initials here." "Is that so?" asked Angelica, looking at the misshapen lump. "Most definitely," Mrs. Baird whispered, leaning into it. "J and K. Do those mean anything to you?" "Not a thing," she replied in a monotone. "A J and a K," said Mr. Knight, his spine straightening as he tugged at his waistcoat and preened like a peacock. "Such interesting initials, don't you think, Miss Callaghan?" "Not in the slightest, sir." But rather than being cowed, the gentleman donned the same rascally expression he'd bestowed on Mrs. Baird just moments ago, which earned him a scoff from Angelica and a titter from the woman who had enough years to her name that she ought to recognize flim-flam when she saw it. Mr. Knight bowed low over Mrs. Baird's hand and placed a kiss on her knuckles, which earned him even more blushing laughter as she batted the gentleman away. "Off with you now, you scamp. Go show our Miss Callaghan a good time." "That I will," he replied, but Angelica ignored his hand and leaned close to press a kiss on Mrs. Baird's cheek. "Don't be stubborn, my girl," the woman whispered, causing Angelica to linger close. "You are not your parents, and your fellow seems a nice sort. Give him a chance." "He is not my fellow," whispered Angelica. "He would be, if you allowed it." Straightening, she looked down and found Mrs. Baird's kind features pulled into deep furrows of a frown, her eyes watching Angelica with far more concern than she wanted to see. Angelica cleared her throat and stepped back. "I apologize that I haven't visited of late. You have enough to manage at present. Do not give me a second thought," she said with a wave of her hand. Then, with a sparkle of laughter in her eyes, Mrs. Baird added, "Though I wouldn't say no to a visit from you and your young man after 12th night, when you have a moment." With Mr. Knight behind her, and only Mrs. Baird able to see, Angelica winced and then narrowed her eyes on the old woman, who looked as unrepentant as the rascal at her back. Turning away from the pair of miscreants, she wandered around the others seeking enlightenment for the coming year, watching as Mrs. Thayer stared into the candlelight with such intensity that her eyes started to cross. "J and K," said Mr. Knight at her elbow. "Quite interesting." "I'm glad you think so. The last time she read my leaves, Mrs. Baird said I was bound to marry a hideous man who had not an ounce of sense and was going to die a tragic death shortly after our marriage. Now, I need only find a man who fits that description and whose name begins with a J and a K." Angelica's voice trailed off, and with brows raised high in surprise, she turned innocent eyes toward her companion. "You do not suppose she means you, do you?" Leaning closer, Mr. Knight lowered his voice and held her gaze as he said, "Tease all you like, Miss Callaghan. As I have said before, I find you deeply amusing." For all that he spoke lightly, there was a richness to his voice and a gentleness to his gaze that made Angelica's humour falter as her breath stilled. All thoughts fled as she stood trapped before him, both unable to move and unable to think why she would want to. Angelica couldn't describe the expression on his face, but her quickening pulse made her stomach sink, though she couldn't say why it would do such a thing. The world stilled, the noise of the party drifting away from her as she held his gaze. Mr. Knight stepped away, his eyes breaking from hers, and air swept into Angelica's lungs once more as that unease she had ignored built, seeping into her muscles and leaving her feeling light-headed. "Despite all your naysaying, there is no reason Mrs. Baird would know my first initial," he added, giving her another brow waggle. "How could she have settled on J if not for fate intervening?" "I am not going to deign to answer that, Mr. Knight." "Are you two enjoying the fortune-telling?" called Thomas as he came up beside them, his wife on his arm. "We were just visiting with Mrs. Baird," said Mr. Knight, nodding back toward where the woman sat. Clearing her throat, Angelica hurried to add, "It has been a lovely evening. How are you enjoying it?" "This is such a charming party," added Charity as she leaned closer to one of the looking-glasses. "Ah, have the tea leaves disclosed your future, dear sister?" asked Thomas with a raise of his brows. His wife huffed at that. "As the men are mostly told they are to make hoards of money, and the women are promised dashing husbands and healthy children, I can guess what Angelica was told." Turning his smile to his wife, Thomas leaned close, his voice lowering until it felt as though the others were intruding on a private moment. "Christmas is a good time for love, after all." Thomas lifted her hand from his arm and pressed a kiss to her knuckles as she tusked, shaking her head with another huff at the display. Returning to his normal voice, he glanced at Angelica and Mr. Knight. "Christmas has done well for me, and I'm convinced there is magic in the air that brings hearts together." Angelica's brows drew tight together as her brother waxed poetic on the subject, with nearly as much fervour as their father, and something in his tone and the way he kept peering at her and Mr. Knight had her ribs constricting. "You think Mrs. Baird possesses the magic to predict the future?" asked Angelica in a cold tone. "Or did someone bribe her to tell me the future they want for me?" Thomas affected a bewildered expression, his forehead so furrowed with confusion that Angelica might believe it genuine, if not for Charity at his side, whose attempt was half-hearted at best. Her brother glanced at his bride and winced, and holding up a placating hand, he tried to speak, but Angelica turned and stormed away. "Come now, don't be angry," he said, following after her with Charity and Mr. Knight on their heels. Spinning about, Angelica scowled. "You muck about in my life, toying with me, and I shouldn't be angry. You and the rest of the family ought to keep your opinions to yourselves." Thomas sighed, his shoulders falling. "I've been silent all these weeks, watching you make a mess of this possibility standing before you, and I knew you would growl and snap at me if I dared to broach the subject, but I see you making the mistake I almost did." "What do you know about it?" asked Angelica in a cold tone, her expression hardening. "You know nothing about me." Drawing a breath through his nose, Thomas let it out as though calming himself before speaking in an even tone. "I would like to, but you won't allow it." Angelica scoffed. "You've squandered years of opportunities. You cannot swan into my life now and expect me to embrace you as a beloved brother when you never wrote to me, not once." "You are one to talk," spat Thomas in a low growl of a tone. "I always thought you couldn't write because of the cost, but you are quite willing to spend every last cent you have on paper, but for other people." Holding up a warning finger, Angelica whispered, "Don't you dare lecture me, Thomas Callaghan. You haven't earned the right." Eyes started turning their way, though they pretended to be quite intrigued by their conversations, and Angelica forced herself to breathe. Turning in place, she swept away, and though she didn't know whether it was charity or good sense that kept her brother from following, and it was likely the former, as he hadn't an ounce of the latter, Thomas remained where he was. Chapter 28. "I am sorry, Miss Callaghan," murmured Mr. Knight, his feet moving quickly to match her pace. "I didn't mean to put you in such an awkward position, and I am sorry if my teasing went too far, but please do not think poorly of me. I swear I had no hand in the tea-leaf reading." Marching toward the exit, Angelica could hardly hear what the gentleman was saying, let alone comprehend its meaning, but his babbling apologies broke through the ruddy haze fogging her thoughts. "I am not angry with you, Mr. Knight," she said, hoping that would be the end of it, but the gentleman followed her through the rickety-looking barn door. Even with the blast of winter breeze, Angelica didn't feel the cold. Her flushed skin revelled in the icy touch, though her temper didn't cool in the slightest. Turning away from the path that led to the house and also into town, she walked the bare stretch along the edge of the barn that had been protected from snowdrifts. "How dare he? He acts as though it is my doing. He knows what he's done." Angelica stopped in her tracks as she rounded the far corner. A pair in the shadows leapt apart, straightening their clothes and wiping at their mouths as they turned away from the intruders. "Guinevere?" called Angelica. Mr. Strickland tugged at his waistcoat and murmured something that was lost to the night air as he scurried past the intruders. Mr. Knight pressed a warm hand to her arm, and Angelica felt the comforting touch sweep through her as he stood in silent support. Glancing over her shoulder at him, she whispered, "Please, give us a moment." With the skies crystal clear, it didn't matter that the moon was not at its strongest, for its silvery light illuminated the world enough for Angelica to see the worry in Mr. Knight's gaze, and she lifted a hand to rest it atop his, squeezing his fingers as she nodded in assurance. A puff of vapour billowed out of his mouth as he glanced between the ladies before turning away. Angelica drew her arms around her as the night swallowed them, her thoughts churning as she waited for his footsteps to fade. "What do you think you are doing?" she asked in a tone as cold as the ice at their feet. "You do not understand, Angelica." Guinevere's breath hitched, and she wiped at her cheeks. "Clarence is so dreadful. Again and again I forgive him and sacrifice for him, and it is never enough. I am never good enough. But Mr. Strickland loves everything about me, and we never argue or disagree. He is never stubborn and unforgiving, never demanding and impatient. How can you not want me to be happy, Angelica?" Letting out a burst of air that spiraled around her, she shook her head. "Of course I want you to be happy, Guinevere, but running from your troubles will leave you miserable in the end." Her sister scowled. "None of this would be an issue if Clarence wasn't such a stubborn fool. Any love I felt for him died after years of him demanding the sun, moon, and stars from me, of constantly finding fault with everything I do, when I have done everything I can to make our marriage a success. I loved him, and if he would simply treat me better, everything would be perfect." "That isn't love." Angelica squeezed her arms tight around her, her eyes boring into her sister. "You cannot say you love someone and then place caveats with ifs and buts. Love is not love if it is dependent on the other behaving precisely as you wish him to." "And what do you know of love, Angelica?" scoffed Guinevere. "You've never loved anyone." "I love you." "That is not what I mean, and you know it." Angelica lifted a single shoulder in response. "It is still true. I love you, and that isn't dependent on you doing what I wish you to do, else I wouldn't feel a shred of it at this very moment. And though I am frustrated, angry, and so very disappointed with you at present, I still love you dearly." "But I never truly loved my husband. What I feel for Mr. Strickland is so much greater and deeper than anything I've ever felt for Clarence." Angelica's brows rose at that. "You said the same thing about every beau after moving on to the next one. You allow your love to grow cold and leap into another, convinced that nothing you felt before was real." "Love simply is, Angelica. One cannot help one's feelings." "We are the master of our emotions," replied Angelica, her voice firm and unyielding. How she longed to take both Clarence and Guinevere and lock them in a room together until they sorted out this nonsense. "But I love Mr. Strickland. I didn't mean it to happen, but I do, and denying it is destroying me," she whispered. "I wish I had never married Clarence." As much as Angelica hated to say the words, her sister needed to hear the truth. "And I am sorry for that, I truly am. But it doesn't alter the fact that you are married," replied Angelica, rubbing her arms. "You made your choice, and when you promised to love and cherish him the rest of your life, It wasn't contingent on his behaviour or whether he does precisely what you want. You vowed to control your actions, not his, and one cannot break a promise simply because one does not feel like honouring it anymore. Guinevere gaped. But love is more important than anything. And when your love for Mr. Strickland simply fades? It won't. It's different this time. I know it is. Angelica's shoulders fell as she stared at her sister. And what about your children? You have a responsibility to them as well, one you can never erase. If this is discovered, you will ruin not only your own life, but theirs as well. Surely the children would fare better with a mother who was happy, said Guinevere. They would fare better with parents who learn to settle their disputes amicably and treat each other with the same decency and respect they are willing to grant others, replied Angelica, though she forced more gentleness into her tone than she felt at present. Isn't that the best lesson for them to learn? That love can prevail even when all hope seems lost? That love thrives when each is willing to set aside their differences and work together? Cold seeped into Angelica's skin, but it didn't chill her as much as seeing her sister's shoulders droop as all emotion leached from her expression. You are right, Angelica, whispered Guinevere. You always are. Then I hope you will remember it. I do want to see you happy, and it is within your grasp if you will seize it, replied Angelica. Nodding, Guinevere stepped around her, but Angelica stopped her and pulled her into an embrace which the lady allowed without returning the affection. I am sorry, whispered Angelica, the words surfacing from deep in her heart. The path she had laid out was not an easy one to take, but Angelica had trod it herself and hoped her sister would find an even greater measure of joy because of it. Guinevere nodded and shuffled away, leaving Angelica alone in the darkness. Shifting from foot to foot, Julian tucked Miss Callaghan's cloak under his greatcoat. He couldn't close his buttons around it, but at least it would keep the fabric warm until the lady required it. Despite the pointlessness of the movement, he pulled out his pocket watch, though he didn't have a starting time with which to compare. It felt as though an hour passed as he waited there in the shadow of the barn. Through the thin coverings on the doors and windows, the strains of music and laughter carried on the air. But Julian stared at the corner of the building, waiting for any sign. A flash of skirt, and Julian stepped forward, only to find Mrs. Cogswell striding toward him, her lips set in a grim line. The lady passed without acknowledgement and strode to the barn door whilst Julian crept closer to the edge of the building to wait. Yet Miss Callaghan didn't appear. Ought he to interrupt her solitude? Julian didn't think she would welcome it after so many upsets tonight, yet the temperature was falling fast, and she had naught but her petticoats and gown to stave off a chill. Forcing his feet forward, he bumped straight into her as she came around the corner. "Mr. Knight," she said, her brows raised, though her eyes seemed not to see him, and her tone was as hollow and haunted as her sister's expression had been. "I wanted to bring you your cloak," he said, pulling it free and holding it up. Miss Callaghan's eyes stared at it for a long moment before she turned and allowed him to drape it over her shoulders. "Thank you," she whispered, the words almost lost to the wintry world. "May I escort you home?" he asked, nodding down the lane. Miss Callaghan glanced in that direction and then turned her eyes back to his, though she seemed still trapped in her head. "I thought you might prefer to return home instead of venturing back into the party," he said, offering his arm. "And I would be honoured to escort you." Pressing a hand to her head, Miss Callaghan blinked, and some of the life returned to her eyes. "That is kind of you, but I am in no mood for conversation at present. It has been a very trying day, and I want nothing more than to be in my bed." Her voice cracked with the last few words, and she cleared her throat as she straightened and moved to step around him. But Julian stopped her with a hand on her elbow. "Please, Miss Callaghan, I give you my word I shan't say a thing, but with the state you are in, I will not rest easy unless I ensure that you arrive home safe and sound." Rubbing at her forehead, the lady drew in a sharp breath and straightened her spine. With a sharp nod, She slid her arm through his as her lungs hitched, and Julian guided her around the snowbanks and onto the road. In all his life, Julian couldn't think of another promise he'd made that was so difficult to keep, for he longed to say something to Miss Callaghan. He couldn't think what would possibly be of assistance after such a difficult day, but his heart demanded he do something to make her smile once more, to lift the burden weighing her down, to draw her eyes from the ground at her feet and make them sparkle once more with that impish glint that appeared whenever her dry wit was present. But Julian clung to his promise, setting aside the desires beating at his chest, and escorted her home in silence, hoping that perhaps that was enough to give her even a modicum of peace. Chapter 29. The sign for the Green Man swung on the wintry breeze, the gold letters flashing in the morning sunlight, and the silent stable-yard served as a testament that last night's revelries had left most of the village still snug in their beds. Despite the powders and tonics she had taken, Angelica's head pounded, though for vastly different reasons than most. Despite going to bed at a reasonable hour, sleep had evaded her, and with the added exhaustion surrounding this wretched holiday, her body couldn't afford a restless night. Closing her eyes, Angelica said a silent prayer for her sister with all the fervour of her heart, but she finished the petition with a sigh, for there was nothing more she could do for them. It was in the Cogswells' hands. Contemplating that situation, or a certain gentleman, was a poor excuse for a distraction, as there was no more answers to be had at this juncture. Hunching down, Angelica burrowed into the folds of her cloak and scarf. Even with several layers of cotton, wool, and muslin between her and the world, the air sliced into her skin as the ice bit at her toes. Eventually, she would have to move, but for now, she stood there, staring at the inn. Did it matter if one recognized a trap if one was still determined to step into it? Of course, Charity's invitation could be an honest request for company, but that led to other considerations. Did she wish to further an acquaintance with Charity? Was there any reason? No doubt Thomas would hie back to London for another 20 years, leaving little point in forging a connection with his wife. Those questions left Angelica tied up in knots, her stomach regretting the breakfast she had eaten. Her teeth gnawed at the inside of her cheek as she studied the building, though the stone facade provided no answers. As she forced her feet forward, her boots slipped. Angelica's heart jolted, but she was saved from making a spectacle of herself, even if there was no one about to witness it, and she made her way to the front door. The public room sat empty, except for Mr. Brown, who looked asleep on his feet as he polished the tankard on the bar. Angelica slipped down the corridor, up the stairs, and knocked on the door Charity had indicated in her note, only to find Thomas staring back at her. "Angelica?" he asked. "Ah, there you are," said his wife as she snatched her cloak from the bed. In one fluid movement, Charity had it on and plucked a bundled-up biddy from the floor. Before Angelica knew what was what, the lady dragged her inside and swept past her. Giving the pair a gimlet eye, Charity said, "You both claim to be sensible adults, but are bickering like children, and I am done listening to you two pick at each other. I am taking Biddy on a walk, and expect you two to have this sorted out by the time I return." Both Thomas and Angelica stared at her as Charity flashed the key at them and shut the door, followed by the metal snick of the lock engaging. Blinking at the wood, Angelica couldn't help the impulse that had her twisting the knob. "Sort it out," called Charity from beyond the barrier. Biddy babbled something, but the sound faded as her mother's footsteps drifted down the stairs. As one, brother and sister looked at each other for a long moment. Glancing at the handle, Angelica couldn't help testing it one more time before sighing and tossing her cloak over the ottoman. Perching on the armchair, she watched her brother settle onto the bed, his elbows resting on his knees. And they continued to watch each other in silence. In a flare of dramatic irony, a memory resurfaced from the night before, and despite all the wretchedness that surrounded it, Angelica couldn't help giving herself a wry huff of laughter. Not many hours ago, she'd wished to lock Guinevere and Clarence in a room together, and it seemed that Charity was of a similar mind. With that thought, the heaviness of that situation settled back onto her shoulders, bearing down on her until Angelica struggled to remain upright. Yet amongst that pain, her words to Clarence rang in her thoughts, making her see the situation in a whole new light. Was she doing the same as that couple, assuming the worst whilst shirking any accountability for her actions? And could she set aside her pride long enough to discuss this situation without resorting to childishness? If not, Angelica Callaghan would be a hypocrite of the highest order, and as painful a pill as that was to take, it eased some of the strain pressing against her ribs. "Charity will leave us here indefinitely if we do not speak," said Thomas with a chuckle, though it was a little too flat to be genuine. "I was in the midst of an epiphany," she murmured. Thomas's brows rose at that. "Then do not allow me to interrupt. Epiphany away." The flippancy in his tone had Angelica's teeth clenching together, and she forced in a breath, allowing it to ease the strain in her muscles as she considered what she wanted to say. Be cordial, be patient, do not assume the worst. "Why did you return home now?" she asked with a sigh. With a pensive hum, Thomas prodded the rug with his toe. "Having a child alters so much, and it made me realize I want Biddy to have more family." Another nudge, his eyes fixed on the floor as he flipped the edge back and forth. "And in the past year, Charity has been able to forge a close bond with her father and his new wife, and I suppose it gave me hope that we might follow suit." Angelica's brows rose. "Why are you so eager to rekindle a relationship you do not wish to maintain?" Straightening, Thomas stared at her. "Who says I do not want to maintain it?" Her pulse quickened, and a jolt of anger shot through her, sending blazing heat through her veins. And though several uncharitable thoughts leapt to her mind, Angelica forced herself to hold on to the last shreds of her tattered patience, which was doubly difficult with all the exhaustion and strain of the last few days piled atop her. Drawing in a deep breath, Angelica waited until she was certain she could speak evenly. "You never wrote to me," she said, her brow furrowed as she met his gaze with equal incredulity. "You promised to do so, but I never got more than a rushed postscript in the rare letters you sent Mother, and when I was finally old enough to write to you, I didn't think you wanted to hear from me." His mouth shot open, and Angelica didn't know if Thomas was simply demonstrating his own maturity or was drawing upon her example and matching calm for calm. But he paused, sitting in silence for a long time before speaking. "I understand how you came to that conclusion," he admitted, and Angelica's brows rose. Scrubbing at his face, Thomas rose to his feet and turned to the fireplace, his hand resting upon the mantelpiece. "I thought my family didn't wish to hear from me. Father filled my head with stories about the Navy, then tossed me out into the world without another thought. When I had shore leave in England, I rarely had time enough to travel to Northumberland and back. But regardless, he never sent money for me to do so. I had to pay my way if I wanted to see my home, and frankly, the cost seemed too dear when even my mother didn't bother to write more than twice a year." Angelica's brows shot upward. "That cannot be true." "I assure you it is," he shot back, and she held up her hands in placation. "I apologize. I meant it as a statement of shock, not denial." She cast her thoughts back to the times when Mamma gathered them around to read Thomas's letters. The whole affair was treated like a ceremony of sorts, something honoured and sacred. Mamma led us to believe she's an avid correspondent. Turning away from the fireplace, Thomas returned to his spot with a sigh. "I understand why that might have looked like I was purposefully snubbing you, but I assure you I wasn't. My feelings toward the family are complicated at the best of times, but I often wondered what became of you, Angelica. I might have been a boy when I left, but all my best memories of home revolve around you, and I am sorry if I ever made you feel unwanted, That was not my intent." Angelica considered that whilst picking at her skirts. "I wish I could say it wasn't my intent to make you feel unwanted, but to be entirely honest, I was angry with you for a long time. It helps to know the truth behind your actions." A beat of silence followed that before Thomas drew in a deep breath. "I do not resent them for sending me away. The Navy provides a good education and profession at little cost to the family, and I cannot say that I would do differently if I were in their shoes." Thomas paused, his expression falling as his eyes studied the floorboards. "Yet I am the only one they sent away. How do I not take that personally?" Angelica's heart twisted in her chest, and her eyes stung as she imagined little Thomas alone in his berth, pondering these questions, for his tone made it clear that the thought still pained him. "Papa sold his first book of poetry a year or two after you were sent away, but before any of the other boys were old enough. But I assure you there hasn't been money for travel." "I realize that now, but as a child, it seemed to me that I was the castaway," said Thomas with a huff. "I hadn't meant—" Angelica stopped and forced herself to measure her words. "I hadn't meant to imply that you should have known better. I was simply explaining. It seems we both are victims of false assumptions, and I thought it was better to over-explain than allow more misunderstandings." Thomas winced. "And it doesn't help when your brother continues to rush ahead, assuming the worst of things." "It is not as though I haven't done the same many, many times before." And for one long, wonderful moment, they shared their first genuinely warm smile in 27 years. Thomas huffed, and sadness tinged his expression. "Do you know that Father never wrote? The great poet who lives by his pen never bothered to use it to communicate with his son, not once. And when I arrived home, anxious to be reunited, I discovered he is an avid correspondent not only with Mr. Knight, but with at least a dozen other gentlemen before him." Angelica's breath hitched as she considered that, her eyes meeting her brother's, and in them she hoped Thomas saw the understanding of her heart, for she wasn't certain she could explain just how much she empathized with that pain. Forcing her throat to swallow, she murmured, "The family has little time for anything that isn't their passion of choice. If you aren't artistic or creative, you are naught but an inscrutable grump. And judging from what I've witnessed, you are very familiar with playing that role." Angelica gave a faint shrug. "They love me in their way, but they do not always appreciate how much work it takes to keep the family afloat. Mamma never cared for education, as it only dampened one's creativity, but someone had to see to the younger siblings' education. Then Emily arrived, and her little ones needed assistance because their mamma spends her days earning their bread with music lessons. Papa makes a wage of sorts doing performances and such, but he cannot keep any of the appointments straight, and collecting on the bill is so gauche. And meanwhile your brother, who might have helped, never bothered to see if you required anything." Had she heard that admission even an hour ago, Angelica would have gladly accepted it as her due, but with Thomas's pain still pulsing in her chest, she shook her head. "Do not carry that burden. We were both struggling with our own pain, and though it may have blinded us before, we needn't allow it to do so any longer." "Then may we try being brother and sister again?" he asked. Angelica winced at herself. "You mean without me snapping every time you try to be kind to me?" But Thomas scratched at his cheek. "My wife has chastised me on many occasions for my habit of avoiding difficult discussions by jesting and pretending nothing is amiss, so I can well imagine that my behaving as though we are old friends didn't help matters." Pinching her lips, Angelica tried not to smile at that. "You are very good at being irritating." "My wife would agree," he replied, not bothering to hide his grin. "And you must promise that we can be friends again, for I do not recall the family being quite so—" "Unruly," she supplied, before tacking on, "anarchic, frenzied." "Exhausting," he said, widening his eyes. "I need a level-headed ally, or else I fear they will swallow me whole." Though she did appreciate the jest, Angelica watched him for a long moment, wondering if she was bold enough to seize what she longed for. The prospect wasn't ludicrous, as they were family, but they hardly knew one another. Yet with so much weighing on her at present, she needed something to anchor her. Rising to her feet, Angelica fought a blush as she reached out her hand. His brows rose at that, but Thomas didn't hesitate to take it, and she pulled him to his feet, slipping into his arms before her good sense got the better of her. "I have missed you," she whispered. Thomas didn't speak, and Angelica couldn't see his expression, but the tightening of his hold told her readily enough that he felt the same. Chapter 30. When one considered a gentlemanly offer, one thought of offering a steadying hand or a set of strong arms to carry a heavy load. At most, one gave up a comfortable seat. They were minor inconveniences that, in truth, required little from the gentleman. One didn't think of breaking one's back. As he shifted on the pallet, Julian's shoulder screamed at him to get up. He hadn't given sleeping on the floor a second thought when he'd insisted on returning Miss Callaghan's bedchamber to its rightful occupant. But his body, which was no longer in its prime, had other ideas and was determined to make its displeasure known. And at times like these, it would be easy to resent the impulse that had pushed him to surrender a perfectly good bed for weeks of sleeping on the cold, hard floor of a chamber that was little more than a cupboard. But as quickly as that thought arrived, it flared at the idea of any lady enduring this torture, let alone Miss Callaghan. Did she truly suffer this fate every year, spending 1 month out of every 12 in such a state? Despite the afternoon sun flooding through the tiny window and his body protesting the abuse, Julian didn't wish to rise from his nap. What he had meant to be a short rest had turned into something far more involved, and his body was now quite determined to make it a full sleep. But to do so would only sentence him to a restless night tonight. But when his aching joints were joined by a chorus of raised voices floating up from the floorboards, Julian groaned and forced himself to his feet. With a few quick tucks, he had his shirt back in place, his waistcoat buttoned, and his frock coat covering the smudges he'd gained during his sleep. Coming down the stairs, he heard the unmistakable sounds of people in the parlour, but none of them seemed disturbed by the argument coming from his friend's study. It wasn't his business, after all. Julian ought to leave things be. Miss Callaghan's voice came out strong. "Papa, we must—"
"I won't hear of it," bellowed Ernest. "I will not whore myself out just to suit you."
Julian's brows rose at the word, and prudence fled, pushing his feet forward until he stood in the doorway to find the pair standing amidst the mess that always resided in his friend's sanctuary.
"You do not understand an artist's mind," continued the gentleman. "You never could, but I refuse to allow mine to be stifled by your money-grubbing."
Inserting himself between the pair, Julian held up his hands to his friend. "Do not speak to her that way. She's not only your daughter, but a lady, and has done much for this family."
"She may be all those things, but I am her father, and she ought to show respect to me," he retorted.
"And had I heard her say anything disrespectful, then I would be chiding her as well," said Julian, glancing between the pair. "But you were the one slinging insults." Ernest stiffened, a slight grimace pulling at his features.
"You are right, Julian, and I apologize, Angelica."
Miss Callaghan's brows rose at that, but fell just as quickly when he added,
"But you made me angry by so blithely suggesting I compromise my artistic integrity."
Julian chose to ignore the half-hearted apology and turned to Miss Callaghan, but the lady was already stepping around him to face her father better. "Your publisher rejected your last 3 books, Papa. You need to submit something commercially viable."
"That man is a dullard who cannot appreciate true genius when he reads it," he shot back.
"He is a businessman, not a philanthropist, and he needs to eat just as much as we do," replied Miss Callaghan, in a tone that made it clear this wasn't the first time they'd discussed such matters. Julian began, but Ernest was quick to speak over him.
My readers will purchase it, and if he cannot believe in my work, then I will simply have to publish it myself," he said with a lift of his chin. "With what money?" demanded Miss Callaghan. Ernest scoffed, and his arms shot upward, waving at his daughter as he looked at Julian with raised brows as though her question was the epitome of insanity, though Julian couldn't help but agree with the lady. Giving his daughter a smile that was a touch too patronizing for Julian's tastes, the gentleman said, "We will find a way, Angelica." At that, the lady straightened, and she gave her father a considering look before carefully saying, "We could earn some money for that venture by publishing some short stories in magazines." "Not that again," said Ernest with a heavy sigh, as he threw himself into the armchair. "It is one thing to tell a few stories in a parlour, but to put it out into the world with my name on it, to debase myself for a few pennies?"
"Pounds, Papa. Many writers make a good living off such publications. Tristan has done well for himself."
"By turning his back on everything that matters and selling his very soul?" said Ernest, smacking his hand on the arm of the chair. "I have done so in the past, but no more. I will not surrender my principles, Angelica, no matter how you rail against me."
The briefest of pauses allowed Julian to slip in. "She's not railing against you, Ernest. She's offering a solution that would allow you to publish your poems and provide for your family. It may not be ideal, but no profession is without its compromises and shortcomings."
"But to do so goes against my conscience," replied Ernest.
"Or is it your pride?" asked Julian, his brows rising in challenge. Though keenly aware of Mr. Knight from the moment he'd stepped into the room, Angelica's focus had been on her father, but that shifted quickly as Mr. Knight took up the cause. With great effort, she kept her expression passive, lest Papa believed they'd coordinated their argument beforehand, but she couldn't tear her eyes from this new ally. It ought not to have surprised her that Mr. Knight would see the logic in her suggestions, but having someone on her side was almost unsettling.
"I thought you had an artist's soul," said Papa in a hushed voice, his eyes wide as he stared at Mr. Knight, as if the gentleman had betrayed him in every way possible. "That is only one part of who I am, Ernest," said Mr. Knight. "I appreciate your principles, but you have a responsibility to your family. You are the one who chose to make this your profession, and you must find a way to balance your creative demands and your pocketbook. In my experience, my best work comes from having to find a solution that satisfies both me and my constraints." Papa gaped at the gentleman, shaking his head slowly. "I thought you were my friend, but you are a fraud, sir, nothing more than a mere capitalist."
Angelica's breath caught in her lungs at the pronouncement, for it was clear from her father's tone that this was the end for them. Her gaze snapped to Mr. Knight, her heart aching at the hurt that flashed in his eyes, though the gentleman remained strong, not bending in word or action. "You have a responsibility to your family, sir," replied Mr. Knight. Papa's lips curled.
"I have a responsibility to my art,
but the greater one is to your wife and children."
"One that I honour," he replied.
Angelica struggled not to gape at that, for the gentleman said it with all sincerity, as though his family's comfort and well-being were foremost in his thoughts.
"But what harm would it do to my family if I were to waste away in a soul-crushing profession, or to compromise my very honour by doing work that is beneath me? It would kill me day by day, leaving me nothing but a husk. What good would I be to my family then?"
"It is not one or the other," said Mr. Knight, his muscles tightening as he fought against the temper that caused his skin to flush. "Everyone must compromise at times, for one cannot simply do as one pleases all the day long and still fulfill his responsibilities not only to himself but to those he loves. If you do not want to take other employment, then that is your choice, but you cannot provide for your family by writing unmarketable poetry whenever the mood strikes you." Papa scowled.
"I have done so for years."
"No, you've done it by sloughing your responsibility off onto your wife and children, who are forced to take employment themselves to add to the family's coffers.
whilst their father sits in his study doing whatever he pleases."
The pair continued back and forth, restating the same thoughts again and again without either side budging. At times, Angelica's frustration begged her to leap into the fray, but she settled into a seat and watched, her heart sinking as the truth she'd learned as a child reaffirmed itself. Papa blustered and stood firm, convinced in his moral superiority that nothing was more important than the love of one's art and, by extension, one's self. Perhaps if Mamma took up the argument, things might change, for she was the only person who might persuade him. Yet, casting her thoughts to Guinevere, Angelica couldn't help but wonder if her parents' mighty love would survive a difference of opinions. For all that they claimed an unshakable bond, as far as she had seen, it was rarely, if ever, tested. But it was a useless thought, for Mamma was as strong a believer in the Callaghans' way of living as her husband, even if it meant abandoning her child to the Navy. Mr. Knight refused to give Papa an inch, crushing those excuses he'd used for years with logic and good sense, and Angelica watched as the gentleman grew more flustered at Papa's stubbornness. But there was no convincing Ernest Callaghan.
"I cannot believe I was so wrong about you, Mr. Knight,"
said Papa, his posture straightening as he looked down his nose at the other.
"It is clear you are nothing but a man of business and always will be, and you are no longer welcome in my home. I have wasted enough time on you already."
And with that, Papa swept out of the study, knocking over a stack of papers in his haste and sending them fluttering to the ground. For all that Ernest Callaghan made his living with words, the gentleman had little to offer during an argument. This was his passion, his soul. To compromise that would subject him to abject misery. His argument never varied or altered in the slightest, no matter how illogical it was. Ernest's determination didn't surprise Julian, but his blind stubbornness was unstoppable. There was no conversation, for the gentleman refused to listen, leaping to conclusions before the words were out of Julian's mouth, which brought to mind Miss Callaghan's assertions that he and she needed to avoid assumptions. He longed to apologize for ever criticizing her for that shortcoming. She was far more temperate than her father.
"I cannot believe I was so wrong about you, Mr. Knight."
Ernest put such emphasis on his surname that Julian foresaw what was to come next before the words were spoken. Straightening, the gentleman tried to look down his nose, though Julian stood several inches taller.
"It is clear you are nothing but a man of business, and always will be, and you are no longer welcome in my home. I have wasted enough time on you already."
The manner in which he named Julian's profession held all the loathing of his volatile heart, and though Ernest thought that condemnation was the greatest he could level at his protégé, Julian hardly took note of it. How had he ever admired this gentleman? Even his skill with a pen, which Julian had envied at times, seemed to lessen as he considered them now that he knew their author. And he couldn't help but wonder if the genius he'd attached to those words was genuine or Julian's own inferences. Ernest Callaghan wasn't some grand philosophizer or clear-sighted artist, and without being able to see beyond himself, he never would be. With an attempt at a grand exit, though looking more like a child in a tantrum, Ernest swept from the room, knocking over several of his papers, though Julian supposed it mattered little, as there was no organisation to them in the first place. Chapter 31. Glancing at Miss Callaghan, Julian huffed. "I cannot believe that." Her shoulders fell, and in a quiet voice she said, "That is Papa. I am sorry he spoke to you in such a manner." Miss Callaghan's brows rose at that, a spark of her usual light returning to her gaze as she held his. "After how he treated you? I know that must have pained you, deeply." Tucking his hands behind him, Julian rocked back on his heels and considered the situation, his brows pulled low as he stared at the door, as though that might supply some explanation for Ernest's behaviour. Certainly his heart was unsettled.
Restless energy coursed through him, demanding he go pack, as it seemed he no longer had a place to sleep, and the muscles between his eyebrows ached from the effort he'd put them through. "I will not claim that was a pleasant conversation," he said, carefully feeling his way toward an explanation, "but I have spent the past several weeks realizing that though I admire his work, I do not admire his behavior, and I want no part of this life. No wonder you have such a poor opinion of poets and artists." Turning his gaze on her, Julian found Miss Callaghan watching him with so much concern, as though he had suffered the greater harm in that exchange. But it wasn't he who would bear the consequences. Julian shifted one of the chairs toward her and slid into it. "You've helped me to see that my life is wonderful as it is, and that I ought not to admire such selfishness," supplied Miss Callaghan in a low voice. "And laziness, carelessness, pride. Better to never achieve my artistic dreams than become that." Shifting in her seat, Miss Callaghan brushed at her skirts, her fingers fiddling with the fabric. "Thank you for saying so, Mr. Knight." She paused as she drew in a shaky breath. "I think you may be the first to come away seeing the truth, and my heart breaks for all the many gentlemen my father has ensorcelled into believing the greatest joy comes from seeking one's own pleasures." Leaning forward, Julian gave in to the impulse and took her hand in his, lending her cold fingers his warmth. "How do you bear it? I have only spent a few weeks in this madness, and if not for you, I would happily turn my back on it all." Miss Callaghan attempted her favourite wry smile, but there was such a thread of sorrow in her eyes that Julian's stomach hardened at the sight. "It is all I've ever known, Mr. Knight." A whisper of a genuine grin crossed her lips as she added, "And though I find myself infuriated with him at times, I do love my father. You are seeing him at his worst, and though there are many things about him that I would never wish to emulate, he isn't devoid of virtue and goodness. None of us are. And it does help to have an ally in this," she added, holding fast to his hand. Holding fast to his tongue, Julian longed to reply that she would always have one in him, but pressing his suit had not worked well for him in the past, and unlike Ernest, Julian was capable of learning from his mistakes. "And regardless of how frustrating this is, we will sort it out eventually," she said with a sigh. "Mamma can sell her paintings at the summer festivals, and there are a few families interested in me teaching their children alongside my nieces. Maggie's family depends on her wages, but if the worst comes, then we can let her go. This is not the darkest time our family has faced, and we will weather it." Miss Callaghan rattled these options off with the steadiness of one who had spent long hours considering such things, and Julian's chest ached as he thought of the work and effort she put into ensuring the family weathered the troubles her parents willingly settled on their shoulders. Though she had never excused their behaviour, neither did Miss Callaghan level reproaches at the position she had been placed in. But was it any wonder? Despite only knowing her a few scant weeks, Julian was certain that if one were to look into Miss Callaghan's heart, the words, "Hope springs eternal," would be written on it. For all that her parents blithely danced through life, believing the world to be naught but sunshine and flowers, Miss Callaghan knew differently and chose to focus on the possibility it presented rather than the hard reality it often was. She would weather this because she refused to surrender. And despite the rather harried picture she had often presented this Christmas time, she focused far more on hope than despair. "You are an incredible woman," he murmured. Stiffening, she blinked at him with a twist of her brows. "That is kind of you, but nothing. The more I come to know you, the more impressive you are. Not because you are without flaw, but because you refuse to be ruled by them." Bringing his other hand forward, Julian wrapped hers in a manner that could not be misconstrued as merely friendly or comforting. His pulse quickened at the feel of her skin against his, and his eyes moved to her lips of their own accord, which were nearly as perfect as her eyes. "At first," he continued, "I may have only found you amusing,
But as the weeks pass on, I find I genuinely appreciate your perspective on things, and I feel more—" He struggled to find the proper word, but not one of them seemed to fit the bill. The one that came back into his thoughts again and again seemed too impersonal and unromantic, and thus he cast it aside. But when nothing else presented itself, Julian forged ahead. Balanced, as though with you, I am standing on firm ground, even when the world around me is tilting upside down. You are always honest with me, always quick to speak your mind. Miss Callaghan watched him with wide eyes, her expression showing only surprise, though he didn't know how she could be shocked after having rejected him twice now. The memory of those rebuffs caused his ribs to constrict, but Julian batted the sentiment aside. He was leaving Hayden soon, and there was no point in pretending his feelings had changed. If hers remained firm, then so be it, but Julian knew he would regret it for the rest of his life if he didn't speak up. When one was 34, it was easy to believe one understood oneself. Angelica wasn't so haughty as to suppose herself infallible, even when it came to that most personal of subjects. But neither did she think she could surprise herself so entirely. Though unexpected, Angelica couldn't say Mr. Knight's declaration took her utterly unaware. The gentleman hadn't been subtle in his attention, but the happy skip of her heart had her breath fleeing her lungs. Angelica knew better than to allow a gentleman the liberty of holding her hand, yet here she sat, her fingers not only wrapped in his, but brushing gentle caresses across his skin. A shiver ran from her hands and settled in her stomach as a voice that felt entirely unfamiliar, yet identical to her own, told her just how nice it might be to hold him forever. With it, more memories surged into her thoughts, bringing with them the sentiment she had tried to deny. Each fluttering heartbeat, each caught breath, each flush of her skin. No matter how she tried to deny it, something inside her was trying to break free of her control, and it was drawing her ever closer to him. This was why ladies were warned not to spend time alone with gentlemen, but with Mr. Knight living under her family's roof, such strictures couldn't be followed. Yet Angelica longed for something or someone to interrupt. "I am not asking for your hand, Miss Callaghan," he continued. "Simply an opportunity to court you, to see if we might suit as more than mere friends." More. Such a tempting word, and at that moment it wriggled its way into Angelica's heart, ushering forth grand promises of what could be. And somehow she found her voice. "I won't lie and say I'm not intrigued by the prospect, Mr. Knight." "Only intrigued?" he asked with the rascally smile that had so often lightened her spirits of late, and it did so again. With a huffing laugh, Angelica shook her head. "Very intrigued, but that is all I will admit to." The humour died as she considered her next words, forcing them out. "But I do not think myself capable of love." Mr. Knight raised his brows at that. "Not capable? I have seen time and time again how untrue that is." "I do not mean familiar love or the platonic sort," she said with a shake of her head. "As I said before, I do not want passion and romance in my life, and even if I did, I do not think myself capable of feeling it." Leaning back, Mr. Knight gave her a considering look, though his hands did not release their hold on her, and she was ashamed to say she wouldn't have slackened her grip if he'd attempted it. Those eyes were such an intriguing mixture of colours today that Angelica couldn't say whether blue, green, or brown was more prominent. "So, your reticence isn't because of me specifically?" he asked. Angelica slowly shook her head, sensing a trap being laid around her, but she couldn't allow him to think it was he who bore the blame. Mr. Knight gave a considering hum low in his throat, his brow lowering as his gaze drifted to the wall. Thoughts spun through his mind for a heartbeat before his eyes snapped back to hers with a nod of the head. "I accept, Miss Callaghan." Brow arching, she said,
I didn't think I needed your permission to reject your offer. I meant that I accept your offer. I didn't make one. Nor did you reject mine, he retorted. Angelica frowned. I believe I did. But the fellow merely shook his head with a quirk of a smile. You insisted it wasn't me that you found distasteful, but marriage itself. In most cases, a beau is trying to convince a lady to accept his hand, and I simply have to go a step further and convince you to accept any hand first. It may not be the most conventional of courtships, but that seems in keeping with my time in Haydon. Another spike pulsed through her, sending her heart racing and her skin flushing, and Angelica couldn't deny that some illogical part of her longed for him to try. I will remind you that my namesake was pursued by many knights in her story, and she didn't marry a single one of them, she replied with a lift of her chin. Even without her putting much emphasis on the word, Mr. Knight caught the play on his name, and it made his eyes sparkle with laughter. In a low voice he said, Only because they rushed in with brute strength, hoping to force the issue. But I can be very patient, my lady. Shifting his hold, the gentleman twisted her hand around, lifting it to his mouth. His eyes held hers, watching for any sign or warning, and though Angelica knew she ought to put an end to it that very moment, she couldn't find her voice. His breath tickled her skin, and she couldn't break free of his gaze as he paused with his lips a hair's breadth from touching it. The rascal had the faintest smile at the corner of his lips, as though he knew how much it was affecting her. And then her hand moved closer of its own accord. The front door slammed downstairs, jolting the pair, and Angelica shot to her feet when a voice bellowed her name. For the first time that she could recall, she hesitated to answer, unwilling to manage whatever dire trouble had befallen the family. Not if it meant leaving this wonderful, albeit confusing, moment. Angelica! That booming voice sounded like Clarence, though she didn't know why he would be shouting for her like that, but the accompanying cries of his children forced her to move. Chapter 32. Angelica rushed down the stairs, descending into the madness that had seized control of the household as her brother-in-law wrestled the three little ones, his frantic eyes scanning the parlour and corridor as he shouted for her again and again. Mamma and Papa stood near the fireplace, their hands raised in placation as they tried to talk to him, but Clarence didn't seem to hear. Turning to her, he nearly knocked Evander over, who clung to his papa's legs, whilst Daphne sat perched on one arm, sobbing into her papa's neck, and little Baldwin was nestled in the other crook, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Where is she?" he demanded as he bounced the baby, though Baldwin continued to shriek. Clarence's eyes were wide, begging for answers that Angelica didn't have, but they didn't settle long on her, continuing to scour the place as though the person would appear from the ether. "Who? Guinevere?" she asked. "Tell me where she is," he shouted, which set the children bawling even harder. But just as he turned on Angelica, Mr. Knight appeared between them in the corridor, holding up his hands to placate Clarence. "Easy, Mr. Cogswell. You're upsetting the children," he said in a soothing voice. "Let's discuss this calmly and see if we can sort it out." Drawing in a sharp breath, Clarence snapped out of his panic, his gaze falling to his children. In an easy movement, Angelica stepped forward and took Baldwin from his papa so the fellow could focus on the others, and she rested the babe against her shoulder. Baldwin arched his back and kicked his little feet, his head twisting this way and that as she patted his back and bounced him. "Come," said Mamma, motioning toward the parlour, and the crowd shuffled in, though no one took a seat. Thomas sat on the sofa, his expression etched with concern, whilst Helen and Ophelia were seated beside him in the armchairs in varying states of interest, with the former showing too little and the latter displaying too much. Meanwhile, Papa tried to usher Clarence to the sofa, but his son-in-law remained standing, clutching his other two children tight. "Guinevere is gone," said Clarence, a hitch in his voice bringing with it a sheen of tears. She told me she was going to stay at Stoneleigh Cottage after the party, but I found a letter." Drawing in a sharp breath through his nose, he stuffed a hand into his coat pocket and yanked out a scrap of paper, holding it up to Mamma and Papa. "Perhaps we ought to discuss this in private," whispered Angelica, glancing at her younger sisters and the children. "If she is gone, then the whole village will know of it in a trice, and there will be no keeping it from the children," said Papa as he unfolded the paper, his eyes scanning the lines whilst Mamma read over his shoulder. Angelica thanked the heavens that Emily and her little ones were not in attendance. They could not protect them forever, but neither did the innocents need to be thrust into the middle of what was to come. Baldwin let out a shuddering sigh, his head finally resting with his little nose and lips pressed to Angelica's neck. Resting her cheek against him, she prayed with all her might that it wasn't true. She knew it was a useless endeavour, but it didn't stop her all the same. "She has run away with Mr. Strickland," said Clarence, his eyes vacant as he rested his hand atop Evander's head, and his son clung tighter to his leg. The children were likely too young to truly comprehend, but clearly their father's frenzy had seeped into them. The poor dears were exhausted. With a gasp, Mamma covered her mouth and looked at Angelica. Straightening, she watched her parents with wide eyes as Papa frowned at the paper and read aloud, "I thought I could surrender my heart for the sake of my children, but Angelica convinced me otherwise, and I know I cannot remain in a lie. I must be free." Noise erupted at that, each voice speaking over the other in a cyclone of words. Angelica held Baldwin tight, her eyes widening even further as the world around her was swept away in a torrent. The sounds twisted together, filling her ears with such chaos that she couldn't think. Her body held in place as Guinevere's words echoed in her thoughts. "Quiet!" barked Papa. The noise died away as suddenly as it came, and all eyes turned toward her, causing Angelica's blood to run cold. Memories sprang to her mind, and she sifted through them with the speed of a hummingbird's wing as she tried to examine what she'd said and done to push her sister to this terrible choice. "That is not what I said at all. I told her to give up Mr. Strickland and be happy with the family she has." Turning her gaze to Clarence, Angelica swallowed past the lump in her throat. "You must believe me. I don't know where she has gone, and I certainly offered her no assistance." Mr. Knight eased closer, and she felt his hand hovering at the small of her back, as though he was longing to place his arm around her, yet not wanting to take that liberty. Angelica wished he could hear her thoughts, for she yearned for that strong limb to brace her. "I didn't think you had," Clarence mumbled, his body seeming to collapse in on itself. "Not really. I had hoped—" Father folded up the letter, handing it back to his son-in-law as though it were a bit of afternoon post. "I give you my word that we had nothing to do with this matter, but as tragic as this is, wouldn't it be better for you two to part ways if you're both so unhappy?" Clarence straightened, his eyes shooting up to meet Papa's as he gaped. "I cannot believe she would do such a thing," whispered Mamma with a shake of her head. "How could she give up on her love like that?" "Would you rather she live in misery?" asked Helen with a furrowed brow. "I, for one, am proud of her," said Ophelia with a grin. "She refused to surrender to the pressures of society, and even her own sister, to snatch up her happiness." Angelica's wide eyes darted to her youngest sister, unable to comprehend the words, yet feeling the condemnation in Ophelia's tone, as though Angelica had greatly betrayed Guinevere. "True," said Mamma, her shoulders lifting. "That takes great bravery." Angelica stared at them, her face a mask of horror as they discussed the merits of Guinevere's choice, whilst her husband was still so dazed that he didn't seem to hear a single word, his eyes simply reading and rereading the letter. "How can you say such nasty, terrible things?" she said, glaring at her family. "Guinevere isn't some heroine in a story, escaping a villainous trap. She is a mother who abandoned her children to chase after her selfish desires, and that is not praiseworthy." With that, she levelled a hard glare at Ophelia, though the girl ignored it and primly brushed off her skirts. "That is unfortunate," said Papa, as though it were a mere inconvenience. "But I admire Guinevere for choosing to live honestly."
"What is honest about carrying on with another man in secret?" demanded Angelica. "What is honest about breaking the promise to love, honour and cherish your spouse? What is honest about sneaking away in the dead of night?"
"Better to be honest to your heart than to live a lie," said Papa with a scowl. "And if you knew anything about love, you wouldn't question her decision, Angelica. Guinevere has made the difficult choice, and I applaud her for that." "Tell me you are jesting," said Thomas, his eyes wide as he stared at his father. "You cannot stand there defending her for making such a selfish decision. And when Angelica, who is showing more sense than any of the rest of our family, dares to speak the truth, you dismiss her opinion offhand. Guinevere did a terrible thing. Do not defend her."
Angelica's heart soared at the sight of her brother rising to her defence and standing firm with her. Though she didn't need the confirmation to tell right from wrong, knowing she was not alone in her stance helped to loosen the knot in her stomach as much as it could whilst her brother's and father's voices rose. "I told her she ought not to settle down," said Mamma, throwing her arms to the heavens. "Guinevere's spirit was too large for such a limited life." That jerked Clarence from his stupor, and he crumpled the paper.
"Your daughter is a conniving hag who has destroyed not only her life, but that of her entire family."
And with that, the children dissolved into tears again, and Angelica couldn't bear it a moment longer. Lunging forward, she snatched Daphne from her father, settling the child in her other arm, and nodded at Evander to follow her. "Come now, sweetlings," she said, pasting on a bright smile as though they were going up to the nursery for a bit of fun. Daphne settled into her aunt's hold easily, though Angelica's arms struggled to keep hold of the two children whilst climbing the stairs. The simmering anger forced her muscles forward as they made their way to the top of the house. The nursery was blessedly empty, and Angelica led Evander to the little cot that stood on the far side of the room. The child's breath hitched as he sat, and Angelica settled Daphne onto the pillow before crouching in front of the little boy whose features were the twin of his mother. "I have a surprise for you," she said in a sing-song voice. Daphne pushed off the pillow and cuddled into her brother's side as she fit her thumb into her mouth. Evander stared back at Angelica, her eyes looking far older than those of a child not yet 3 years old. "Where is Mummy?" he asked, and Angelica fought to hold on to her happy expression, forcing back the gathering tears. "She's on her little trip at present, but she wanted you to have some fun with your Aunt Angelica." Making a show of reaching into her apron, she waggled her brows. "What do you think I have in my pocket?" Daphne straightened, smiling around her thumb, and held out her other hand. "Treat!" Careful not to jostle Baldwin, Angelica lifted out 2 of the licorice bits she kept secreted there for emergencies, and Daphne snatched hers up before lying back down on the pillow. Evander gave little sign that he noticed it, though he opened his mouth when she offered it, his eyelids blinking heavily as he fought against the exhaustion coursing through him. Their nap was long overdue. Carefully, she shifted Baldwin so he sat in the crook of her arm and guided his elder brother to lie down beside their sister. Pressing kisses to their foreheads, Angelica prayed she might know what to do for the little dears, all whilst knowing that those who were most innocent often bore the brunt of the consequences of adults' actions. The floor was cold, but she sat beside the cot, leaning over the children to brush the hair from their foreheads as she hummed a quiet tune she'd sung to their mother when she was little. There were words to the song, but Angelica didn't trust her voice at present. Baldwin quieted first, turning towards her as his eyes drifted closed, and when he was truly gone, Angelica settled him beside his siblings. Daphne was quick to follow, but it took another minute before Evander surrendered to his fatigue. And that was when Angelica allowed the tears to fall. Julian stood like a statue as the Callaghans tore into one another. All traces of the loving family he'd known vanished, leaving great fissures forming between them. The more they spoke, the more Julian's stomach churned,
seeing them in all their unbridled glory as they expounded on love and freedom, as though Mrs. Cogswell's actions had righted some injustice in the world. If this was the example of marriage and romance that Miss Callaghan had been given, then it was little wonder that she feared his advances so very much. This twisted, unholy version was nothing like what he knew, and Julian's throat tightened at the thought that he'd ever considered any of these people, except her eldest brother, who stood firm against their father and mother, worthy of admiration. This sort of life was not one of freedom, but of being trapped by one's desires, a monster that required constant attention, never satisfied and forever longing for more. Julian glanced at the place Miss Callaghan had been standing, only then realizing that she'd made her escape with her niece and nephews. Turning away from the others, he took the stairs 2 at a time, the furious sounds fading with each flight, and when he slipped into the nursery, he spied Miss Callaghan on the floor, leaning against the cot that held those 3 little treasures. Her hand brushed gently across their foreheads, and a soft tune rested upon her lips, though the notes started and stopped with each of her shuddering breaths. And she thought herself incapable of love. Julian's heart burned at the sight of her tender ministrations, seeing to those whose hearts were bound to break the most in the coming years, even while hers cracked wide open. A creak of the floorboard, and she glanced at him, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Jerking her gaze from him, Miss Callaghan swiped at her face and cheeks, and as she drew in a shaky breath, she met his eyes once more with a scowl. "This is what love does, Mr. Knight," she whispered, her words hard and sharp. "It turns people selfish, making them ignore everything but their own heart. It doesn't matter who they hurt as long as they get the happiness they think they deserve." Slowly, Julian moved to her side as she glared at him, and he quietly slid to the floor beside her. Miss Callaghan continued to unburden her thoughts, railing against love, marriage, and everything else her family espoused, and he welcomed it. There was nothing else he could do for her but serve as the focus of her anger at present, so he set aside his pride and listened. When her words slowed, Miss Callaghan's eyes still burned as though challenging him to disagree, though her lips quivered ever so slightly. "For all that your father claims to be a poet, he doesn't understand English," he said. Her expression slackened, though a puzzled frown still pulled at her lips. "He doesn't know the meaning of the word love, and as far as I can see, no one in your family, except your elder brother, seems to either," he said. With a huff, Miss Callaghan turned away from him and looked at the sleeping children, her eyes filling with such concern that it was a wonder that she didn't see just how much passion burned within herself. Love doesn't hurt others. It doesn't take, and it certainly does not change on a whim. Drawing in a deep breath, Julian considered how to describe it. It prevails through the difficult times and binds hearts together in an unbreakable bond, whether friend to friend, brother to sister, or husband to wife. Raising his brows, he added, "But then, I know you know that, Miss Callaghan. I know you see the difference between that which your family teaches and the truth. For all that you feign indifference and aloofness, your heart loves far deeper than most." Miss Callaghan drew in a shaky breath. "I said the same thing to Guinevere, yet still she left." "That is because she loves herself most, and one cannot love others properly if one is forever placing oneself first. That is true of any type of love, platonic, filial, or romantic." Pressing a kiss to the babe's forehead, Miss Callaghan looked at Julian. "I cannot decide if I am angry at Guinevere or sorry for her. She may be happy with her decision now, but the consequences will come for her eventually." "You can feel both, but that doesn't change the fact that you still love her," he whispered. Miss Callaghan's breath shook, and her chin trembled. Julian required no further invitation, shifting so he sat beside her, and without hesitation, she slid into his hold as her tears fell. Shuddering, she surrendered to the emotion, weeping for her sister, her brother-in-law, and the sweet children beside her.
Julian rested his head against hers, silently holding her as the pain washed over her, and he longed for some way to heal her broken heart. Chapter 33. With shallow seats and straight backs, the pews of St. Augustine were designed for the ease of rising and kneeling, as required throughout the service, but gave little consideration to the seated moments in between. Angelica wished they could return to the time before wooden benches locked them in place for the entirety of their worship. While she had agreed with Mr. Peck's decision to install them, and appreciated the far more reverent and orderly services, Angelica hadn't anticipated a time when she wished to disappear into the congregation. Using the unyielding wood to keep her spine as rigid as a pole, Angelica held her head high as she stared at the pulpit, refusing to look away as the vicar raised his voice as if calling forth the fires from heaven that had consumed the wicked priest of Baal. "Truth is eternal. It does not change from year to year, shifting with the ever-changing whims of man," said Mr. Peck. "Though modern minds try to twist the doctrines to fit their desires, God is unchanging, and from the very beginning he said, 'Thou shalt not commit adultery.'" Mr. Peck's gaze fell to Angelica, boring into her as though that one look might cause her blackened soul to wither and die, but she remained steadfast, refusing to turn away. Nothing travelled faster than news, especially that of the shocking variety. However, knowing the gossip concerning Mrs. Guinevere Cogswell's defection would spread through the village faster than influenza was one thing, but seeing the truth of it a mere 3 days after the incident was still shocking. With the Christmas season afoot, most of the congregation believed their worship satisfied for the month by attending the expected Christmas Eve service and the various saints' festivities. The quietest services of the year were the first few Sundays in January, yet today the nave was filled to bursting. As the Callaghans eagerly embraced the belief that one could feel and praise God anywhere, they rarely graced St. Augustine, and as Clarence was avoiding any public appearances at present, only Thomas and his family sat at Angelica's side as the vicar railed against the lusts of the flesh and the wretched fate that awaited fornicators and adulterers. Angelica's eyes bored into Mr. Peck's, hands clenched in her lap, and she forced herself to breathe. To return his poison with her own would do no good. Sin was sin, and whether it was Guinevere betraying her marriage vows, Mr. Peck belittling lost souls, or Angelica harbouring anger for the vicar's shortcomings, the result was the same. Besides, this was to be expected. Though Angelica couldn't understand it, experience had taught her that human nature fell into 2 categories: those who justified and those who condemned. The former cared more about making themselves and others happy, casting aside their beliefs to legitimize their actions and those of the people they loved. The latter reached beyond merely identifying right from wrong behavior to judge and cast out the very lost souls who required love the most, whilst overlooking the sins that resided in their own souls. Angelica straightened as she contemplated that dichotomy, which was exemplified in her family and Mr. Peck. How many times had Mamma and Papa taught them that love conquered all, that love was eternal, that love would never die? Yet when Guinevere's heart abandoned one love for another, they were quick to accept her choice and support it, as though her love for her children and husband was a minor thing that could be brushed aside. "And if thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out, and cast it from thee, for it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell," said Mr. Peck, casting a stern look at the congregation. "Lasciviousness is like an infection that spreads throughout our community. It springs from lax morals and lackadaisical adherence to the teachings of the Church, and if we do not make our homes a haven from sin, then our children will be tainted and spread that evil to others until the whole of us is ruined." Heart-dropping, Angelica held on to her calm expression, refusing to give the gentleman the slightest satisfaction at seeing her squirm. "Evil like that is not isolated, and we must be wary of any who allow such perniciousness within their home, and those who support the sinners," he continued.
Thomas's hand settled atop hers, and whether or not Mr. Peck could see it, Angelica didn't care. She accepted the touch, clinging to him as her heart was swallowed up in the wickedness spewing from the pulpit. This scandal would have tainted them regardless, but Mr. Peck had effectively poured pitch upon a bonfire. Forcing herself to breathe, she focused her thoughts inward, blocking the wicked words and petitioning a higher power for guidance and understanding of her own. Though unsteady at times, her faith was not so fragile a thing that it would allow poor examples of Christian behaviour to turn her away. When Mr. Peck dropped all subtlety and drifted from any actual doctrine to teach about the taint of bloodlines, Angelica merely thanked heaven that Clarence had decided to remain home. No amount of wickedness on their parents' part would ever convince Angelica that those dear little ones were inherently evil, any more than the decisions of her family meant her soul was blackened by association. With the final prayers and blessings granted, which aligned with Mr. Peck's theme, Angelica rose from her feet. She didn't bother looking at anyone. There wasn't any use, for she felt their eyes on her. The whispers were subtle but impossible not to grasp when everyone was saying the same things. Thomas took Biddy from his wife, and Charity slipped her arm through Angelica's as the Callaghans strode down the aisle with all the regality of a courtly procession.
Helped Mrs. Cogswell to leave.
Convinced her to do it, from what I heard.
Charity gripped Angelica's arm tighter as they moved slowly but with purpose toward the exit. No matter how much her feet wanted to hurry, she refused to give the backbiters that pleasure. Angelica's stomach dropped to her toes, though she feigned deafness. Guinevere hadn't meant to implicate her, or so she hoped. Surely her sister hadn't mentioned her in the farewell note to connect Angelica to this mess more than she already was. Regardless, her being named in Guinevere's letter indelibly linked Angelica to the scandal, branding them both as fallen women in the eyes of the gossipers. Drawing in a breath, she calmed her racing pulse. Anger would not change a thing, for whether she convinced them or not, Angelica Callaghan was tainted. Her good name was ruined. The rest of the family wouldn't care one jot about their reputations, though Helen and Ophelia may discover reasons to bemoan the loss when it came time to settle down. Granted, Angelica wasn't certain either girl would choose that path when their parents seemed pleased for Guinevere to carry on as she was. Stepping through the open doors, Angelica and Charity released one another to pull their cloaks more firmly about them, and the latter turned to Thomas, checking that Biddy was bundled up tight.
"I think Aunt Angelica might need some sweetness," said Thomas, glancing at his daughter.
Clapping her hands, the little dear surged forward and threw herself into Angelica's arms, placing a resounding, and rather wet, kiss on her cheek.
"Happy Christmas!"
cried Biddy with a beaming smile.
"Happy Christmas, darling,"
whispered Angelica in return, leaning in to kiss the hollow of her neck, which made Biddy squeal and squirm free of her aunt's hold. Moving as quickly as her little legs could go, she toddled down the path to the street, setting her parents on a merry chase as Angelica followed after. Though the darkness of the church still clung to her, Angelica's heart lightened. Something good had come of this Christmas after all. A carriage rolled up beside her, skidding a little on the ice before stopping several lengths ahead of her. Mr. Knight popped open the door and hopped out whilst his parents peered from inside, hurrying toward her, but Angelica's feet were rooted to the spot as her stomach sank to her toes. There! Julian felt like leaping from the carriage, his feet carrying him out before it stopped completely, and his shoes slipped on the icy ground, though he managed to remain upright. But seeing Miss Callaghan on the street made his heart skip, tossing aside the bit of good sense he possessed. She stood there on the road watching him as he jogged the distance to her, giving her brother and his wife a tip of the hat as he passed. "Saints above, I was afraid I might not see you," he said, sliding to a halt before her. "I was able to abscond with the Wallaces' carriage after their service, but I was afraid we would miss you, and with how things ended between me and your father, I hadn't felt comfortable paying a call on your house, especially with—" Julian felt like kicking himself. He didn't need to bring up any of that at present.
and there were far pleasanter things to say. In her Sunday finest, Miss Callaghan looked a picture in the snow, her blue eyes sparkling in the late morning light. But Miss Callaghan waved away his stumbling excuses. "Think nothing of it. I haven't had any time to spare, and it is best if you keep your distance." With a cock of his head, Julian frowned. "I will not pretend your sister's scandal is minor and easily ignored or overlooked, but if you think I would allow it to sever our—" He didn't know how to end that sentence. Though they'd made progress on an official designation the other day, nothing had been settled, and whilst Julian felt the term courtship was a little presumptuous, friendship was a far cry from the truth. Changing course, he leaned closer and said, "I promise my feelings haven't changed. I know we left things a touch unclear the other day, but I am still firm in my resolve. I can be patient if you require time." Miss Callaghan held up a staying hand and stepped back, setting him at a distance. "Please, Mr. Knight, I appreciate your loyalty and determination, but this scandal is going to taint anyone associated with my family and most especially me. Everyone believes I had a hand in Guinevere's liaison, and with my parents staunchly supporting her decision, the Callaghan name is poison." Giving her a half-smile, he shook his head. "Do you think I am such a fickle beau, Miss Callaghan? You have rejected me not once, but thrice, though I don't know if I could consider this yet another dismissal or merely a wavering. And if I were to include all the times I wanted to press the issue but didn't because I knew you would reject it, then the number would be far higher." Julian straightened with that impish grin that usually brought a sparkle to her eye. "If my stubbornness hasn't learned from all those times, why do you think a few silly gossip-mongers would frighten me away?" "But what of your parents, your brothers?" she asked. "Your family would be ruined by association, and I will not allow that to happen, Mr. Knight." "We can weather it," he said, reaching for her hand, but she pulled away. "Love cannot be selfish," she said with a shake of her head. Miss Callaghan's brows tightened, her muscles stiffening as she backed away from him. "My parents started their marriage with an elopement, not caring that their families were made to pay for the scandal. Guinevere sought her own pleasure, regardless of how others would suffer. I cannot follow their examples." "It isn't the same, Miss Callaghan. Everyone believes themselves the exception to the rule, that their situation is unique from all the others. But I do not see how you courting a lady who is suspected of having—" Miss Callaghan's voice broke, and she drew in a sharp breath through her nose as she looked away. It was a long moment before she spoke, and when she did, her voice was quiet though no less firm. "There are rumours about me and the gentleman my father invited into our home. So far, there is no mention of your name, but with my family's overt disdain for the rules of propriety, you can imagine how the parade of gentlemen through Stoneleigh Cottage has raised questions, which are growing more pointed by the day. At best, they believe I aided my sister, and at worst, they think I am a harlot, Mr. Knight." Stilling, Julian stared at the lady before him. The light in her eyes faded, and he stood there, his heart collapsing in on itself as he realised the truth of their situation. To give in to the scandal would lose him Miss Callaghan, yet to press the issue would lump him in with all the selfish people in her life who chose their pleasure above their honour and responsibilities. There was no winning. "I do think we can be happy together, Miss Callaghan," he murmured, drawing near once more. "The more I come to know you, the more I admire your strength of character, your intelligence, and your wit. You have helped me to become someone better as well, and that is a rare quality. No doubt there are plenty of ladies in Newcastle who will suit you quite well," she replied with a shake of her head. "I am not that special, Mr. Knight." "Yes, you are." The words sprang forth without thought, but bore all the certainty Julian felt, and the more he considered her, the more right it felt. Of its own accord, his hand inched forward, brushing against hers. Though layers of leather kept Julian from truly touching, he well remembered the feel of her skin, and it sent a shiver down his spine as he stared into her eyes, pleading with all his heart for her to relent. At this distance, she couldn't hide the tremor in her lips, which drew his attention there. So close.
"I cannot do it to you and your family, Julian," she whispered, her breath tickling his cheek.
Though he didn't dare voice the question, it pushed against him, demanding an answer yet dreading what he knew was coming.
"Then this is farewell."
That he managed to speak without breaking was a little miracle. Doubly so when Miss Callaghan gave him a shallow nod.
"It has to be, Mr. Knight."
The finality in that statement rang out like a death knell, striking to the very core of him. What was one to do at this point? Shake hands as though parting as friends? That was no fitting end. Yet there was nothing more concrete binding them together. His gaze flicked to her lips, and his heart pressed against his ribs, longing to know, just once if nothing else, what they felt like. To mark this passing with something more than a few words. If only his heart were at risk, Julian would gladly accept the torture of their first and last embrace. Yet love couldn't be selfish. He refused to allow what was already a bitter moment to be tainted further, and to do more damage to this incredible lady by kissing her in public and giving credence to the wicked rumours circulating about her. Human beings were often selfish creatures, but Julian knew he was stronger than his desires. Miss Callaghan had shown him that.
Angelica didn't dare breathe. Her head spun as Mr. Knight stood so close that she felt his warmth through the bite of the wintry air, the scent of cinnamon from his cologne, making him a morsel she longed to taste. A battle waged in his eyes, too, and though Angelica thought herself strong, it was Mr. Knight who leaned back, setting a respectful distance between them. Half turned away, he cleared his throat, his gaze falling to the ground as he tucked his hands behind him. "Miss Callaghan, it has been—" He cleared his throat again. "It has been an honour to know you." "I assure you, the honour is all mine."
Trite though the words seemed, Angelica felt them to her core, and she infused that certainty into her tone. He glanced toward the waiting carriage but remained fixed on the road before her. "And what shall you do for a correspondent?" Angelica almost smiled at that question, and the memory that had inspired him to ask.
"I used my woodland box for many years, Mr. Knight. I assure you I will survive on my own."
"Yes, but will you be happy?" The question was quiet, but Mr. Knight didn't falter as he watched her with brows pulled tight together. Turning away, Angelica reached for the reticule hanging from her wrist and dumped the coins onto her palm. She selected several and replaced the others, then stepped within reaching distance of Mr. Knight, placing them into his hand.
"These aren't the original ones, of course, for they were spent, as you well know," she said, attempting a light tone and a wry smile, but it was too tinged with sadness to be believed.
"But it is only right that you are repaid what you are owed, sir." Angelica attempted to adopt the tone she'd used all those weeks ago, but the heaviness in her heart stole away the lightness behind the jest. Giving him a final bob, she hurried down the street. Thomas and Charity stood just beyond the carriage, watching her with worried expressions as Biddy roamed around them, and Angelica raised her hand with what she hoped was a reassuring smile, though her brother's lips pulled into a frown. The window in the carriage was open, and Angelica spied Mr. Knight's parents inside. Though she yearned to speed past, she knew she could not allow the opportunity to pass when there were important things to be said. Glancing back, she spied Mr. Knight still standing where she had left him, staring at the coins in his palm, and she drew in a deep breath and faced his parents through the opening.
"I am sorry for what has happened," said Angelica.
Mrs. Knight's brows rose as both she and her husband silently stared at her, and Angelica hurried to speak her piece. "I pray with all my heart that you are not touched by this scandal. I give you my word that I had no hand in my sister's actions, and the rumours about my decorum are entirely fabricated. Lifting her chin, she drew in another stealing breath and forced herself to hold their gaze. "Please do not think poorly of me, and if I have done anything to offend you, I hope you will forgive me." Angelica cast another look at Mr. Knight. His attention now turned to her as she stood at the carriage side. Her eyes remained fixed on him, though she spoke to his parents. "I promise I will do nothing to taint your family's good name," she said. The words rang out like one of the knightly vows in the epic poems and stories her family adored, and when Angelica gave one final glance at the pair inside the carriage, their matching looks of surprise stared back at her. And with that, Angelica hurried away. Chapter 34. 12 days of Christmas. No other holiday warranted so much time on the calendar, and though that ought to make it feel long and overdrawn, the days flew by with such speed, leaving one to wonder how one had leapt from Christmas Eve to 12th night in a blink. And though the world marked the end of the season with cheers and dancing in the street, Julian stood at the window, wondering how much his month in Hayden had concluded in such an unsatisfying manner. Of course, he wasn't in Hayden anymore. With Ernest having turned his back on Julian, he'd found refuge with his parents at the Wallaces in Felburn, something he hadn't foreseen any more than he'd anticipated falling for Miss Callaghan. Only 4 weeks, yet Julian felt like a different man. As a whole, he remained much the same, but something fundamental inside him had shifted, leaving him feeling so much more. Yet incomplete. Though that wasn't the proper word, he had spent hours trying to quantify the sentiment, and the only one that seemed to come close was sad. But that couldn't encapsulate the emptiness in his chest. Though his parents and hosts sat behind him in the library, enjoying some refreshment and a bit of quiet before the evening's festivities, Julian gave not a thought to their whispered conversations, his eyes fixed in the distance. Holbeck Hall did not sit in the centre of Felburn, but the 12th night procession passed by as the villagers, bedecked in the remnants of their Christmas greenery, paraded down the lane that circled the village. Torches held aloft, they spun and danced, laughing at the evil spirits as their lights chased them away and protected their village for another year, and in the distance he saw the smoke from the bonfires they'd lit along the way, ready to burn away the decorations of the season. The Wallaces' boughs and vines had already been gathered up, awaiting the moment they would be delivered into the flames. Several little girls trailed after the parade, their hands joined together as they laughed and spun about, waving their evergreen branches aloft. "Are you certain you do not wish to join us?" asked Mother, her hand resting against his back as she offered up a cup of tea. But he waved it and the invitation away. "My thanks, but no. I need to pack for our journey home." "As you haven't unpacked your things after arriving from Hayden, I am not certain what more packing is required," said Father in a questioning tone so thick that Julian didn't need to turn from his vantage to see the confusion on the gentleman's face. Not that he wanted to. "Come, join us," said Mother, patting the sofa seat. "My thanks, but I am not hungry." "It wasn't an invitation, son," added Father with a hint of a smile in his voice. "I am a grown man with 37 years to my name," replied Julian. "I am well beyond the age of being summoned for a scolding." "Of course you are," said Mother, "but I never said it was to scold you. We need to discuss this Miss Callaghan of yours." "She isn't mine." "But you want her to be," she replied. That drew him away from the window, and Julian turned to see the Wallaces drifting to the far side of the parlour, apparently keen to discuss the new painting Mrs. Wallace had hung there. Father motioned to the armchair by his wife. "Come now, Julian. It is long past the time for us to discuss this situation." "What is there to discuss?" asked Julian, crossing his arms for the briefest of moments before realising how petulant that made him look and dropping them again. "You made your feelings clear about Miss Callaghan, and I assure you that neither of us wishes to bring shame to the family." "I want to apologise," interrupted Father, motioning once more to the seat. With a furrowed brow, Julian stared at the pair for a moment before doing as bidden. Clearing his throat, Father glanced at Mother, though she looked equally discomfited. "It isn't always easy for a parent to remember their child is an adult, capable of making their own choices," said Father. "As you said, you are a grown man, and we ought not to have meddled." "But I appreciate your meddling, Father," said Julian with the faintest of smiles. "I did not always value it when I was younger, but I have learned that you are often correct, and when you express an opinion, I would do best to heed it." "That doesn't mean he ought to give it," said Mother, giving her husband the faintest of scowls. Father reached over, taking her hand in his. "We do you a disservice if we are forever sweeping in with grand declarations and warnings. It is one thing if you are reckless or thoughtless, but, Julian, you are a good man, and it isn't our right to meddle." Mother nodded, drawing in a deep breath to add, "And it is clear that you care about Miss Callaghan. Deeply." "We've known each other only a few weeks," he said with a shrug, and though the words felt wrong on his tongue, Julian forced them out. "I enjoy her immensely, but it is far too short an acquaintance to consider it anything significant." "Do you generally mope for days over the loss of an acquaintance?" asked Father with a faint smirk. "What do you wish me to say, Father?" asked Julian with a sigh and a shake of his head. "Miss Callaghan is a remarkable lady and has caught my fancy more than any other I've met. I've spent the last few weeks trying to convince her to give me the chance to court her, and just as I was succeeding, this scandal forced us apart." Shifting in her seat, Mother drew closer to Julian, setting her hand on his knee. "I fear we judged your Miss Callaghan too harshly, Julian. She seemed such a lovely girl when we first met her, but your behaviour of late concerned us, as more and more you were turning into a Callaghan, which, from what we were hearing and seeing, wasn't a good thing. We were worried about their influence, and I fear that caused us to think ill of her." "But she showed tremendous strength of character," said Father, his brows pulled together. "She has so much of it," said Julian with a gentle smile. "She would rather deny herself than risk bringing shame to our family. I don't know many people who would do so." "And after we treated her so coldly," murmured Mother. Silence followed that, and Julian's fatigue lingered too long in his mind, slowing down his faculties enough that it took several long moments before he realized the implication of what they were saying. "So, you would support my courting Miss Callaghan?" he asked, leaning forward as he glanced between the pair. "Whom you court and marry is your decision, Julian," said Father. "And if we ignore the gossip and focus on what we've seen of Miss Callaghan, she seems like a fine lady who might be well suited for you." Julian could hardly believe what he was hearing. His pulse quickened, and he fought against the hope surging up, tantalizing him with thoughts of what might still be. "But the scandal," Mother scoffed, flicking her hand at him. "Yes, that. I cannot say how much it means to me that Miss Callaghan is concerned about our family's honour. I will not claim that it won't take some manoeuvring to keep it from becoming an irritant, but the Knights hold sway in Newcastle, and the idea that the gossip of a tiny, remote village could harm our family is ludicrous." Turning quickly, she called over to her friends with a wince. "Not that Felburn and Hayden aren't lovely places, but—" Mrs. Wallace waved the concern away. "But we are insignificant compared to Newcastle society. It is one of the reasons I prefer Felburn, so I take no offence." Returning her gaze to her son, Mother nodded toward her friend with raised brows, as though that solved everything. "And there is no point in pretending we haven't overheard everything. I would like to say that Miss Callaghan is a fine lady," said Mrs. Wallace, as she and her husband returned to their seats. "Though I cannot claim more than a passing acquaintance with her, it is clear she is a considerate and intelligent creature." "It is shocking, what they are saying," added Mr. Wallace with a scowl. "The Callaghans have been a fixture in the neighbourhood for decades, and anyone with sense knows Miss Callaghan is nothing like the rest of them." Pausing, Mr. Wallace amended, "Though I did have an opportunity to speak with their eldest boy during his visit, and he seems quite a fine chap. Good head on his shoulders as well." Mrs. Wallace nodded and added, "There is bad blood between the vicar and Mr. Callaghan, which is far more involved than this latest scandal, and Mr. Pick is doing his best to stir up trouble. He's an angry, bitter old man, and if not for him, Miss Callaghan would be talked about. There is no avoiding it, but she wouldn't be the focus of so much of it." "Thank the heavens for our own Mr. Atwood," said Mr. Wallace. "I couldn't bear to suffer through such a cantankerous vicar like they have in Haydon, who is quick to toss about the hellfire passages of Scripture and overlook the fact that though we ought not to turn a blind eye to sin, we are first and foremost to love our neighbour." Turning back to his son, Father gave Julian an encouraging smile. "In all honesty, I am more concerned about her lack of a dowry, as those funds are important in establishing a household. But you have worked hard and lived frugally, so that shouldn't be a great burden." Expression falling once more, he added, "Though I would caution you not to give her family so much as a farthing. Ernest Callaghan is a leech of the worst sort and will bleed you dry." Julian's hands shot upward. "I do not know if I wish to marry her. I simply want to explore the possibility." Father leaned close, a spark of warmth in his gaze as he winked at his son. "Then go to it."
Chapter 35. Staring at the embroidery hoop on her lap, Angelica tied off her string. Again. Wrapping the thread around one finger, she rubbed it against her thumb, tangling it up until it created a thick enough knot to keep it from sliding through the fabric. Such a thing ought to be simple, yet the last several attempts had ended with tiny knots that popped through the weave of the fabric. But even when the thread was ready, Angelica just stared at the white expanse, her needle hovering where it ought to go. With a sigh, she forced herself to start the next line, each stitch adding to the tapestry of colour. "What is that?" asked Charity, staring out the inn window and pointing at the people gathering in the village square. Setting aside his book, Thomas rose to his feet and joined her, his hand resting at her back as Biddy wandered over to join them, reaching up to her mamma. "The Holly Man. I had entirely forgotten about him," said Thomas with a smile. "A villager is asked each year, and they cover him in their Christmas greenery. He's supposed to be an impish spirit or something of the sort." But Angelica's thoughts drifted from their quiet conversation. For all that this was a coaching inn, with the patrons out enjoying the festivities and no carriages passing through, the building was mostly silent, far more so than what one usually found at Stoneleigh Cottage. Only their family occupied the guest parlour, the fireplace happily burning away as Thomas and his wife watched the goings-on outside, pointing out everything to Biddy, who clapped her hands and laughed. Some part of her wanted to see for herself, but Angelica couldn't muster the strength to stand. Even moving the needle up and down took tremendous effort, and she was of half a mind to set it aside. Though Angelica was not one for a midday sleep, she was tempted to ask Charity if she might lie down for a half-hour. No doubt even a little rest would do her a world of good. "I know." Thomas's voice spoke right beside her, appearing from nowhere, and Angelica jerked, nearly stabbing herself with the needle. His eyes widened. Rather than tempting fate, she pinned it to the fabric and set the embroidery hoop aside. Clearing his throat, Thomas shifted in his reclaimed seat with a sheepish grin. "I didn't mean to disturb you." "I was lost in thought," she murmured. "I see." Her brother watched her in a manner that would normally have her fidgeting, but she merely watched him back. "I know we are still on rather uncertain footing, you and I," he said, drumming his fingers against the arm of his chair. "But I cannot sit here watching you pine for Mr. Knight and remain silent, even if it makes you fly into a rage again. I beg you to speak to him." Angelica's brows furrowed, and it took a moment before she recalled what he was referring to, for though it had made a significant impression on her mind then, too much had happened since the village's New Year's Eve party for her to pay it much heed. "I wasn't angry with the meddling as much as I was angry that you were attempting to do so without knowing a thing about me," she replied with a frown, but then amended, "And I had already received a lecture from Mamma about Mr. Knight not long before that.
After years of my family tossing me at any bachelor who dares to cross my path, it is a tender subject for me. And I do not mean to stick my nose into your business or harangue you about it as they do, said Thomas. However, I feel as though you are making a mistake. It is clear that you care for him. Try as she might, Angelica couldn't stop her shoulders from sagging. Thomas's tone was so gentle and held such a ring of genuine concern that it was impossible to take offence when he'd spent the past several days supporting her as no one else in the family was willing to do. This was the brother she remembered. I hardly know Mr. Knight, yet I feel as though I am losing a part of myself, she whispered, her eyes fixed on the wall opposite, unseeing. I know that feeling well, said Charity, coming over to slip into the seat beside her husband. Her hand slid through his arm with ease, settling the two of them snugly together. But can you not write to the gentleman? Asked Thomas. If you are worried about propriety, you can wrap them up in letters to us, and we will mail them from London. No one in Hayden will be the wiser. Charity's lips pulled into a wistful smile. Our friends did the same for us, and we would gladly do so for you. Glancing at his bride, Thomas's expression softened, his eyes holding hers. Courtship by post isn't an easy way to go about things, but it is wonderful as well. Even with her at my side, I cherish and often read the sweet words she sent me. Angelica's heart cracked as the pair sat there, their attention fixed entirely on the other as though the world around them was naught but an unimportant detail. Yet when Biddy wandered to them, her father eagerly snatched her up, settling the child on his lap, though she attempted to wriggle into the spot between her parents. That is your mother's seat, and I shan't allow a usurper to steal it away, he said in a menacing voice as he proceeded to tickle her sides. Biddy squealed and arched her back, trying to pull his hands away, whilst also drawing closer to ensure that she was within reach for another barrage. Writing him isn't the trouble, said Angelica, her heart sinking. We have discussed it and decided that it was best to part ways. Charity's brows rose at that. You don't wish to court him? I don't know what I wish any more. So he was the one to end things, pressed Charity. Angelica shook her head. I will not allow this scandal to taint his family. The Callaghans have hurt enough people already. Besides, his parents are set against the match, and I cannot bear to sacrifice his family's happiness for my own. Nonsense. Mr. Knight is a grown man. The choice is his, said Thomas. And the gossip will fade, added Charity. Or, frankly, I doubt it will be much of an issue in Newcastle. So, you would rather I cast aside any other consideration, and just do as my heart tells me? Asked Angelica with a scoff. That has not gone well for our family. It did for us, said Thomas, nudging his wife with his shoulder. But releasing her, he leaned forward, his eyes holding Angelica's. I know you are afraid of being like our parents and Guinevere and all the rest, but you are forgetting one important thing, Angelica. You are not as selfish as they are. Never have been. It isn't in your nature to cast aside others' feelings, and I am more worried about you sacrificing too much to please others. I want to see you happy. Angelica drew in a shuddering breath, her shoulders drooping as she stared at the floorboards. Biddy wriggled away from her parents, moving to her aunt's side and wrapping herself around Angelica's knees.
And you're sad?
She asked, her little brows pulled together. And as much as her heart longed to cry, a faint smile crossed Angelica's lips at the way Biddy reinvented the name to fit her limited speaking abilities. Lifting the girl onto her lap, she revelled in the little kisses Biddy placed on her cheeks, forehead, and even her eyes, which drew a genuine chuckle from her sad soul. I am going to miss you all, she whispered. This isn't farewell, said Charity. We will each be writing to you weekly at the very least, and you simply need to choose a date and I will arrange for you to come to London, added Thomas. I would love that, said Angelica. A knock on the door drew her brother's attention, and he rose from his seat to grab the handle. We will show you all the sights, added Charity. And perhaps... But whatever she was going to say vanished when the door opened to reveal Mr. Knight on the threshold. "We have something important to discuss, Miss Callaghan," he said. Every eye in the room fixed on him, including Biddy's, though her attention quickly shifted as she wriggled from her aunt's arms to explore the parlour. Julian hardly noticed anything but Miss Callaghan, who watched him with wide eyes, her posture rigid as though ready to flee. A low rumble snapped Julian's focus to the strapping gentleman standing with his hand on the door. Mr. Thomas Callaghan watched him carefully as he gave a considering hum, weighing Julian with the sort of challenge that only a doting brother could. Though Mr. Callaghan said not a word, Julian felt the depth of the fellow's concern and lifted his chin, daring to meet that hard gaze with a promise. He wasn't going to harm Miss Callaghan. Mr. Callaghan's posture relaxed as he called to his wife, who scooped up their daughter. In a trice, the trio slid past Julian, and Mrs. Callaghan gave him a gleeful look as Biddy waved when they passed. "We'll be down in the main room," said Mr. Callaghan, glancing between the pair. And Miss Callaghan still hadn't moved. Chapter 36. Stepping through the open door, Julian set down the thick brown paper package on the side table and came to stand before Miss Callaghan, her wide eyes following his every movement. "I called at Stoneleigh Cottage, and your parents said you were here," he said, hoping to ease into the conversation. But in Miss Callaghan's direct manner, she leapt straight to the point. "What do we need to discuss? We know the way things lie. We know the way you think they lie, Miss Callaghan, but I am here to argue that there is no impediment," he said, shifting in place and finally recalling that his hat was still on his head. Snatching it off, he drummed his fingers against the rim as his heart beat a staccato rhythm against his ribs. The lady had rejected him because she thought him a poet. She thought she did not want marriage, and she thought it would cause harm. If that final impediment was removed, would she hold firm to her rejection? "I know you have your reservations," he continued, "and though they are valid, this is our future and our decision, and the only two people who ought to decide this matter are you and me." Huffing, Miss Callaghan tore her gaze from him to stare at her hands, clasped tight in her lap. "That is easy to say when you haven't felt the sting of ostracism. Will you feel the same when your parents cut you off for taking up with me and your family is shunned for the association?" "I spoke at length with my parents, and they support the courtship," he replied, fiddling with the hat in his hands. But realizing just how silly it was that a man of his years required their approval, he rushed to add, "They want me to choose for myself and support whatever decision I make. But they assured me they do not think the scandal is as dire as you believe it to be." Dropping his hat onto the armchair before he could crush the rim beyond repair, Julian slid into the one that faced Miss Callaghan. "You should have been there to hear my mother scoff at the very notion. I think you wounded her pride, and she is determined to prove how wrong you are." Miss Callaghan stiffened, but Julian raised his hands in placation. "Peace, I am only teasing." Letting out a sigh, he tried to think of what to say. He'd spent the journey from Holbeck Hall and Stoneleigh Cottage considering his words, for he knew full well that Miss Callaghan couldn't be coerced into anything. Not that he wished to force her hand, but as intelligent a creature as she could be, she possessed the Callaghan stubbornness. "I am not asking for your hand in marriage," he continued. "I simply want the opportunity to see if we suit as well as I think we do. And if you believe I will simply surrender the first genuine interest I felt for a lady in years, simply because she believes it might cause harm to my family, despite their insistence that it will not, then you are a fool." That was a bit strong, but Julian didn't regret the word choice. Not entirely. Miss Callaghan sat there, primly perched on her seat, watching him as he continued to ramble on. "I don't think it is selfish to pursue someone when the only thing standing in our way is the possibility of pain. Life is fraught with it. We can move slowly to minimize it if need be, but there is no reason we cannot attempt it," he said, rising to his feet to pace as he spoke. If you do not want me as your beau, then say so, but do not throw up more excuses. If it is merely fear, then I will keep hounding you until you see reason, or grow so frustrated that you accept my suit just to be free of the vexation. I will write every day if I have to, but I refuse to surrender the battle before the first shot is fired. Yes. The single word was quiet enough that Julian almost missed it. Stopping in place, he fixed his gaze on her and found her staring back at him with wide eyes, as though she had surprised herself as well. Yes, he asked. Miss Callaghan nodded. Yes, to being my sweetheart? Another nod, her expression still as shocked as before. Arms falling limp to his side, Julian stared back at her, his thoughts crashing into one another as they ground to a halt at this sudden shift. You are saying yes, just like that? Miss Callaghan's whole body loosened as her brow furrowed. Do you wish me to change my mind? Not at all, he said, coming over to her sofa and sliding onto the seat beside her. I am just flabbergasted. I thought it would take more convincing. Thomas and Charity were already breaking down my arguments before you arrived, and it left me reconsidering my choice, she said, looking at him from the corner of her eye. So, we are sweethearts then? Miss Callaghan shifted, turning to face him, and when she answered, her tone was far too cautious for his liking, though Julian revelled in the answer all the same. Yes, but not officially, or not publicly, rather. Not until I am certain your family is happy about the match. But I said that your parents do not want to meddle in your life, but that is a far cry from being happy, and I know how close you are to them. I cannot bear being a wedge between you. A courtship is supposed to be a good thing, so it cannot come at the expense of their happiness. Julian's hand slipped around hers before he recognized what was happening, but he couldn't remain apart from her when she was being so utterly adorable. This was the sort of woman that his parents would gladly welcome into their fold if, or when, the time came. But with Miss Callaghan so unsteady in her feelings, he wasn't going to press that issue. Time would help her to see better than any assurances he could give. Sitting so close, Julian felt the pull of her, and he longed for the chance to seal this moment with a kiss, which was utterly inappropriate, regardless of how right the impulse felt. Courting couples didn't kiss before they'd gone on a single outing together, and if he was going to soothe her anxious heart about their courtship, then the last thing he wanted to do was to compromise her in any fashion. You are my beau, she whispered, speaking the words as though she could hardly believe it herself, and the thrill of hearing it from her lips pushed Julian to his feet. Tugging her up with him, he swept her into his arms, though it wasn't wholly proper. Holding her close was innocent enough. It would have to do, for now. When Mr. Knight's arms guided her toward him, Angelica's mind leapt forward, imagining the kiss that was to follow. It was too soon, far too soon. Yet the flutter of her heart testified that the action, however inappropriate, was entirely acceptable to that organ. And when he pulled her to him in a sweet but chaste embrace, Angelica couldn't help laughing at herself when that heart sank. Once more, she reminded it that she was mistress here, not the other way around, and though that did not soothe her disappointments as it had in the past, Angelica allowed herself to enjoy the exceptionally pleasant feeling of his arms enfolding her as though hiding her from the chaos of the world. I am sorry I cannot do this properly, he whispered. I think you are doing this quite well, she murmured into his shoulder. Mr. Knight's chest bobbed, a laugh buzzing through her. I meant the courtship, my dear Miss Callaghan. Now that you've finally accepted my invitation to go on a drive, I would like to remain for a few more days, but I've been away too long already. Even if I could steal an extra day or two, I couldn't get word home in time to arrange it. Angelica smiled, her throat tightening as she clung to him and those beautiful apologies he babbled. It was clear how torn Mr. Knight was, yet he was choosing the proper course, even sacrificing his desires to do so. Was there anything more romantic than that? "I promise I will return as often as I can," he continued. "But I fear I must leave tomorrow, which is hardly any time at all. But we can write to each other daily if we wish." At that, he stepped away, which made her frown, and crossed back to the table to bring over the large bundle that was wrapped up in brown paper and twine. Motioning for her to sit, Mr. Knight set the package on her lap, and when she opened it, Angelica found a treasure trove of paper inside. "I used the coins you gave me to buy you a mountain of paper." But Angelica huffed, her brows rising. "That is far more than those coins could buy." Mr. Knight's expression softened, his eyes holding hers as he took her hand in his once more. "Send me mountains of missives, and whenever you feel the urge to visit your woodland box, write to me. I cannot be with you, but I want you to be free to put every thought down on paper for me. I am sorry, and I wish—" Reaching up, Angelica pressed her hand to his lips. "Do not apologize for being responsible, Mr. Knight. That was probably the most beautiful thing you could have said to me." His eyes sparked with a laugh, his lips curling beneath her fingertips, and when she pulled them away, he said in a sultry voice, "I have to see to my responsibilities, Miss Callaghan." Letting out a heavy sigh, she set aside the gift and burrowed into his arms. "Say it again, Mr. Knight." Epilogue. Newcastle, 6 months later. "Patience," murmured Father, glancing at Julian from over the top of his novel, but his son wasn't listening in the slightest. Standing at the window, he watched every passing carriage, looking for any sign that one was stopping. That was the trouble with travel, wasn't it? No amount of planning beforehand guaranteed an exact arrival. So many coaches were slowed by weather or malfunctions that one couldn't always plan the time. But Hayden wasn't far from Newcastle, and the weather had been fine of late. Surely they would arrive soon. Voices continued their murmured conversations behind him, and Julian tried to make the time move quicker by pacing between the two front windows, pausing before each long enough to check again that no carriage had arrived before drifting back to the other. "I know I wasn't this bad," laughed Oscar, which earned him a chastising glare from their mother. "Believe me when I say both of you were as bad as all this," she said, glancing between her eldest and youngest. Richard shook his head. "Not possible." "Hush, you two," said Father as his daughters-in-law swept into the conversation to corral their husbands with varying degrees of success. But Julian didn't care how much they teased him. A travelling coach came to a stop before the front door, and he turned away, rushing through the parlour and onto the front steps just as the groom opened the door. Thomas emerged first, and though Julian was always pleased to see him, he felt like shoving the gentleman aside. Then Thomas handed down Charity with their daughter in her arms, who waved happily at him, and Julian had enough clarity of thought to acknowledge it with a wave of his own, but his gaze remained fixed on the door of the coach as Angelica emerged. Her whole being seemed to glow as she met his gaze, her eyes such a rich shade of blue that Julian was certain he would be quite happy to stare into them the rest of his life. And without a word, those eyes sparkled at him, forever looking as though they were on the verge of a laugh or a jest as she silently stepped forward and slid her arm through his. Clinging to it, Julian longed to welcome her in a better fashion, but with all and sundry there to witness it, he chose the better course and led them through the front door. The footmen quickly moved about their business, relieving the carriage of its trunks and the passengers of their cloaks, and whilst the others were occupied, Julian seized the opportunity and leaned in close to her cheek, pressing a quick kiss there. Angelica gasped dramatically, her eyes feigning horror. "Are you attempting to steal a kiss, sir?" "There was no attempting it, for I was quite successful. Besides, you cannot steal what is freely given," he murmured into her ear. Drawing in a breath, Julian fought to keep from leaning into her. One ought not to smell quite so nice after 2 days of travel. When her head turned, her brows rose in genuine chastisement. "Julian." "Peace," he whispered. "As much as I would love to steal something more than a bus, I will not press the issue. You wish to wait until we are engaged, so we will. But once we step through those doors," he said, nodding toward the parlour, "you will see that your fears are all unfounded, that my family adores you, and there is no reason not to accept my proposal." "You speak as though it is all a foregone conclusion," she replied with just a hint of sauciness, though Julian felt the hesitation beneath it. Raising her free hand to his lips, he pressed a kiss to that as well, for there were no such strictures placed on those tokens, and leaned close to whisper into her ear. "They will adore you, I promise." Any hint of teasing was gone from his voice, and Julian spoke with all the sincerity he could muster. When he leaned away once more, the strain at the edge of Angelica's lips had softened a touch, allowing him to breathe just a little easier. Lifting her chin, she asked with a challenging glint in her eyes, "Do you notice anything different about me?" Startling words, to be certain. Ones that had been used from the beginning of time to trap men into acknowledging that they did not, in fact, notice the trappings of fashion and beauty as the women in their lives did. But though it was a familiar question, Julian felt no fear as he stepped back to examine his Angelica. "You look lovely," he said, his eyes sweeping down the length of her and enjoying the sight she made. For all that she was travel-worn, her eyes blazed with light, filling the whole of her, and Julian couldn't look away from her. Understated though she may be, Angelica was a sight to behold. She tried to maintain an aloof expression, but the lady's cheeks pinked as her hands brushed down her skirts, which made him want to kiss her all the more. Though there was little need to stoke that fire, for Julian always felt that way. "Charity took me shopping in London," she murmured, the blush deepening. And, once stated, Julian could see precisely what she meant, for the brown sack she normally favoured was gone, replaced by a gown that embraced Angelica's simple style, but in a rich navy blue that highlighted her eyes and the richness of her coiffure. "You are stunning," he said, taking her hand in his to lift it to his lips. And just before he placed a kiss, he whispered, "As you always are." Thomas cleared his throat and nodded down the corridor. "Shall we?" That snapped the pair from their stupor and helped Julian to recall the task at hand. He offered his arm, and Angelica took it, gracing him with a pleased smile. But with each step toward their destination, she stiffened, and though Julian truly felt no concern about the reception she was to receive, Angelica's nerves made his pulse quicken. He hoped and prayed that all would go well. Meeting new people was never easy, but when their opinions were of the utmost importance, it only made matters more anxious. When the gathering included those who had already espoused a poor opinion, it was a recipe for fear and strain. If not for Julian remaining firmly by her side, Angelica might have escaped back to the carriage and disappeared to Haydon. She clung to his arm, and though her attention was fixed on the knights as they greeted her, she couldn't help but wonder at the blend of disappointment and pleasure that had drifted through her at Julian's compliment. Whilst some part of her had anticipated a grand show of astonishment and marvel at the sight of her new gown, Angelica's heart burned as she realized the truth was that he hadn't noticed because he thought her lovely regardless of the effort she put into her appearance. Purchasing the gown had been a silly indulgence, but Charity's kind but insistent efforts on that score had weakened Angelica's resolve just enough for one. Then Thomas had purchased her an entire trunkful, and knowing that it altered Julian's opinion not one jot, helped to loosen the knots twisting inside her. Glancing at her beau as he spoke animatedly with his brother, Angelica held tighter to his arm. Julian was quite worth suffering through untold amounts of misery. But then, the nights were not as bad as she had feared. And wasn't that so often the case? For all that she had fretted and fussed over the visit, Mr. and Mrs. Knight were as warm and welcoming as they'd been the first time they'd met, whilst their sons and daughters-in-law greeted her and her family as though they were the dearest of friends already. Enough so that Angelica hardly noticed when she was led away from her beau's side as the gentlemen and ladies naturally divided themselves and their conversations veered into topics that didn't suit the other. However, it didn't stop her from watching Julian as he debated Thomas about the relative merits of the Briggs system of ledger-keeping, which was being touted as the salvation of businessmen everywhere, though Angelica didn't see how it was such a grand improvement over the current system.
"Miss Callaghan," said Mrs. Knight with a smile. Nodding to the far side of the room, she asked, "Would you take a turn about the room with me?" Goodness, this was serious, wasn't it? A beau's mother did not ask for a private word for no reason, and though Angelica readily accepted, Julian noticed and sent her a silent question. But she shook her head. There was no need for rescue. Not yet, at any rate. Slowly, the ladies walked the length of the room, and Angelica was in awe at the size of it. If Stoneleigh Cottage boasted such spaces, she wouldn't bother spending so much time exploring the moors and forests around Haydon. Not to mention the great boon it would be in the winter, when one couldn't walk as long as one wished to. Despite having known Newcastle was a sizable city, and that the Knights came from respectable money, Angelica hadn't expected either the city or the home to be quite so impressive. If not for her visit to London and seeing many other grand buildings, she would have been tempted to flee back to her tiny hovel in Haydon. "I owe you an apology," said Mrs. Knight, breaking Angelica from her thoughts, "and I have been quite anxious to give it, though I thought it best if I do it in person rather than through post." "An apology?" asked Angelica with raised brows. Stopping them in the far corner of the room, Mrs. Knight gave her a kind smile. "Do not feign ignorance, my dear. I know we were rude to you the last time we spoke, and it has bothered me greatly ever since." The lady released her, clasping her hands before her as she faced Angelica. "We were afraid of what was becoming of our son. We knew the sway your father held over Julian, and we saw him being lured in by that lifestyle. And you had every right to be concerned. I was as well," said Angelica. "But that doesn't excuse the fact that we judged you without knowing you, basing our opinion on hearsay, gossip, and your family's behaviour, and I am ashamed of that," she said with a sigh, her expression crumpling. "We ignored what you had shown us of yourself, and almost missed that you weren't Julian's ruin. Rather, you were making him into a better man." A sheen of tears filled the lady's eyes, and Angelica stiffened as her own gaze burned at the sight. Then Mrs. Knight's arms were around her, holding her fast as she whispered, "Thank you for being the anchor he needs." "And thank you for raising such an incredible man," replied Angelica. "He has blessed my life far more than I could ever bless his." Leaning back with a tusk, Mrs. Knight brushed at her cheeks. "Somehow, I do not think that is true, but I love you all the more for believing it." Angelica didn't know what to say to such a thing, but she didn't have time to sort it out, for the next moment Mrs. Knight was waving to her son, who hurried over without hesitation. His arm slid around Angelica's waist, making her blush, but drawing a smile from his mother as she waved him toward the door. "I think you ought to show our Miss Callaghan the garden," she said. "It is quite lovely this time of year." Our Miss Callaghan. Such a little word to add to her name, yet it held such power, and Angelica felt it course through her, bringing with it a warmth that burned through her like a torch. Reaching out, she squeezed Mrs. Knight's hand, though Julian quickly pulled her away, manoeuvring her toward the corridor. With the sunshine burning bright, there was no need for cloaks, and Julian hurried her toward the back of the building and out onto a courtyard that extended behind the house. Flagstone provided a patio for promenading, but the stones petered out into grass and shrubbery with large trellises covered in flowering vines stretching over the planting beds, which were all in bloom. Sweet floral fragrances filled her nose, and Angelica couldn't help but marvel at the bit of paradise hidden away in the city. But before she could revel in it, Julian's arms were around her, his joy so palpable that her own grew exponentially. "I told you they would love you. Elizabeth and Betsy are already planning several shopping trips whilst you're here, and Mamma is going to be parading you about town. Father keeps asking about wedding dates, and my brothers—" He paused. "They are best ignored." Leaning back, Julian settled his arms at her waist, her eyes pleading as he stared into hers. "Please marry me, Angelica. I was certain within the first month of our courtship, and I do not know if I can wait any longer." Angelica couldn't help but stare at the fellow. The words were no different than those he'd written dozens of times before, yet they never failed to surprise her. Julian Knight was desperate for her. After so many years of despising the entire thought of romance, her heart was doing great vaulting somersaults in her chest at the feel of him so near. He stood there, eagerly awaiting her answer, looking as though he very well might expire if she were to deny him. And at that moment, Angelica couldn't see why she had waited so long to accept. One couldn't die from desperation, could one? Though there were many unexplained medical phenomena, Julian knew it wasn't a possibility. Yet standing there as Angelica gazed at him with those bewitching eyes, he was certain his heart was going to burst from his chest. But as much as he teased and twitted her, he didn't begrudge Angelica even a single moment of caution. With her history, it was a wonder she was willing to risk her heart at all, and he wasn't going to rush her into anything before she was ready. Angelica's lips touched his, the movement coming so quickly that he was certain he'd imagined it. But no, she slid her arms around his neck, pulling him tighter to her. This was happening, and for all that Julian had exercised caution throughout their courtship, the feel of her lips against his erased all good sense, and he fell headfirst into the embrace, pouring all the need and longing he'd felt for the past 6 months into that moment. If it startled her, Angelica gave no sign of hesitation, meeting his desire with her own, and proving she was not as cold and passionless as she claimed to be. But this was more than mere satiation. Julian couldn't imagine sharing such a moment with any other woman, for none could compare to the lady who knew him so well. His Angelica. Though Angelica avoided thinking of her sister for the most part, and she most definitely did not want to think of Guinevere in such a moment, she couldn't help but note that she now understood the temptation her sister had faced, why Helen and Vivian were so quick to make eyes at gentlemen, why Emily had gladly followed the army on its march through Spain. Goodness, Angelica wouldn't have made it to spinsterhood had she known just how appealing a man could be. Yet she knew that wasn't true. This was Julian, her Julian, the man who cared about her body and soul, who loved her more than himself, who treated her with respect and honor. No amount of physical gratification could compete with the feeling of it being his arms that held her close, his lips on hers. And as she lost herself in the embrace, Angelica knew she'd been a fool for waiting so long. She wasn't some silly young girl who prized attraction over strength of character, and she had known from the beginning just how strong Julian's was. She poured all that certainty into her touch, giving him an answer that was far more thorough than words could ever manage. At that moment, she knew she wasn't returning to Hayden. They had waited long enough. Yet when they parted, and whilst Julian was still catching his breath, he looked at her with sparkling eyes and asked, "Does that mean you'll marry me?" Lips curling into a wry smile, Angelica kissed him once more. This has been Once Upon a Winter's Eve, Christmas Courtships Book 3. Written by M.A. Nichols, narrated by Madeline Brolly. Copyright 2024 by M.A. Nichols. Production copyright 2025 by M.A. Nichols.
If you enjoyed this video, check out M.A. Nichols' channel for more romance audiobooks and behind-the-scenes information. And don't forget to click subscribe to be notified when more become available. All of M.A. Nichols' romances take place in the Generations of Love universe. Each book is a standalone story and can be read in any order, with the titles being grouped together into family sagas, which span the Regency and Victorian eras. For more information about the rest of the series, check out the links below. All her books are available to purchase on Amazon and Audible.